Guys, 8 minutes to go. It's watch time. Here we go. I'm going in for guys rounds. We've got Toronto versus FLA Florida Mutineers, I think. Florida. LA Thieves versus Atlanta Faze. We got I think it's Optic Texas versus New York, I think, and then elimination round 3, and then Minnesota versus the loser of Texas versus New York. Who we got going, guys? Who have we got?
new era of Call of Duty begins today.
They ain't ready for you. They ain't ready for you.
Who's better today? That is going to be the question. So much pressure on these players. We're only halfway through our season.
They ain't ready for you.
Let's get on our feet. We are wasting no time.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me, Hydra!
Oh my! I do not believe what we are seeing. Oh my word! The BT pounces.
Knock it out the park, yeah, show in it.
The newcomer can't even be the hero. Hey, take it.
I know you say you want it. Now you gotta get it on it.
Whoa!
There is no place to hide.
They ain't ready for you.
I cannot believe what I am witnessing. This is the moment that we have been waiting for. Here we go.
Good morning, you gorgeous gamers. It is day 3, Major 4 of the 2023 Call of Duty League season. We're coming at you from Columbus, Ohio. A beautiful spring day for everyone to stay inside and play video games. Let's get it. We've got Chris Puckett, Alley Cat, and Nameless here at the desk. And Alley, I'm ready to lock in for a Saturday full of fun. Yesterday, we said goodbye to 5 teams. Today, though, we could be sending people already to champs, 3 teams with opportunities to lock in with their performance here at Major 4.
Yeah, Atlanta Faze, I believe, is already clinched, but I think the situation is if Optic Texas wins their match today against New York Subliners, they also clinch champs.
And if Toronto gets 2 wins somehow this tournament, they lock in for champs. A lot to talk about today, but let's first talk about the teams that are gone from Major 4, that are not locked for champs right now. First one that stands out to me, we had to talk about the tough situation. Boston Breach had to play Optic in round 1. That 8th seed then drops down to play Toronto, our Major 3 champs, who went 1-4 in qualifiers and sent Boston packing.
Yeah, you know, I saw a lot of people talking about their losses to Optic and Toronto over the last 2 tournaments. While I would feel bad, but they might have been in a better situation had they done better in the online qualifying stage. That being said, though, did have some tough battles, took these teams to the limits in some of these respawns. But for Boston Breach at 160 points, you ain't safe for champs. Got to figure it out online.
Las Vegas, they got beat by New York Subliners in the winners bracket. Then they got sent packing last night. LAG went to a game 5 against the Surge, but it wasn't enough. And London is struggling once again. The big news, though, Surge, after going up over the rocker, they crumble and are now out of the event, Allie.
It was insane. It was a reverse sweep. We hadn't seen a reverse sweep since like January, and I'm pretty sure it was from the Minnesota Rocker at that point as well. So I think that was probably the biggest upset on the day specifically.
Let's talk about the Mutineers upset, though, first, because this was our 12th seed coming in 0-5 in our qualifiers. They come in as the lowest seeded team. They face off against the Legion, and Vickle coming back into the starting lineup for the Mutineers was a game changer. He and Caps had a great series, but it's especially Big Vic in that game 5 that sent Mutineers to play on Saturday.
Yeah, Mutineers are just playing spoiler at this point, right? They come in here seemingly nothing to lose, feeling like they're out of the race for champs, going up against a strong Vegas Legion team. And what do? They beat them in their best game mode. Vickle went crazy. He dropped 24 kills across 2 search and destroys and was picking up burst bloods left and right. Also got to talk about this control, the respawn that they stole. They pop a streak, and Brack gets 3 kills from within the point. Massive plays out of that guy. So, you know, Mutineers feeling very confident being the underdogs in any of these series. They're used to being spoiled.
They have to play Toronto today if they're going to pull off back-to-back upsets. How do you take down our Major 3 champs?
I mean, I think surprise is kind of on their side, as well as the fact that it's going to be a little Vickle v Scrappy going up today. I mean, so maybe a little bit of storylines there. You know, traditionally, I would definitely favor the Toronto here, but there's always opportunity.
Florida Mutineers are still in it. Boston Breach were sent packing, though, by Toronto Ultra. We mentioned it. Toronto coming in with the 9th seed, matching up against number 8 in this one. Scrappy, phenomenal performances in the hard points once again, but it's Toronto Ultra just stronger than Breach across the board. They get it done in 4.
Yeah, certainly a tough couple of matchups for the Boston Breach. I think there's just so much talent on this team, but they all just play a little bit too similarly. I think we're struggling to have some role players and maybe struggling to have some leadership as well. Again, though, a very young team. I'm looking forward to see if they end up sticking together and what they're capable of doing.
Yeah, you can see in Kremp's individual play, like, why they made the change. Like, When you watch him play, it's like maybe we gained something from this guy. They lost something when they lost Vivid. And, you know, we talk about the listening that we heard. They were going a little bit rogue. They might need a leader on this squad. Either way, they have a star on their bench. There might be an iteration of these 5 players. That can work, right? So whether that's putting Nero on the bench and bring Vivid in, they have some thinking to do in the Boston Breach camp.
After 3-0ing the London Royal Ravens, Minnesota Rocker got a chance to play against Seattle Surge. This was for top 6, and Surge heavy favorites. They win games 1 and 2. They go up 2-1 here in control, and then it's the Rocker. The reverse sweep came in. They took us to 10 p.m. last night, Nameless. How did the Rocker stay alive as long as they did?
Well, I will say this. This team is 4-1 on land. They've only lost 1 time on land, and that's to the team that they seemingly couldn't win a map against prior to that. But for the Minnesota Rocker, just a beautiful series. I mean, when you look at the map layout, I love what they did in the vetoes. They got their Asilo because they've been so excellent at Expo. They win that Asilo. Number 2 holding team on Fortress Hardpoint. That holds true. They win there. And then at Game 5, some heroic efforts. Afro gets the clutch. They win.
Yeah, that Achilles offense was certainly the highlight and the start of that reverse sweep for the Minnesota Rocker, but can they continue that momentum into today?
That is the big question. Rocker back in action, but we won't know who they're playing for a minute. We have to see the loser of Texas and New York, which is a battle in that winners bracket semifinals. That'll be coming up, our 3rd match on the day. We also have LA Thieves versus Faze in the winners. Everyone else facing elimination. And at the end of the day, we're going from 7 squads to our final 4. Allie, who do you think right now is set up to survive the long run?
I think Optic Texas right now is set up to survive the long run, but if we're talking elimination bracket, you have to look at Toronto Ultra.
We mentioned champs and who's locked in. There's only one team of 12, and that is Atlanta Faze. If you want to join Faze in the other 7 teams playing for the 2023 trophy, make sure you get your tickets right now. We'll be at the Thomas & Mack Center at UNLV in Las Vegas. CallOfDutyLeague.com, the place to pick up your tickets. Already over 50% sold out, so do it right now, Nameless.
And that QR code at the bottom. Shout out production, man. Hold on, let me get my phone. How many tickets we got left? I'm hearing we're, 50% sold out?
50% sold
already?
I don't think you have a ticket in.
Scan it, send it to your friends. We got to go to a commercial break. When we come back, we're breaking down the first games. Actually, let's do it right now. Can we talk about these big squads?
Yeah.
Alley Cat, you mentioned this team, Atlanta Faze. Not a top 3 team in your book coming in.
All right, I know.
Today they play Faze, and Faze can make your prophecy come true.
Everybody's trying to make me eat my words with that one. But I mean, yeah, the Atlanta Faze, I mean, it's no shock that they've been struggling in hardpoint throughout this season. I think it's been a huge turnaround for Slasher specifically, who is struggling in hardpoint in our stage 4 qualifiers, a .74 in hardpoint heading into this. Huge map number 4 Hydro versus Seattle Surge in day number 1. And, you know, land Slasher, land Faze, they're just stiff.
Well, we talked to Slasher after their win. Here's what he had to say with Maven.
I've seen drop Slasher, and he doesn't have what it takes, and blah, 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 blah. And you guys come in here and handle business, but I just want to hear from you, like, at this point in your career, like, that type of stuff phase you at all anymore?
Nah, not really. I really don't care what people have to say at this point. I've literally proved everything for 10 years. I've done it all. I've won it all. Like, it doesn't matter to me. And honestly, too, like, I knew the situation coming in that I was going to be the scapegoat if we weren't winning. Sure. That's just the situation I'm in. I like the pressure, though. You know, I can always handle it. And, yeah, this past stage, like, we've been playing pretty poor. It's obvious I've been playing poor. I was really sick, too, to be fair. I mean, that's not a full excuse, but, like, my practice was just terrible and stuff like that. So I'm starting to feel a little better now, and obviously I played better, too. So, yeah, we're actually good. Who thought?
Yeah, you know, it's a big bounce back for Slasher in that series. And, you know, to Allie's point, Atlanta Faze is a nightmare to analysts and data people, right? Because this is a team that online has been struggling in hardpoint throughout the whole year. And when you look at the last stage, it was a lot worse than it's been. So for them to come in, win that hardpoint versus Seattle, who's given them a lot of struggles, is very impressive and shows that they put in a lot of work here. And they're going up against LA Thieves, who in the finals that they had, beat them in both of those hard points, so you will need to be strong in that.
Now, this is a winner semi, so if you win this, you are guaranteed top 3. That's what they're playing for. A big matchup for both of these squads, and same is true for the other teams in the winner semis, and that is New York Subliners, our Raleigh champs, going up against our Major 3 second-place squad in Optic Texas. But today, I think you have to say Texas is the favorite coming in. They are now a perfect 6-0 in matches in our Major 4.
Yeah, and still undefeated on hardpoint, right? So, I mean, I think there's a little bit of opportunity here for New York Subliners because they were a really strong respawn team, and from what we saw to them out of day one, they were able to steal that respawn in the 30-minute series that we saw against Vegas Legion. Again, that's against Vegas, who's also been struggling in respawns, but New York, this is a very talented roster. When Hydra and Skies are on the same page at the same time, they can certainly give Texas a run for their money.
Yeah, I think stylistically, this is one of the most interesting matchups for Optic Texas. I mean, you look across, you have two really strong ARs, right? You match up in almost every role. You have Kismet, who's sort of that dirty work player who can get it done and be annoying against the SMGs. And you have Hydra, who is a straight-up killer. Even down to the maps, when you look at it, like, they're comfortable playing Optic on a map like Hydro. Last time, it was within 40 points, right? This can be way different because now with Optic being 9-0 in Mercado Hardpoint, you're getting rid of that going into this series.
Last time it was Optic locking up that Hydro. I want to see this one go to a Game 5. Optic versus Subliners. We saw it in week 2 here of our qualifiers. Now we see it on LAN. And Dan Ghosty, he put up a 1.19 across the board last time around. His numbers lower as the rest of his teammates have been up in their game here so far in Columbus.
It was even in the slang in that series, to be honest. I think the fundamentals out of Optic in that matchup specifically were just fantastic. I mean, 250 to 92 on Mercado. It was just stunning from the side of Texas.
Get your channel points ready because we got a lot of bets to put on the line today. Let's take a look at your full schedule on the day. Matches begin here in just 10 minutes. Toronto Ultra kicking off against the Florida Mutineers. We have LA Thieves taking on Faze in our winter semis. And of course, Optic Texas versus the Subliners. After that name was, we're sending folks home. It's going to get dicey towards the end of the night.
I mean, the loser of LA Thieves and Atlanta, those are two contending favorites. One of them has to go to the losers bracket to potentially go up against our Major 3 champions. That is a terrifying bracket.
Big shout out to everyone in the chat. The early birds are here. The matches are moments away. And while we're in break, we want everyone to head on over to Twitter. Make sure you are following Call of Duty Endowment to join over 1 million followers who have helped place over 113,000 veterans into high-quality jobs. Awesome program that we love to be a part of. And thank you all for your support at COD for Vets, or Code for Vets, I should say. And of course, we've got the Watch and Earns, Allie. All you got to do, link your accounts, and you get some goodies.
Yeah, my account's linked. My laptop's in the green room. I haven't us popped up, so I can make sure I can earn my blueprints and my calling cards as well.
We were live for about 9 hours last night. Most of you already got the drops, but for everyone who didn't, gather them today. We are coming back with plenty more. This is the Call of Duty League live with Major 4 from Belong Arena in Columbus, Ohio.
Here comes the rain. So we're here in Southern California. We're about to do some off-roading.
I feel like it's always joked about gamers need to touch grass, but I feel like it's very, very needed for professionals.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this, y'all in danger. I'm a threat. It's a gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta run up the next, point to the sky with the run up. I'm blessed, I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Give me the smoke.
I want it all, what they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you're talking to the globe. It's no joke, give me the smoke. I want it all, what they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, I don't need no antidote. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke, give me the smoke. I want it all, what they saying, take a toke. I love the hate, give me the smoke. Better keep it light when you talking to the globe. It's no joke, give me the smoke.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by Scrappy from the Toronto Ultra and Vickle from the Florida Mutineers. Gentlemen, what's going on, man? What's happening?
What's goody? Nothing much. Chilling, just rolled out. Time to play some COD.
Oh, yeah?
We know about Scrappy. And Scrap, I know you're famously not a morning person. I just don't know how you do it, bro. I just don't know how you do it.
But you guys are playing each other today. What are the vibes like, man? Who's winning, man? Who's going to get this dub?
I mean, I'm going to say myself. He's going to say himself. Well, let's be honest. It's me.
Well, what's it like playing against each other, man? You guys are teammates, man. You guys came from challengers. I mean, isn't it crazy now that you guys are both sitting on the couch? You're both professionals. Like, you're both on the big stage. Like, well, what's it feel like?
I mean, whenever we're not playing each other, I'm always supporting him and Charlie. And I hope he supports me as well whenever we don't play each other.
Yeah.
Obviously, we want to beat each other, but it's just like we're friends still. Like
I'm always watching him saying, "Yo, you got to win that, Baldy. You got to win that." When he just gets absolutely, but you know, it is.
Well, Vickle, let me ask you. Obviously, you guys scratched out a really big win yesterday. It was a really close match. I mean, what's the vibes like with the team? How you guys feeling? What's going on?
I mean, we're feeling good. I mean, obviously, the match that we played against Toronto in the online qualifiers was like recent. We made the change recently, so
was it close? Not close.
It wasn't close. It was a 3-0. But it was, as I said, like I just joined the team like on a Friday and then had to play them on a Sunday. We barely had any practice, so hopefully we show that we can compete against the best of the best today against Toronto and maybe moving forward. But yeah, excited.
What about you, Scrap?
Yeah, you know, I'm excited to play. Always, LAN is just a fun atmosphere, especially even with no fans here. It's still pretty fun. You see, you know, all the pros talk to each other that you might not hear at a regular event. So yeah. It's definitely fun like that. You know, playing this kid's going to be a fun time. We had a good-ass time last year. And, yeah, it's going to be a fun match.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. Well, man, listen, I really appreciate you both hopping on the couch. Good luck to you guys.
You're lucky I'm sitting on this couch.
What's the map count, man? What's the map count?
3-0.
I'll give him one. 3-1.
3-1? You're going to give him one? Because it's funny because he's so nice. You're just, you know what I'm saying?
3-0.
I mean, that was a gimmick last year. Like, he would talk to everyone, and sometimes so much I would stand up with him, and he would be like, yo, are you shouting with me? And then he would fire the rest of the event. Like, well, it's just a gimmick, you know?
Hey, man, I'm really excited to watch you guys play.
Charlie, the humble ones, then this guy's just like...
This guy's nuts, man.
This guy's
absolutely
I'm here to win. That's what it is.
I like that. Well, I like the fire. I'm excited to watch you guys play. Obviously, you know, the matchup, the storylines. I know you guys go way back in Challengers, and you guys built a really good relationship down there. So to see you both on the main stage now and playing against each other, man, I think is pretty cool to see, you know? So
what I said yesterday.
Yeah.
It's great to see.
Yeah, man, and thank you so much for hopping on. Good luck to you guys the rest of the way. We'll obviously be watching, and hey, man, it's a pleasure, man. It's a pleasure, Scrap. It's a pleasure,
boys.
Thank you for having
Benjamin.
Sir, man. Hey, Desk.
Good luck.
Back to you.
All right, listen, in my predictions, I have Toronto versus Subliners playing for the title. So I have Toronto winning this one. But I don't think there's any denying that Vickle may be becoming a fan favorite. Definitely the hero of the underdog team. And he's playing up against his good buddy. But Toronto, the favorites here. Let's go over their Monster Energy pregame keys. What do you got for me, Allie? What's the key to not losing against Florida?
My key is I need to close my eyes immediately because I see American Raven over in the corner. But for Toronto Ultra, they need to continue their search and destroy off of yesterday. They've been struggling in that game mode during the qualifiers, but on LAN, it is all another story. So just continue that prowess and shut down Cap. He was a big factor in yesterday's matchup. And that man on your screen, Scrap, is certainly going to be a player to watch. He balled out the last time these two teams went up with a 1.5 overall in the series. So definitely going to be a player to watch.
Scrap's so kind to his former teammate. Didn't call him dog poop or any other names. But he's going up against a Florida squad that is looking to play spoiler. Let's talk about the Mutineers.
Yeah, I mean, well, thinking about the Mutineers, this is your Monster Energy pregame. I mean, these guys have to win the Search and Destroys. We saw Toronto throughout this stage. They're 2-7 in S&D. Obviously, it went to the very end in a lot of those, but Vico yesterday had a hot 2 games, 24 kills across both of them, going up against his ex-teammate. I expect him to have another big one. Also, in the hard points of this series, it's going to be very difficult. They've gotten smoked in all 3 hard points they played against Toronto in the season. Toronto 3-0 against them in that mode. So, I don't know, respawn it's got to be probably the control.
Can I give a shout out to my man Vic, by the way? Hair plugs are looking good. Baldy no more, and the man is looking to score another win over one of our top 4 teams on the season. Toronto, though, with the 9th seed going up against number 12. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. Allie, statistically, Toronto is the favorite across our win rates, but where could Florida play spoiler? Which of these games can they steal?
I would say possibly in that El Asilo. They played Expo last time, which is where Florida kind of gave them a struggle, but we're going to be heading into hotel control this time around. And do you see any opportunity?
I mean, I think if we go to Game 5, Florida lost. They're 0-5 on Hotel S&D with Fellow and Capsule. So you got to win some respawns. See if you can do it.
If Florida can win here, it could set up a run, a much-needed run if they want to be playing at Champs. Our first match of the day is ready. Who's going home? Is it Toronto or is it Florida? We're about to find out as we send it over to the very handsome and now buttoned-up Maven and Mr. Merc.
I used the steamer on my shirt. I did not do a good job, Joe. I'm now seeing as the camera comes on.
I don't know why Allie was saying, looking at us. It was really you who was being an idiot. I was just standing here.
I steamed the whole thing for a half an hour. Do I don't know how they work?
Probably not.
Okay,
so.
I'll try better. Maybe during a commercial break. But I swear I gave my all, and then I got these guys rubbing in his new hair in my face because I'm bald. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate that. But let's get it going. Toronto, Florida. And I find myself rooting for Florida Mutineers a bit just because they are the underdogs. Vickle, I know you've got a great relationship
That's
with
my
him.
son.
I love watching you guys play ranked in this comedy.
No, I'm so happy he's back in the starting lineup. But yeah, big win yesterday over Vegas. I mean, it wasn't the cleanest win. They had to have a big comeback in that game number 5. The problem is they're going up against Toronto Ultra, and they just played a couple of weeks ago. It was a 3-0 over to Ultra. This map we saw, but honestly, you know, you heard Allie talk about it. Scrap was the only player positive in this series. He really had to take over. Can everyone else contribute?
Well, let's get right into it. Mercado. To start things off, Hixie, we had him on the podcast. It was amazing to listen to kind of his insight, his path to get here onto this team. You come in, you get a win, but now a little bit of adversity. You struggle through the qualifier. You're trying to make this run through losers bracket. Let's see if they can make some magic happen.
Yeah, just finding that momentum. Again, I think just winning that Boston Breach matchup last night. Just sometimes that first match of the tournament, it can be tough. Boston already played one, but they were able to just win that map 1. They had control the entire time. So we're looking at this P2 rotation. You do have one player here. That is going to be Vickle. He's going to be playing the corner, able to find one, but not ready for the second. He was the only player over here for the Mutineers. They were trying to rotate through for this P2, but with 5 seconds left, Ultra, they're going to be in a very good spot.
Pixie saw him when he backed down, so I thought for sure he was going to check that corner. I guess he just thought he rotated over to green. Maybe he wasn't going to have to deal with it, but the fact is you're going to be set up all right now. What can you do? Capsule. Find that opening kill, maybe going to be the pressure of the other players, but it's Insight and Hixie that are able to line them up. So far, so good. Look at the score line. You got 1 point for Mutineers. They found no success in the early going. That's just all the audio cues outside from Insight, and he's doing a great job.
Yeah, it's just how this map is, right? You lose some of these key rotations. It can be difficult to break these hills. I mean, you had an opportunity. Capsule was able to sneak through right at that first push, but Hixie was able to win that gunfight. Now Insight on a 5 spree. Well, with 25 seconds left, Capsule's going to spawn up over by 10. The rotation over to P3. Those are the next fights for the Mutineers. They're able to win them for now. It's Insight. That's going to be the cruise missile. Maybe he wants to go for this. The problem here is you actually spawn 2 players up. That is a mistake for Florida. They did not play safe by 10. 2 players spawn up this side, and this is not looking good. This is scary if you are the Mutineers.
Yeah, Clearix doesn't even get the second. Ends up being a team kill, but now you can push out, try to get eyes on these cuts.
What are we doing?
Some damage in. A little nade and backing up, keeping them at bay, delaying 3 players as they push and backing up to the table inside. So inside will be set up. Kleenex there to work with them. 2 others watching on the outside, but Brack and Fellow, they get the kills on the outside. Now all the pressure going to come to the 2 set up inside. Vickle, fabulous gunfight when he gets both. And that break, well, it's beautiful. Maybe not needed had you set up properly in the first place, but now you start to get some points.
Well, they needed it now. Yeah, they absolutely needed it. But now Hixie's able to go right through mid. We know this position just so strong. Bickle trying to play his life with the Vaz, able to win another gunfight. But still, you make it messy if you are Ultra. You take that all day. Now you're going to rotate over to Barbershop, but Capsule, he is here. Only able to find one scrap there for the trade.
Yeah, you're going to need to chain something here at some point. You just go almost into a 100-point hole to start the game off. Makes it so difficult for you. It was great seeing Scrap and Vic will kind of chat through, BS a little bit about their history and the expectations here, but so far looking pretty good on the Scrap side of things.
Yeah, what? Florida, they are here. That is 3 dead. You have a 1 versus 2 on the hill. They got to go quickly. Insight now through mid. They know he's going to spawn it up, and I love that. Kleenex just takes the fight right to him. You have the position. You just got to get the hill control. As the players off a spawn, they're going to try to cut them down first. None of the SMGs for Florida were there. They had to wait for them off a spawn. Binkle, though, is going to take it to him. Able to find 2. That should be the 30 seconds going their way. As Ultra, they're going to start to rotate over towards patio. Well, they're going to fight for the scrap time, actually. They're just going to go for it because they know that tin control, the Mutineers already have it.
That'll be a swing of about 30 seconds or so. And can your teammates win the break on the other side? You've got a 3-on-2 now. One going to cross the mid cut. Brack was able to pick that up. The 2 players, they're going to be able to work it from mid if you are Mutineers. That'll be 3 kills through, 2 coming from Fellow. So early setup, trailing by what, 70, 80 points? How much of this can you get? Can you lock it down? You do, you're right back in this game.
Yeah, not always the easiest hill, right? Just do the position of it, right? And, you know, usually when you have control of tin, that is where it goes. But it just takes a gunfight, and it's like, all right, I don't want to leave tin. So this is what Ultra wants to do. Just pick off that player on the objective, and you're just wasting the time. Already 5-10 seconds away from Mutineers, even with Fellow in that position. Here comes the retake, though. Hixie. He's able to find a double and earn Ultra some time.
Brack spawned in Narnia. He had a hike to get back to this one. Finally gets here, just drops and right back to it. So the 25 seconds or so, the tail end of the hard point go to Ultra. Every time it feels like Mutineers have a chance to really get back into this, Ultra open up the lead once again. How much more could they put on top of this? Because the next hard point they're in a good position for.
Yeah, this is where like you can chain P6 and P7 together to get back to the game if you are Mutineers, but they lost the rotation. They're going to need an early break. Fellow on a big pinch. That's going to be 2 dead. Kleenex now in the hill with Ixie. What can the sub-duo do? They're able to take down 3. It comes down to a final 1 versus 1, but Vickle is all alone. He knows he's got to play his life, and well, he's not able to dodge that nade.
Score just keeps growing. It has been a bruising, a battering here out of the map 1. Kleenex on 3 in a row, 14 and 7. See what he can push this out to, but there might not be a whole lot of time left in this game. Another one-on-one W there. It's going to go the way of Kleenex. Let's hop to a listen in right now with Ultra.
I'm going to. We have a streak still, right?
I think it was low.
Nice, Toby. Okay. Play back.
One shot.
Play safe, Jimmy.
Yo, 2-0. One mid.
Nice. I'm on the right. See where you spawn.
I have a sub. I'll go.
I have all the right, boys.
I'll get P4. Just get trip cars.
I have all the right.
Take trip cars.
Funnel in the middle.
Do you have my back, Eddie? I can look you back, Eddie. Alright, they're gonna play through P4, okay?
Yeah, they're all going left, boys. Nothing right at all. We have a streak as well, too.
Crossed. One shot in P4. There's at least 2. They have a streak as well, okay?
Okay.
Streak. In P4.
Gate.
Okay.
Gate flanking ladder. Cap. Cap's already in ladder, boys.
Give me a sec, guys.
Go on. Ladder.
P4 me as well.
That's the time. Nice. I have all you right again.
I'll get you P4, okay? I'm blowing up the card.
That's one ladder.
I have all the P4. Just hold it.
Back
alley, 2 back alley.
Get you time.
Yeah,
right
now, they're getting P4 in back alley. 2 back alley, Heady, right now. I have P4.
You got 12 trips.
Come on. I can they didn't hit me. They didn't hit me.
Back alley now. Trips. One back alley.
Mid.
Weak on the back alley, Heady, Brack.
The Pasha is there from Scrap, and they keep rolling. 2 are going to fall out, make it 3. Everybody dropping outside to inside. He's going to be in trouble, but Mutineers on the scoreline. They're in a world of pain. It started out ugly, and it has continued.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, they had the decision to add P6. They were spawning back parking lot, but they hit the hill one last time because they kind of had to. You were down so many points. They needed a 25 or 30. That turns into them losing rotation to this final hill. And then they use this streak, and they lose a 2 versus 4. Scrap and Inside were able to hold on to control of the hill. So that is just not looking good as the AR is going off here for Toronto Ultra. 20 seconds away from winning this map number 1, but just all of the breaks out-rotating Florida Mutineers.
It's like there's not even that many kills on the map.
No, it's not usually.
The slaying differential is like, what, 8 or so? Somewhere in that ballpark. Maybe Kleenex is having a map inside as well, but they're not exactly getting murdered, but in the overall scoreline, that'll be the case. They see 10 more points to put it away. get it done right here. Mutineers trying to fight for any amount of scrap, not going to happen. Ultra put him to sleep in the map 1. They take it convincingly. And there you hear the trash talk coming in from one side of the stage and Ultra to the other.
Man, tell him to shoot back, and honestly, like you said, I mean, the playing is one-sided, but when you're losing that many rotations on Mercado, when you're in power positions, it's tough to shoot back on this map. It can be.
Well, I was saying it wasn't even like that bad. Like,
No,
it was
that's
like
what I
8
mean.
kills or something, yeah,
but basically, like, I mean, you just can't lose that many rotations in a row.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
you're in such a hole where you have to hit some scrap time, and what does that turn into? Well, you lost rotation again because you don't earn that scrap time. So just from start to finish, Ultra a couple of steps ahead. Well, as you said, Kleenex going off, he's plus 10, but just a very solid team effort there.
It was basically, what, 100 to 1? Somewhere right around there. I mean, you take that out of the equation, which is not how this works, but you take that out of it, and it's like a 100 to 150 game. Like, they played pretty tight. After that point, you just can't come out and get haymakered and have to battle from behind like that. Can't do it.
Yeah, you just have to take the chances to just go on those deep rotations and try to make a comeback that way. We've seen it. There's a huge swings on Mercado, just with how difficult some of these hills are to break, but Florida not able to put it together, and that's just props to Ultra. But for them, it really has been the respawns that have been struggling. It's about this map number 2. Throughout the stage, really been a tough search and destroy qualifier for them. Able to win one yesterday, but on the other side, it was Florida Mutineers who were able to win both of those, and in that game 5 with that comeback.
Well, back to this map, though, I think it was, what, one of the 10 rotations where it was a little bit too pushed up for the 2 players on Mutineers. Is that where, like, the collapse kind of started at the beginning?
Oh, yeah, P2. I mean, right away. They try to, like, trap them in P1, but what ends up happening when you get a kill or 2, there's nobody in tin. They just spawn them up tin side. They just take tin away. Like,
I feel like we've seen that. We've seen that a lot of maps. Like, I was watching Seattle last night in Hydro, and, like, I think Accuracy at one point just pushed up a couple steps too far. 2 players spawn right behind them. Like, it can be so sensitive.
And it just makes no sense because there's so many power positions inside of P2. Just play from the table and play from up top. You don't really have to leave it. Like, I know you want map control to really spawn them out far, but you don't need the risk.
Well, it is a risk reward. It's a very fine line of when can we push out and really punish, and when do we just need to strap in and make sure nothing fluky happens. ACHILLES, though, coming up next. I mean, when you talk about this search and destroy, when I think about Ultra, I think about them ending that Faze win streak. They're on whatever it was, 15 in a row. They go to ACHILLES. We saw Kleenex just hitting top for free over and over again. Like, they did their homework. They found the openings. They were brilliant there. So we know that they can be great.
Yeah, it can be, but they're also 4-5 on the year. This is the opening for the Mutineers. I believe Mutineers are 6-1 on this. Very good at getting that bomb down. And they're going to need it here. They need to get back into sort of the game. But yeah, Ultra, while they're 4-5, they're very capable of winning on this map.
Yeah, and I don't know if Insight had any dreams this time around. I mean, last time he had a dream that he beat Faze there, and that's why they went and played it, and they got it done. I'm not sure if he had any superhuman powers as an omniscient being looking above that planted that into his brain this time around, but a look at the Florida Mutineers and their ability to bounce back. I just love this matchup between Vickle and Scrap. Just the pre-interview and the chatter you heard at the end of it. We'll see if he can shoot back in this. But yeah, Search is where he was good.
Yeah, I mean, you throw Hixie in there as well, right? Those 3 dominated challengers last year.
Yeah.
Great to see challengers getting into our pro teams. But for the Florida Mutineers, it's just been about trying to find that roster.
Hearing Hixie talk about Scrap and like what it was like living with him, how he just like be in his room, lay there, and Scrap would just
seems like the Energizer Bunny,
he
right?
just run in and like, kick his door and be like, yo! I was like, what, bro? Like, who knows what you could be doing? What are we doing, Scrap?
Dude, he just stays the Energizer, but it just goes.
Yeah.
Just always is like that. Just 100, 110%. He's like, dude, I'm just trying to chill and watch. Like,
oh yeah, if someone kicks open my door where I'm chill, you're getting thrown out the front door.
Yeah, you weren't wrong there, but just total different beings. Even Avi was saying, like, bro, sometimes this guy gets up, starts talking crap. Like, yeah, I'm right there with him. But he knows the type of personality he's going up against.
Well, let's see if they can bounce back and just get this to 1-1. You feel a whole lot better if you give yourself a chance in after this search. You don't. I mean, you heard, I think it was Nameless's concerns. If you go to a map 5, the struggle you've had for Florida, they haven't won it there. This is where you've been great. If you are Mutineers, you have got to get a win here. Is it as simple as like, Joe, you don't win this, you're not winning the series?
For me, yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, like, Florida's hardpoint's they've been slaying pretty well.
Yeah.
With these teams throughout the qualifiers and even with what we've seen here. But just leaving open some chances. We'll see if they could potentially take control. Their control yesterday looked unbelievable on that hotel. So, but I mean, we know how much Ultra love hotel control. But yeah, this is step one for me.
Oh, snipe out, looking for the angle. One falls quickly from either side. So Vickle, who's been a machine for them, taken out of it. And his partner in crime in the past, and the other side, Scrap, will drop, but now fast to a 2 versus 2. Cap, Fellow versus Hixie in Kleenex. Cap in trouble, trying with the reach out, not going to happen. Now it's just Fellow in the big stick in hand. See if he can clutch up in this 1 versus 2, but he's been spotted.
He's got what in his hand? Oh, the SPX.
The big stick, dude.
Makes sense, but yeah, 1 versus 2. No Deddy yet, still some time to work with, but Ultra throw, I don't know if that was a hard counter, just very aggressive right up mid. They basically denied the A bomb site. Do not think Cap and Vickle were ready for it. Fellow with nade in hand, we were just trying to hit for it. Fellow was player behind the couch, but not going to work. Fellow was
Show me something, Fellow. Show me something. Show me something. Show me something. Show me something. A little bit of pre-fire there. Might have caught him. Might have caught him. I like that. Thank you. Never really a chance in this one, though.
Oh, Hixie with the ace. The ace in the round. He was just always that next player.
I was going to say, that actually seems insane to me because it was such a flurry of kills for a lot of that. Just like fast trades, mayhem around it. Had you not said that, it really wouldn't have crossed my mind just based on kind of how that round played out. But after that first blood, just keeps it rolling. The next guy up to get out to 4-0. Dominant there from Hixie, and what an addition he has been to this team. But he's going to hold a stun at the start of this round 2.
Yeah, but really struggled online. But starting to turn things around here on land. And, you know, it's just such a young player. Maybe it was just one of those things. You know, but took a little break. But, you know, you got 1 and 4. You got to re-lock in.
Yeah, your head's got to be a weird place when you come into your first tournament ever and just win it. It's like, all right, this is easy.
I got this.
This is easy.
Yeah.
Scrapping the first blood, though, into Capsule. Bomb getting down. Vickle, though. A little revenge there. He said to shoot back. He's going to shoot back in that. Takes Scrap out of the mix.
Still a lot more work to do, though. You have to retake this bomb site. Insight's going to find another one. Maybe a key gunfight in the round. Vickle does get traded out. A nice win, but the number's too strong for Ultra.
Yeah, look like he just joked him there, but...
That is the Vaz. Headshot bang.
A little bit of a shoulder, yeah, and then just shotgun to the forehead. Hixie, he'll keep it rolling, though. After that 4-0 start, tack another one on there.
And nothing really that Ultra's doing. This is kind of what we've seen all year on this map. Just working that A bomb site. On defense, right through the mid. On offense, right to A. Just confidence in themselves, winning those skirmishes.
How far can he push it? 5-0. Knock, knock. Hixie's here. Tries to bank one in. No info off of that, but quickly to the flank, it'll be Vickle.
Talk about some
Deddy out.
Some info.
You lose a little bit of aim-assisted time.
A little bit, all of it.
Hello. Like Vickle killed inside as well. He's able to get a second off of that, but Hixie firing back 7 in a row before he's going to drop.
We're at 1v1.
Okay.
Vickle got 3. Had Hixie there with a trade. He's able to get 2.
It started with 75-mile-an-hour winds.
No, through the rails you get 0.
Yeah. Oh, I know. It's brutal. It's brutal. You got to see that. That's not Vickle being a bot. That is what no aim assist can look like up close and personal. Hurricane-like weather.
Doesn't look like it. The trees aren't moving.
Yeah. Good point, Joe.
Just like how realism is worse, you know?
Yeah.
Thought the trees would sway. He's got Deddy now. Gotta get this bomb down. Just does he know where Kleenex is or have an idea? Does he care?
And we saw, I think Ant called him a corner checker. Like, Brack, on those retakes, he was checking literally every single corner. A little bit different here with him getting the plant down. He got out the audio cue. He knows he's inside the side. The timing, horrific. He gets the stun out, but the shots get in. Kleenex able to clutch up, and that's just... You go for the stun check. It's right as the peak comes in. And this title, I mean, to do anything, it takes a while. Whether it's a mantle, a nade, it's a process.
Yeah, I mean, if he doesn't have fast hands there, that's tough. But, I mean, he hears him drop, and it's like he's probably thinking, I don't want to chow this right away because it's Kleenex. He's got the Vaznev in hand. I'm probably not going to win that gunfight. He's trying to wait for the sound cues for him to run to the bomb. The problem is the bomb was planted on the other side of the bomb, right? Like on that opposite side where he can't see it from mid. So he's got to stun check it, and as soon as he does, Kleenex says hello.
Pixie, after that 7-0 start, earns a cruise, bombs away. Kleenex is going to drop the Brack, though, during that sequence, so you get numbers if you're Mutineers, and you're desperately looking for a round as you're in an 0-3 hole.
Yeah, that is not what you want. You're hoping to cross to that bomb and get that bomb planted, but now they know. They know the game plan. Cap, he's just hanging out with Kayali. You have two players outside of B for the Mutineers, and then watch number 7, Brack going on a wide flank. They're going to cut this round down, but actually he is faked. Inside able to read it now, just like that. We're in a 2v2. There are no trades. Man, it just feels like you're not on the same page if you are the Mutineers. But both of those players just get picked off.
Well, this is like let fellow make a play. Vickle has not moved from his spot behind B. You get the information. Deddy's about to run out.
Yeah.
So Deddy's out. Now you just lurk. I mean, you've got a lurker basically on either side of the site. There's the info. I like the trigger discipline. Might not have been able to kill him.
I don't know.
Oh,
Okay, it works.
Okay.
I liked it too, yep.
Well, I don't know if he would have got him before he got behind the wall, and then who knows how it plays out. But then when he did shoot, I was like, I don't know if that was the right time either. Now Hixie, he's just dancing, him and Vickle. A little tango around the B site, round to Mutineers. No, but you're right, though. Like, I guess I could have gone bad either way, but it's always like, this game's interesting to me with like the trigger discipline stuff. Because it's like,
die so fast.
You die so fast. It's like, well, would he have been able to just burn him there? Maybe would he not.
It doesn't matter. I mean, big Brown win for Florida.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you get this streak out. You're hoping Kleenex doesn't get picked. That first blood out of Fellow, that was the bomb carrier as well. So they had all the info that they needed. Yeah, and Vickle just hung out at B, just stayed there.
Oh, I don't think he moved for a lot of that.
Yeah, just stellar search and destroy out of him.
Just admiring his new air. Looking good.
He's able to pop Deddy. Again, just a ton of info. He's in a great spot. What timing does he get? It's going to be great timing. Deddy's going to reset. Now it's just finesse time. Brack able to find another one.
He's been a monster in their search and destroys. He's on up to 7. Pixie, who was the hero in the early going, trying to do it again. Under 30 seconds to go. They had a 2v3, now down to a 2 versus 1. Onto the bomb they go. Brack going to be the last guy that can make a play. Brack, does he get there in time? Gets the kill, gets out, tries to chow with the pistol around the edge, and still plenty of time for the defuse. I'm not sure what you can try to do there if you're Brack after you get the first. Like, you're weak. Could he maybe have gotten out? I doubt it.
No, I think Scrap chases him there. I mean, you just can't lose that 2v3, 2v4, whatever it was. After that first blood comes in and you have bomb down, that should turn into a round win.
Well, it feels like Hixie was kind of the catalyst again. Like, you're in a hole, wins one top, and then just
I love how quick they were in those decisions. Just right onto the bomb, just force Brack to check it. Trust his teammates, and they do it with enough time left. For around 20 seconds, they start that defuse where it's just an easy play, an easy trade for Scrap.
Up to 10 now if you are Hixie. Young man has been terrific. You haven't needed a ton out of the other guys, honestly. And on the other end, can Capsule pick it up? Maybe Philo? It's really just been Vickle, but you need to string together or at least a round or two here if you're Mutineers. Bomb down quickly here. Pixie with the plan.
He knows nobody is in that site with the route that he takes. Fellow has Deddy Pop, just kind of watching these doors. Brack is still over towards B. He's starting to move up. But they get aggressive. Does Toronto Ultra. Able to find 2 picks, and now you're in a 2-on-4 situation.
Vickle able to get another, and I thought Brack had a freebie, but shotgunned as Kleenex snaps 5th round on the board for Ultra, and we were thinking this is a must-win map for Mutineers, so unless you rip off 5 straight, Ultra continue to move on in this tournament.
That is just, yeah, I mean,
This is what, getting top 6?
if Brack is able to win that gunfight, but yeah, the Kleenex just snaps, and we talk about the Vaz headshots, you saw it there.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Brack, it looks like the animation when he gets to the window hop, like when the audio cue
like
first comes in, like he's looking the other way, and then half a second later, his body's on the ground. And now Kleenex is twisted. My guy, he'll snap quick, but from Brack's POV, that looked like a effing joke. 2 to hit it. 1 bullet into the second, but not quite done. Insight's nade, though. Will it rain true? It does. Nice nade there from Insight. Fellow, SPX in hand. Well, knife inside for Insight. Maybe he was trying to tickle Brack with it, but that's not going to work. Brack will be able to take the kill.
I mean, Fellow with this snipe, I don't know what he's found at all with sniper throughout this map.
It's kind of like when I play with you and you snipe.
You don't play with me, because you're like a bronze 1.
That's hurtful.
Well, that's a fact. You're just bad.
That's hurtful, Joe.
It's okay.
Just because I'm a giant bear-like figure doesn't mean I don't have feelings. Well, Brack is dancing. Look at him go. 2 versus 2, 30 seconds to go.
And this is great, but how long are you going to take? I mean, this route is... We're looking at everything. We got to go. They're going to know sooner or later that you're going over towards B. And, yeah, here now you're going to get reflanked by Hixie. You're going to have Scrap work up towards field. Maybe the sniper's going to pay off. I lied. It will not. He's just going to get beamed by Scrap. That tree not going to protect you much.
That was the moment. He was going to hit the snipe. No, Scrap just absolutely laces him. My guy's shooting ropes. Brack, 1 versus 2. Brack tagged up to 2 HP. Not a prayer. Round 6 on the board for Ultra. It has been dominant so far. You crush him in the hard point. You annihilate him in the search and destroy. Kind of what we expected. You know, was that a little sheesh there?
Yeah, sure was. But yeah, I mean, another round where, like, if you're going to be that slow, they're going to figure it out sooner or later. Like, they're going to check that A bomb, and then they're just going to rotate on over. But Hixie, from start to finish, he's able to drop 11. We talked about Vickle on the other side. Great search and destroy, but you just did not get a lot out of Capsule in Fellow. Now we'll see. I mean, you go to that control again. Florida looked good yesterday.
Well, that's why I was like, listen, you're showing me records up there that Ultra's not been great and Mutineers have. We casted them.
No, I know they're capable of it, winning it.
And like, when they are prepped and know they have like what game plan they want their ICL, they can be terrific. So, not shocked.
Honestly, I don't know how much game planning went into that one. I mean, the first 2 or 3 rounds, they just went right down the middle and gunned them. Sometimes it's as simple as it is.
Yeah, I guess I'm just like speaking to when we talked to them about the Faze matchup.
Sure.
But yeah, no, here is just sort of like, let's come in and fry. Hotel Control going to be coming up next. This has been all Ultra thus far, a chance to get this done in a 3-0 fashion and continue moving on. And you got to think just slowly starting to build a bit of confidence. Been impressive thus far.
No, I mean, that's just really it. This team won a major.
Impressive thus far.
No, I mean, that's just really it. This team won a major.
Impressive thus far.
No, I mean, that's just really it.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. And upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
Here we go. Welcome back. Getting ready to rock and roll in Columbus, Ohio. Listen, we were kind of hoping this match was going to be a bit more competitive than expected, just maybe due to some of the relationships between these players. Maybe Mutineers were starting to hit a level we hadn't seen them at this event. But, like, so far,
it hasn't.
It hasn't. It has been all ultra. They've been calm, cool, collected, handle business. And now we're heading into a map where they're the favorite by a wide margin. It should end here unless Mutineers muster up something wild.
And I mean, Ultra, especially on the defensive side, they've kind of created the blueprint for this map, right? It feels like everybody was kind of, you know, it was a little bit more 50-50. I think Tim, our stats guy, kind of said this last stage. It's more 67% to like 33%, where defensive teams are winning more and more rounds. Now, I don't know if, you know, you never know with online, you know, playing your life. Sound EQ'd out of your mind, you just hear all the footsteps. But I imagine a lot of teams watched Ultra VOD, figured out what they were doing.
You know what you created the blueprint for?
I don't know.
Being a hot dad.
All right, thanks, man. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Shout out to the dads.
Into the map 3. And Hixie had a terrific search and destroy. See if he can carry that momentum right into this, but Scrap shooting nukes in the early going. Just lovely shots there out of attack.
Yeah, Florida with some nice pace, and now maybe a chance to try to retake this. That is going to be the call. Cap, he's going to get taken down. Ixie up to 2-0, but slowly but surely going up. But it doesn't matter. 4 is going to go down for the Mutineers, and this could be a quick transition over to B for Ultra.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they are across the map. Getting to bedroom side control quickly. They'll have eyes for the gunfights up top, but everybody gets fried basically outside of Kleenex. There's some big wins there from Vickle and Capsule to delay this a bit, but you got 2 minutes to go. You got the life advantage. Take your time. Look for your good setups. Should be able to put away this round 1 on offense, and Kleenex railings don't matter for this guy. He's hitting.
Capsule continues. He's on 3 in a row. Just playing his life, finessing around the map, but Insight able to snap. So now you have 3 players over here. This is going to be a fast stack. One player cutting off mid. That's a nice find for Scrap. Or on to Scrap. But already 2 ticks done. A trophy down. You gotta go. You gotta go. Now the nade's starting to connect, but halfway there. They should be able to get this retake, or will they? Inside just playing his life beautifully. Scrap off a spawn. It's a 1v1.
Nice nade. Oh, I thought it was good, but not going to be, and the fellow able to chow. Great job just avoiding that nade. But yes, they did so much damage. They're already right back onto the point. This should be an Ultra round. You've just been scrambling from the onset. Pixie with the shots, Ultra with the round win. Dominant thus far. Is Scrap so fired up his camera turned off? That guy's twisted.
Was he just yelling? Are we just yelling now? We're not even talking shit. We're just yelling.
Yeah, Joe and I have like 2 TVs. We have one with just gameplay. We have one that shows the broadcast feed. I just turned to look at the broadcast feed, and it showed the 8 cameras, and Scraps was just a black screen. He was just screaming.
Just yelling.
He's fired up.
But there we go. I mean, just no map whatsoever.
I was trying to keep you on your toes.
Yeah, I was ready. I was ready. Capsule is the only player who, you know, got pushed up. But it was a nice trade. Insight. Just went huge. Thought maybe you could get the retake. Just took too long over at B.
Brack already there. Easy cleanup for him. Now onto the point to go. It has been all Mutineers thus far. Mutineers
They're leaving one on it. They're playing for map control. You already have Vingle all the way pushed up backstairs. But it is going to be Scrap. Challenging through freezer. Brack's going to spot it though. And now it is just a dance battle. And while Capsule's there.
Show me what you're working with.
You should not. You cannot. You should be careful. I don't want you to like tear something.
Yeah, I was trying to do like this thing kind of in real life, but I was worried that might tear my ACL.
Yeah, you're gonna have to stretch.
Ooh, all right, Cap.
Starting to, you know, heat it up. We saw it in round number 1.
Four in a row. How far? Can he keep this streak going? Daddy about to run out. He heard one up here. Where is he? Oh, he's by the doorway. We'll see you later. 3 are going to drop. The transition. It is coming through quickly. Last player was Scrap. He falls. Onto the point we go. Efficient thus far from Mutineers after a slow start. They go like 3-1. They've gotten every kill since then, basically. Look at this. It just keeps flowing. 25-13. You can't buy a kill right now if you are Ultra. Just getting choked out. Put to sleep. Nighty-night in round 2. Mutineers take it.
Well, we talked about defense winning more rounds. Not here. Not throughout this map. But it's just been both teams getting bullied on their defensive sides, but it's really the transition from A to B for both teams.
It's like the opposite of the Cavs game last night.
All right, leave me alone, dude, okay? It was awful to watch. I was just like, this is gross.
That wasn't even an offensive or defensive game. That was just ugly.
It was. Is that Ben just yelling?
Yeah, I thought for a second I was hearing one of the Mutineer players. Then I realized I think I was hearing Ben. Just like I was Ben coaching. I'm not really sure.
He might be. I don't know. He was giving somebody a rant, but
Ben's fired up.
What is that? 15 kills in a row to end that round for the Florida Mutineers.
Oh yeah, that was dominant. Like more so than what we saw for Ultra in the first round. Even though theirs was dominant, like that was impressive. You literally could not kill anything for a long stretch there if you were Ultra.
Okay, but we're right back to it. The offensive team over to B. That's going to be Ultra this time through. You do have a couple of cruise missiles on the side of Mutineers, but you might have to use one right now. It might just be too late. There's 3 players on this. Probably 6 trophies. Yep. Wait, there's no trophy, but I think he hit the roof.
Brack just gets 3.
But the point's done, so it don't matter.
The nade is Simtek's able to take out 2. The gunny there for the 3rd. Now Cap gonna call in the dead silence. He's gonna get stunned. Gun up, ready and waiting. The drop shot not gonna work out there for Insight. Now, put attack into his bag as well as Capsule, but Scrap. ADS to the corner.
Yeah, and the problem is when you lose those fights, look at where the spawns are for the offensive team. It's right inside the kitchen, so you are on to the point. Now you have to try to retake this. The other crews is coming in. They're going all in on this one, are the Mutineers, to try to retake, but they get picked apart. The trophy takes care of the cruise missile. Now you're right on to the point. So far, all offense. It might be staying that way.
Shake it. Shake it, girl.
It's done. It can't even take it with the 4 stack.
Yeah, so maybe we're going to see defense at some point.
Oh, no.
It reminds me of...
it's like the NBA All-Star game.
No, yeah, that, or like, what were those, like, those Suns teams back in the day with, like, Nash and Dirk, and they put up, like, 120, 130 a game. regular season there, but no defense whatsoever. Like, that's what I was thinking of. Like, but yeah, All-Star game's probably an easier reference point. We're aiming for 150. All right, somebody, show me some defense. Lock it down. We're going like 80s basketball now.
We gotta get like the sign, Steve, and then you have a Fed sign.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. I'd have been a great cheerleader. I shot some scrap. Yet again, 4 in a row for him. Snap back, take the fight. Bye-bye. We'll see you later. Capsule going to fall. So far, so good from the defense this time around. Defensive win here. Ultra take the series. Lurking, waiting, ready, rocking. It's Hixie. He is on the move. Nice movement and shots into one more, but finally that streak comes to an end, but it's Kleenex there to try and follow it up.
Yeah, Scrap was still 1 kill away from earning a cruise missile of his own, and he will find it. So that's going to be a cruise for Ultra to use. Maybe to close this game out, close this series out, and they will play later on today. But it looks like for now they're just going to give up A. You do have one player kind of lurking. That's going to be Hixie right around carpet, but the other player's over towards bedroom.
Second bit done. Yep, they're just setting up. Capsule maybe thinking about a little bit of transition here with the dead silence. Not going to happen though. Hixie ready for it. Hixie ready for it. Puts down another there at the mid-cut.
And I like this from Ultra because the last time through it was a transition from A to B. That's when they got caught. That's when B was wide open.
Oh, they got pinned.
Let's get into our defensive setup over towards bedroom. Force Mutineers to really have to work towards it.
Well, you talked about their defense, Joe. Let's see if this time around they're going to be able to do it. Show us that blueprint and lock them down. A chance to actually do it this time. Nice shots from insight. Whoa. Oh, God.
I mean, that's obviously a Faze, but he just to take that challenge.
Oh, yeah. He was like, who's out there tickling me? Sit down. I'm sure if we heard comms, it would have been the dead.
Joe Ford, he is just finessing his life. This is beautiful to watch. Fellow does take him down with Brack. Now maybe an opening inside here. Bedroom side, they know that someone is just lurking. On this side of the map, the door from the nade just hops open, and okay, here we go. Mutineers on to B.
Streak in from Scrap.
I don't think they have one. They're leaving one player on it. One player jumps off. Just okay. Takes him down.
They had one, like hits the top of the bar and able to get the kill. I mean, I don't know what you're seeing right there. It's just smoke from the explosion. You're trying to clear the zone, get it back to one tick. 50 seconds to go. Lives-wise, good chance to close out here if you're Ultra. You're up 6.
Yeah, not a lot of time. I mean, they're going to try to work this flank. Good luck winning that gunfight. You're hoping maybe someone from middle can help you out. Capsule's gonna get cut down. That's gonna be 3 dead. Javi, the last player alive. Well, he just knows. With 6 lives remaining, we can't waste any. But Ultra, they hunt them down.
No respawns remaining. 20 seconds to go. Desperation time for Mutineers. And you're not even gonna get close to it. It's Cap and Bickle left. They both get a kill, but what are you possibly able to pull off? 1 down, 2 down, so long, farewell, adios. Mutineers sent packing straight to the airport.
And well, I mean, we talked about getting into their defensive setup, and you just saw it there. They don't allow anything. There was one moment, but you had the cruise missile to bail you out that Scrap was able to earn.
And yeah, I think you learned maybe from the first defense, right? Like, it was a little too messy, like, and we ended up getting smoked. Like, let's just give it up, play it safe, get set up. And yeah, you saw what they're capable of there.
If you were a concerned Ultra fan, these last couple of series, they've shown you, you know what, we'll take care of this. We'll fix our mistakes. Hixie playing a lot better, Inside playing a lot better on land.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things with teams like Ultra and Faze. I know some people were really worried. I mean, I wasn't super worried about the 2 teams just because they've just been so consistent. Like, you expect a little rough patch. They're going to be able to figure it out, and so far, so good. Into the top 6 go Ultra. Anything jumping out of the scoreboard for you?
I mean, honestly, yeah, really the only thing was just the offensive rounds for both teams. Yeah. The first 3 were quick. thought Florida maybe had that chance, but they could just not get comfortable on their defenses with what they showed yesterday versus Vegas. I thought it was going to be a better showing here, but Ultra the much better team.
Yeah, and I think sometimes, like, if you are an Ultra fan, you're thinking, well, you know, not a lot maybe to take away from win over Mutineers, but like I feel like that one you can. That was dominant. I mean, it's 150-point hardpoint, 3-1 control, 6-1 search and destroy. Like you dominated from start to finish. I guess that's what you want to see against a team of the Mutineers caliber. Like, come in, just lay them out, and they did.
Yeah, you know, I thought this was going to be a banger, and, well, just unfortunately it wasn't.
No. We thought maybe some heroics from Mutineers that did not end up being the case. It is just Ultra doing Ultra-like things. We're going to check out the bracket here quickly before we get back to the desk, kind of show you where we are standing now as Ultra move on. You saw Rocker, very different story. I mean, they do it in a reverse sweep last night to get into the top 6. Ultra get it done in basically a 20-minute series, and now we start to think about the top side of the bracket. You have Texas, New York, Los Angeles, Atlanta, both series with some potential to be great.
And I mean, Deeps and Faze have to be worried because that bracket flips, so the loser of that goes right down to Ultra. So I mean, you do not want to lose that matchup. You want to be top 3 and done the way Ultra has been playing today.
No, 100%. That's one of those things where, you know, typically when you have a team like Ultra that is in losers, which maybe shouldn't be, yeah, it gets a little bit frightening, kind of changes how you look at it from the top side. When you're
the rest of this day should be amazing.
Yeah, we're going to be hanging out. We're going to head to Belong Rita, do some interviews, hang out maybe on either of the watch parties and sort of watch how this plays out. But it should be great. I mean, this looks awesome. Like, it's shaping up for some absolute magic.
Do your predictions? Who do you have for the next one? Faze Thieves? Who'd you pick?
Faze for that one, and I'll pick for the other.
Wow. I'm telling Nate, that's crazy.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me, but speaking of Faze, how you boys doing? Over to the flank we go.
Is this a CDL one?
Yep.
Yeah,
CDL.
on the CDL broadcast.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by Hixie from the Toronto Ultra. Hixie, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
I'm feeling good, bro. A little quick series to start the day.
Yeah, man. That was a quick 3-0. I mean, you guys took care of business on stage. How'd it feel to get a big win?
I mean, it's good to start that way because obviously we had a rough stage. So to get a good early win on the Saturday, of course, got to play later as well. So build some momentum and hopefully keep it going.
Yeah, I heard you guys chirping a little bit on stage. Scrappy was getting loud. What's it like hearing your teammates chirp a little bit?
I love hearing Scrap chirp. Obviously, it started last year in challenges, and it was funny because in challenges people do that a lot. You know, there's all the chirping and stuff, and people love it. But it's not as popular in the pro scene. But he still does it. Obviously, Vic was our best friend, so from the scene. So yeah, it's just a little bit of friendly banter between the three of us.
Yeah, you're used to it. But go ahead, Chris, ask.
I was going to ask about the stage, but you just touched on that a little bit. I just want to ask, what's the transition like, you know, going from Challengers to the Pro League? Obviously, you've had success in Challengers and Vanguard. Yeah. I know that you've had a decent amount of success here in Modern Warfare 2
They won the last event, you know.
In Modern Warfare 2 Challengers. But how was that, like, transition overall for you?
I feel like my play style has always been quite a pro play style. Like in challenges, you know how it is. I mean, you've been playing. It's like there's a lot of charles, a lot of things that you don't expect a player to do that ends up working. So in the pro scene, I feel like everyone's kind of not readable, but everyone kind of plays the game the same way. It's more about who scams less. So I feel like my game kind of translates better to the pro scene. So I feel like it's been a pretty good transition, obviously with a win as well at the first event. So
yeah, cool.
Well, obviously, you guys won. You're going to go ahead and face a team dropping down from winners to go ahead and make it to Sunday. It's going to be either Thieves or Faze. So which team would you like to play of the two, if you could pick one?
I mean,
or neither.
I mean, I don't really mind. Obviously, we played Faze at the last major. We haven't played Thieves yet, so that'd probably be good to see where we stand against Thieves. But yeah, that's going to be a good game. I think those two are probably two of the top 3 teams going into this stage with Optic, you'd say, from like the online thing. So that's going to be a good game, and obviously we'll be ready for whoever drops down.
Oh, yeah, man. Well, listen, Hixie, I really appreciate you hopping on. Congrats on a big win. Good luck the rest of the way. Desk, back to you.
Thank you so much, Flank. Great stuff there from Hixie. Got a chance to play against his good friend Vickle, and he sends him home with the 3-0 that Scrap promised us. Now, we expected this outcome. In fact, most of the chat just made bank on their channel points predictions here. but I didn't expect it to be as swift as it was. It looked like there was no solution for Florida, whether it was on the sub line or the AR front. They were getting outclassed by what we saw from Toronto.
I think this is just a terrible matchup for the Florida Mutineers. I mean, it went exactly like it did a couple of weeks ago, a hot 3-0. I mean, in the response, Toronto just seriously has the edge, and you'd think Florida, with the way their S&D have been looking at the beginning of the season, maybe some opportunity there, but Toronto simply outclassed the better team. I mean, Hixie went 11-4. It's not often that we see that player kind of pop off, and to see him be so comfortable in a series like this is a testament to kind of how outweighted this matchup was.
Nameless, while we were in the green room, you were mentioning that these two teams are playing the game the same way. It's just a difference of pace. What separates the Ultra?
Yeah, I mean, like, I sort of love watching series like this sometimes because you see excellence on the side of our top teams and, like, how good they truly are when they're on point. They're just making decisions so much quicker, right? Whether that be how they're going to approach their break, you know, calming through it. They're just routines. It's so practiced, and for Toronto Ultra, that's how it was today. I mean, you see the SMGs throughout the series, Chris, led the whole match in damage, both of them, just absolutely on point. When your system's working and you're getting those kills, you're going to dominate. For Toronto Ultra versus the Florida Mutineers, it's just a comfortable match. I mean, they've smoked them in every match of the season.
Yeah, what makes Toronto Ultra so terrifying is the only time they really show is when they go against more top teams. Like when they went up against the Boston Breach, it was a little bit of a closer series, but mostly because Boston Breach was outslaying them. But at the end of the day, the team chemistry and the fundamentals in Toronto Ultra outshined the Boston Breach. And then in a series like Florida Mutineers, they don't really have the slaying over Toronto Ultra, and they don't really have the fundamentals over Toronto Ultra. And that's why they get kind of outclassed in the specific matchup.
There we go. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. It comes from that sub duo that we've been talking and loving on. Hixie and Kleenex took over. Nameless, you were saying Kleenex, he's up there with the likes of a Beezy in your books. You're saying this is one of the best subs in the game. Why?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like he's the most valuable player on this team. I think any franchise, given the opportunity, would go ahead and try to grab Kleenex. I mean, the pace that he sets, like, you know what you're getting out of him in every single series. He's extremely hard to kill. He can take over a game like we saw in that map 1 hardpoint, and the guy is on point fundamentally. He knows when to be aggressive and also when to slow it down. More times often than not, he's going to be aggressive though, right? So I just think he plays the situationals very well. I think it's like top 3 SMG in the league. When he's on point, this guy is a menace.
And to that point, I think also has something to do with the confidence. I think when it comes to subs, there's a lot of high pressure on them because their entire job is to kind of set the pace and relieve the pressure off of the rest of their teammates. And I think that's something that sets Kleenex apart, like Ann said, is that I think he always goes in with like this imbued confidence, whether he overperforms or underperforms.
The man is a sneaky beaver around that map. Well done to Kleenex, Hixie, and the rest of Toronto Ultra. A hot 3-0 powers them into our top 6. We got to go to a break. Before we do, quick reminder, start your digital collection today with the 2021 Call of Duty League trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on UpperDeckEPAC.com or scan that QR code. We love those things. We also got our gear on sale right now. Check out the Call of Duty League store for all the official CDL merch. We've got some hot new hoodies, the full line of 2023 jerseys, and more. Go to shop.callofdutyleague.com to pick yours up today. We're going to a break. We come back. It's our top 4 teams all in the winners bracket. Atlanta Faze versus LA Thieves, a grand final rematch happening on a Saturday.
Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs. We've got it all. Home and away, male and female versions, weapon camos, emblems, and calling cards for your favorite squads. And stay in the loop by signing up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Keep up with breaking news, event discounts, and more. Scan the QR code on screen for more information.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time we take everything.
Picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Well, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the break. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Hugh runs into trouble. Oh, my God. Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny!
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking notice from your boss, you man-made. Grown ass getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Finals, you guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like, let's get that straight.
I gotta say, one thing that we were very confused about, at least in the green room, was to see the Embassy Search and Destroy in the map set. Were you guys like at all surprised that they decided to play you on a map like that?
No, I knew they were going to play us on that map. They were running out of ideas. We beat them in every S&D possible, so they were just trying to throw a curveball out there because we haven't played Embassy in a while, and they got 6-0'd in 2 minutes, so.
Ooh, some wise words, some big words coming in from Slasher. I gotta say, man, right? We know it, right? You guys are on the Search Destroy win streak. You're the one who...
Welcome back, everybody. The chat saying we could have a full day of 3-0s. I don't know if that prediction's going to come true, but if Slasher has his way, this will be another swift one for Atlanta Faze. He's playing against his old team, and it seems that this gives a legend, an old man of the circuit, a little extra juice every time he takes the stage.
Listen, this is the most amped I get for Call of Duty matches when there's some drama behind it. You heard what he said in that interview. These guys have played so many times. It is always a banger, and Slasher seems to step up. You know, in the all-time discussion, there's a lot of discussions about who's the top 5, top 10 ARs of all time. Octane and Slasher are very high up on that list, so they go hard when they match up against each other.
And this is the showdown. We can't wait to see Octane versus Slasher. We're going to have Draza, though, looking to drop some bombs. He's been doing it throughout the qualifier. And Envoy and Kenny, well, when it comes to land, the subs have caught fire.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I think Kenny is certainly our player watching the series as well. He was completely diff against Minnesota Rocker. By the end of the series, everybody on LA Thieves was popping off, but I feel like when we see LA Thieves winning championships, it's when Kenny is comfortable in his role. And in this matchup, they still have the edge in the respawns. They're the second best hardpoint team right now. They're number one in hold, and they're number one attack team when it comes to control. So they gotta lock up those games 1, 3, and 4.
Now, as we take a look at this season, LA Thieves is the number 2 seed for this event, but Atlanta better on the year. How does LA beat Atlanta this time around?
Yeah, it comes down to the control. I mean, you know, when you think about LA Thieves on the season, they're the second best control team all season long. Versus Faze, they have struggled in that game mode. You're talking 1 in 4 in the controls against the Atlanta Faze. They played 4 times. The team that has won control has won the series each time. They stole it 1 time. They're able to take that series. So clearly that's the key for LA.
How do you win the control? Well, you got to get behind enemy lines and cause some chaos, and that's something that Kenny does best.
Tez, what are you looking for from the young gun that has some MVP performances in his trophy case?
I'm just looking at him to continue it. To be honest, I feel like this entire stage we've maybe seen a little different version of the Kylo Ken. I mean, it was the slaying yesterday against Minnesota, right? 31 and 22. He had an ace in the search and destroy, and that was on ACHILLES. LA Thieves is not a very strong search and destroy team, and they're going to go against Atlanta Faze, who has been one of the best and on one of their best maps, ACHILLES, of which LA Thieves played yesterday and was incredibly comfortable on.
We were talking about it yesterday. Confident Ken is in the building here in Columbus. He's all positive vibes, ready to take on their rival. Let's talk about Atlanta Faze, though, because this is the team that has bested their opponent at LAN events. Slasher, the LAN Thanos, says the chat. What is it about this guy and his squad of young demons?
I mean, well, what is it about Atlanta Faze? I mean, they have some of the most talented players of all time on this roster. They've been absolutely disgusting at search and destroy throughout this entire year, something that plagued them last year. Well, you brought in Slasher to sort of help command the troops, and they literally had maps up until the last stage that they were unbeatable on. Two of them. By the way, they have those in this series, which we'll talk about in a bit. But, you know, it just makes them dangerous. They have the Tiny Terrors who are really setting into their own. Abizi is way better this year than last, and when Slasher's playing well, they're going to win their respawns.
And when it comes to the Monster pregame, I mean, I think the storylines kind of build themselves here for the Atlanta Faze versus LA Thieves. Obviously, continue the SMG dominance. The interesting stories here is that Atlanta is the #1 First Blood team, and they're going to be going up against the LA Thieves, who is the #1 3v4 team. So they cannot get comfortable when they get that First Blood and have that advantage. And then take advantage of LA Thieves' lackluster rotation of the Hydro Hardpoint. That's probably going to be our map #4 here. LA Thieves is ranked 12th in rotation, which is so hilarious to me because they're #1 in hold right now. You would think on Hydro with the solid ARs that they have, they'd be better at that map and mode. So Atlanta has a lot of opportunity here later on in the series.
Let's take a look at one of their star players. He goes by the name of Abizi, half of the Tiny Terrors. And if you're looking for someone who's going to challenge for records, it's this guy. In the hard points, he has been known to take over games, putting up 38 kills when 19 was the next highest in the lobby. We've seen him drop over 40 twice this year. Can he do it against a squad of the level of LA Thieves?
It's going to be very, very tough, Puckett, right? Because you're going up against a strong hardpoint team that has given you a lot of trouble in that game mode. But Abizi is disgusting. If there's anybody that I would trust to drop 40, it is him. I mean, when you watch him play, he's just special, man. We just talked about Kleenex. It's like Kleenex, Abizi, Hydra. Like, these are guys that are insane. Shotsy, like, those are the guys that you want to see pop off. And in this matchup, he's the best SMG in the lobby. There's no debate about that, right? So he's the guy that I'm looking out for.
I think maybe there's some opportunity for Envoy there. I think specifically in this stage, at least he's trying to put himself in that top conversation as being a better SMG, and I definitely think this might be a little bit of a prove-it matchup for him.
Players have about 1 minute left on their warm-up, then this matchup will be ready to go. So let's take a look at our maps and modes. Hotel, ACHILLES. We go back to Hotel for Game 3 control. No Expo today, then Hydro and Embassy Alley.
I love seeing that Hotel game #3. Like Ann touched on earlier, it's a really important map and mode for both these teams, and the fact that it's going to be the #1 attack team in LA Thieves on control versus the #1 defense team in the Atlanta Faze, and the fact they're playing Hotel, which teeter-totters on either side of those kind of ranks, is going to be huge for this matchup.
I would just like to say, I mean, that Game 5, I mean, the SDs in this series, obviously, those are the two bread and butters for Atlanta Faze. They have looked more human there, but LA Thieves are 3-0 on Embassy Search this split, so that's going to be a bit interesting. This series is so special. I mean, we have the 2021 and 2022 world champions, right? Going at it. 8 world champions in this lobby. This is going to be insane.
We got rings and things, and this is a battle for top 3 in the tournament. Winner moves on to winner's bracket. Round 3, that winner's final. Let's send it over to our casters to kick this baby off. Gentlemen, we got Miles and Chance on the mic. Are you ready for this?
Chris, you could cut glass with these bad boys. I cannot wait to get into this one, Chance. This truly is going to be... it's personal. I think that's the best way to sum it up.
You know, the paternity test series, I guess we get to run it back and try again. Slasher had very particular words, literally explained that he said he taught them how to play Call of Duty. Like, that is some high grade trash talk that I assure you LA Thieves paid attention. They want their revenge, and obviously against Atlanta Faze, just generically, like throughout the entire Vanguard season, Atlanta had their number right up until the very end. So I know Atlanta have had LA Thieves number a little bit this year as well, but it's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, and we are nearing the end of the year. So it is the Square Up series, 8 world champions in the lobby. You know it's going to be a good time.
Here we go. We're throwing down a big series here again. Puckett called it, playing for top 3. The winner of this one. Into the hard point we go. Greenberg will be our battlefield, and our Warriors are already getting stuck at it. Kenny with our first blood. LA Thieves with the time.
And LA Thieves, again, hard point. That is where they have set themselves apart from Atlanta Faze, who have struggled in the game mode all year long. So they are desperate and they need to be able to strike first. And so far, so good. Able to collect a decent chunk of time, keeping things nice and stable on the map. And even Simpin and Beezy struggling to win some of their gunfights. Beezy trying to get a little bit hot early on. He's up to 3, but you see what's happening on the map. It is a 50-50 battle right now for rotation. You got Draza in the mix and Selim in the back.
Yeah, Selim in the back. Important position to be in for now. Watch that Draza play. He's trying to make sure no one spawns up close. Looking at the spawns there for the members of the LA Thieves all over the place. 3 clean, make it 4 technically. There for the LA Thieves. That's going to be their hard point. P2 locked down. Trophies out. They are ready for the hit phase. Here they come.
Yeah, you had Ali call it out. #1 hold team in the game with a perfect rotation like that. They just get to do the easy part at this point. Octane pushed out the jewels. You are funneling him in all just 2 directions. It is ARs down the line. Kenny Pro, Draza just over top of them. They write it down. That is as easy as it gets, but at least the trade portion coming through. Faze, they want one more attack.
Get one more hit at it. Draza deals damage to every player. Octane there for the cleanups. Number 3 round the corner. LaRue gets it. Perfect. That's a sweet 4 in a row now for him. 7-1 overall. This is still time going the way of the Thieves. Abizi can't stop that either. Sim, though, might be able to for a moment. The last minute contest. Kenny toe-to-toe with one of the Terrors. Deals with it. And that's another 15 in the bag for the LA Thieves.
Draza might get dealt with, though. Yeah, the trades are coming through. LA Thieves almost had like the perfect spawns at the old time to set themselves up on a rotation. But Atlanta Faze, for the first time, able to slow things down, get a triple setup in and around kitchen. You even have Slasher being sort of the errant man. So Kenny, he wants to work his way through the back. His former teammate just over top of him, checks the angle at LA Thieves. That's the start of the breakdown on the point. I think it's just the Tears that are going to be stuck inside, and they got the work cut out for him. Draza going hunting.
He's going way hunting for that one. Selling him there with the baz on the side of Freezer. Takes care of business now. Got Octane. Up close, personal trophies aren't going to help out. It's the quick contest. Can Faze break this? Octane, Subtane, gets himself 2'd. Here comes number 3 around the corner, no problem. The teamwork once again, chance for the LA Thieves. They lock down kitchen, and they're pushing the lead further forward.
I mean, it's just too easy as well. Octane has been just unstressed. He has 11 kills, most of them just cleanups. They're barely shooting back against them, and that is just the efficiency of the teamwork. And, I mean, Atlanta Faze, I suppose they get the setup over towards New once again, but, you know, Thieves have been perfect of breaking these setups down. Simply roaming and being a cutoff man, so there you go. Kills like that are going to set LA Thieves a little bit further back. You're buying your teammates a little bit more time, and you can get a much more comfortable setup, but I say comfortable. It's selling with the Vaznev in the back, and fortunately for him, he's had some weird timing.
Ooh, unfortunate gunfight against Envoy as well. Slasher holding down bar, finds 2. Next set of players coming out of bedroom side. Here comes a last-minute pinch. Draza gets into the feed, gets the hill. A easy check every corner. The comms must have been off. He misses that one. Here come the rest of the Thieves, though. Up close and personal now. Sellian once again in the point. Nice teamwork. Simp there to back him up. This is essential time for Atlanta Faze. They claw this one back 1 second at a time.
And this is a big opportunity as well, because that was a clean 4 in the feed. Now you're spawning LA Thieves in the back, and for the first time, maybe Atlanta able to play with a little bit of comfort on their side. They're even early on the rotation, and Beezy Pop dead silence to get over towards New. Now it's a 1 versus 2 for the moment, but Slasher's quick to reposition, and Beezy, maybe not even buying him time. He is straight for the chow. With wins like that, Slasher keeping things afloat. LA Thieves are going to be here first.
They're in
Atlanta, wow. Oh, you know, how's that for you?
It's a lot of red, baby, and it's Slasher making them dead. There we go. Cell on the other side. Nice 2 from him. 1 from Simp there with his fist. So we're looking at a lead change in a matter of moments. Atlanta Faze right back in it. Envoy, wow, what a gunny that was. Over to Simp. Then he slowed down LaRue. Can't get it done. Nice work there. Octane now gets closer and closer to the hard point. Lead change. Atlanta Faze, but short-lived. Can Sellium stop this? Oh, takes care of Kenny. Next over at the hard point. The LA Thieves will be able to net a couple of seconds out of this. Faze not willing to go this time. Forward they fly. Into it. Octane wins a big one. Envoy with the nade again. He's playing out of his mind. Slasher makes him pay for the aggression. And it's a 10-point game for now. Chance, but man alive. No one is letting anything get away.
No, definitely not Slasher. He's not getting away from anything. Hunted down back kitchen. So LA Thieves doing a nice job breaking through the old hill, getting a bit of scrap time. Draza even winning extra gunfights as well. So Atlanta Faze, they are going to be a distant memory from being able to approach this hill. Beezy's by himself for the moment, but hey, with beams like that, that's a nice little kickoff. And yo, Fries Kenny for the second as well. That's how you get it done. Send it to Beezy, get him the big two, get a couple beat downs as well. And Atlanta Faze, what could have been a very difficult rotation, now they might even have the edge.
Trying to get forward now. Draws the man on the back line. Celium, take care of him if you can. It's on Simp to break through the front as well. Here comes the collapse. Celium can't read it. Draza stays alive in the back line. Can Abizi take care of him? Yes. Now to the point we go. One problem dealt with. The next one's up now. Everyone from the LA Thieves on the inside of the hard point. On boy, big tags as the AR of BZ unable to finish the kill, but it's LaRue, one of the greatest ARs to do it in the point, finding kills all over the place. LA Thieves, chance still pushing the lead forward.
I'd say throughout this game, Octane's almost been your barometer of success for LA Thieves, right? He starts off 11-2, absolute run, and then guys like Abizi are picking up 3 pieces in the feed to bump up Atlanta Faze. So if Octane's doing well, LA Thieves are doing well. If Abizi is frying, well, you can see him collecting that hill time and getting guys like Slasher in position. Boy doing the dance to get nearby, and hey, good enough. Fries selling him off the nerd spot, and LA Thieves, no time wasted. Abizi for 3, only buys you 15 seconds.
First set of hard points complete. Second now on us, and man, it is an absolute banger of a hard point so far. LA Thieves, they are currently in the lead. Let's go for a listen in.
Last guy sell, bros. Could be to right. Could be white. We got time. That's it. That's it. He's secret door. All the way. We're play to the right, then we're gonna go with the left. All right. I'm saying all that. Again, I'm looking. I watch the lobby. I watch the lobby. Make it push me. My lobby's open. My lobby's open. Nice. Yep. Missing Austin. Missing Austin. In lobby. Hit twice. Front lobby. Not moving. Front lobby not moving. MC. Front lobby. He's standing front lobby. Check it. One shot. Lives. Dude. They're trying lobby. Gotcha. I'm just holding. They're gonna jump in. I have white. White to hole. I'm just holding Zig. Lobby or no? Oh, watch the hole. Backstairs. The BD. Backstairs. White door. I have lobby. Backstairs. One shot. Go backstairs. White door. Zig hit twice. Yo, check in. White door. All right, Simpson Zig. He went to time. He went to luggage. Close left, line down. I spawn close. Hey, I'm going new. I'm sorry, Zig, Bruce. I'm in Zig. They have a trophy down. I'm trying with gun. He was luggage. Backstairs to white wall. 3-0, triple hold. One new. Triple hold. No, we should be fine. One was Zig pillar. They were triple hold. I'm gonna spawn mid. I spawn front. Couch is fast. The BZ going solo. He's secret. Hold.
So you can hear it in the LA Thieves comms. This is an important matchup for them. They want this win bad. How are we going now towards the kitchen hard point? Brakes are on.
Well, and the break might be an important, crucial moment, right? Atlanta Faze now have the lead for the first time pretty much the entire game. And if they could break this hill, well, they might just seal the deal. But that is a nice hold from the Thieves from inside the point. Get the 4-man clearance. And you got Draza picking up 2 pieces in the middle of the map. So on the kitchen, LA Thieves, the lead that they lost did not last for long. Right back inside, snaking his little heart out.
Here we go, boy. Here come your next 2 challenges. Celium's trophy taken care of. Celium will be dealt with in a moment. He knows the read there. Side door, waiting for the nades. Perfect play from Sim. Cuts down 1. Over to Draza now. Next man in. There's the contest. Here come the snakes. Abizi loses it. Back over to Sim for the back door. Cuts down 2. Can he get any more out of it? Slasher with the nade. That's the break. Atlanta Faze.
Oh, Sim is built different. Sim sets that entire thing up, and Celium wastes just enough time on the contest spot to stave off a little bit of that pressure, but LA Thieves will still have the lead going in anew, but that rotation getting locked down by the ARs. Slasher and Celium, the crossfire on point, picking them apart. Atlanta have the back spawns, and they should be able to get to this hill first. Trophies out and bound in the back, and Celium again trying to keep these AR players at bay. Octane down, Envoy barely left alive. He's the only player in the back.
Hard point lead change. Atlanta Faze now running the show. Kills going their way as well. Kenny and Draz, the father-son duo, cut down there by Abizi himself. Back on spawn go the LA Thieves. A bit of a journey now to make their way to that point. As for now, it's Faze. Feet up. Get ready for the next fight. You're looking at a win soon.
And look, for Atlanta Faze, their two best S&D maps during this series. You could not afford to drop the hard point if you were LA Thieves. This is absolutely a desperation moment. They do get inside the hill, and Envoy Andraza there to shut him down. Slasher clean shots, but it is 10 seconds to scrap. He's fighting forward. He's out of the play on rotation, but Atlanta Faze, they will be there first. If they can hold off LA Thieves, or frankly, it's either team. It is an 8-point game going into new. This game will be decided on Restaurant.
Here we go. A last course of this hard point served up. 20 for the win. Faze. Thieves now making their way forward. 2 through red. Envoying the kills. ABZ bites off more than he can chew. Dives into the point straight away. Slasher trying to stay alive. There's the contest. And this fight is going to be a massive one. Faze now scrambling to get forward. Thieves desperately trying to hold on. The time's still ticking. Slasher, no one's letting anything get away with it. He's still alive, and the point brought to his knees. Thieves hard point.
They can still win it. Again, the ticket's going to go their way. Atlanta now need at least 1 second of contest time, or still the opportunity to break. ABZ on the pinch is flying in, got to the hill, gets traded out. It is trade back and forth all day long until Simp gives you the big 2 advantage back towards Atlanta.
Back towards Atlanta, 10 for the win. They can do it here. You have to get in there now. Thieves, go, fly, send it. ABZ finds 2. Now over to the point. That's game. No one there. Salium, the last man, brings them down. And it's a big opening hard point for Atlanta Faze.
And happy for it as well. Slasher, you know in the interview, no sound EQ on LAN. That is where Atlanta do much better in the respawn game modes compared to their online struggles, and that is setting the tone. A map that you have LA Thieves, they love to play Hotel. It's, I think, their most played hardpoint map by a decent margin. They take him down for the game number 1, and for a team that has struggled in hardpoint, that has been utterly dominant in search and destroy, well, now you're on cruise control. You get Tupac to call out the strats. There is going to be 0 time wasted for Atlanta. They now have a massive edge in this series.
What a big opener. Tight hardpoint there on Hotel. Comes to a close, though. Caps being tipped all over the place. Octane, that 31 and 24. Beautiful stuff out of him, but overall, just Atlanta Faze far too strong. Slasher said he taught him everything he knows. Apparently, there's still a few tricks left up that Tiger's sleeve. We'll see if the Caps, the LA Thieves, can climb that tree and get up there. But for now, it's search and destroy chance. And it's going to be a real good one. But that hard point was so exciting. We are going to now go for our scuff play of the game. We're going to give it to the last 60 seconds of that hard point. What an exchange of hands.
And the biggest difference maker on this, so I think it was literally Simp and ABZ almost taking turns. I know in this situation, Slasher's just trying to stay alive. Every single one of his teammates ends up falling, but I suppose there's enough contest time just to keep things afloat. But it's after the fact. Simp is the guy that picks up the big 2 on the rotation, so that'll be number 3 on the mini-map trying to make the play. But it's Atlanta Faze on the pinch. 1 tears there for the setup, flies in for the chow. He's going to get traded, but then Simp's just there to jump on it. There's Beams. There's the Fry Man, and that's where you get the clearance on the point, and Atlanta Faze win immediately after.
That's the Phenom. They had 1 second difference here. Perfect timing out of Simp there to get the break. ABZ's unbelievable 2-piece there on the fly. Kenny Andraza once again. There we go. With a single second to spare in the hard point, Atlanta Faze are in. Brilliant start to this series. Again, we're playing for top 3. This red winners bracket final, or winners matchup final, I should say, has only just begun.
Yeah, and pick your poison for like the most important moments of the game, right? Obviously down to the wire on the Restaurant Hill, incredibly impactful, but even early on, LA Thieves had the edge. You had ABZ pulling out the old TAC 56 to try to go on like the back platform hill. Fries 2 different people with the TAC. I mean, like the little 180 he did to catch Kenny trying to jump on top of the vans in the mid hop, that buys you a decent chunk of time. You had on the kitchen hill where LA Thieves had the full setup, where Celium is contesting for 10, 15 seconds laying down in freezer, buying Simp enough time to come through and end up picking up a 3-piece. So Atlanta Faze done their homework, did a lot of things right. And I'd say another performance from Simp where he just sets himself apart.
Indeed. Well, that's Tupac Thuglog there, the S&D coach of Atlanta Faze.
What a name.
The name. There's only one. Final words of wisdom for a squad that has certainly taken the league by storm in search and destroy on the other side of the arena. JCap talking to the LA Thieves, imparting years and years and years of world champion wisdom. Trying to get the boys refocused and back into this one. Search and destroy has not been the strongest mode for the LA Thieves' chance, especially against Faze. this series just became all the more dangerous for Los Angeles.
And, you know, we could take a look at their Stage 4 S&D stats. I know, like, on both ACHILLES and Embassy, you've had LA Thieves working on both of them quite a bit. I think 3 of their games throughout Stage 4 for LA Thieves were on Embassy. They won them all. They have a 5-1 record. Absolutely fantastic. First Blood's on point, neck and neck. Even for the 3v4s, LA Thieves, as of late, have been much more clutch. And I know on a map like ACHILLES, over the course of the year, that's been one of their bigger problems. A, converting the rounds when they get the first bloods, and B, actually winning the 3v4. So the stats for LA, they look phenomenal. The mats that they have been like working on match up against Atlanta Faze, but I mean, we saw what happened last time they played Embassy, where LA were trying to get a little bit cheeky, square up on Embassy, see how it goes against Faze. They got 6-0'd. And now we have Atlanta Faze's 2 best maps again in this series. So obviously Thieves, they game plan for it. They're working on those maps. They have been very intentional about letting them through. At the end of the day, you're squaring up against the best team on their best maps. This is not an easy task.
Here we go. ACHILLES Search and Destroy map number 2 here in our series. Faze with the statistical advantage by quite the record so far in this season. We'll see what happens in this one. All bets are off. As our 2 red teams here in the league go toe-to-toe for another undoubtedly historic matchup here at Major 4. Will it be smooth sailing for aBeZy, or will the Thieves be able to turn it all around here? Level up the series. Let's find out. Into ACHILLES we go.
And just to throw the quick nod, Atlanta Faze, they are 3-0 against Thieves on this very map. You have Octane and Draza with a .62 and a .57 in Search against Faze. So that is the 2 players to pay a great deal of attention to. Is signed with the Signal 50 doing one thing, aBeZy doing his normal thing already. First blood collected.
As far forward possible as he could be. Picks up that kill. Unbelievable start from Faze. Envoy still has that bomb. He's managed to make his way inside the A bomb site. Watch out for that corner from Sim. Perfect timing. Ooh, he doesn't stick him. Kenny, though, manages to level up the field. Octane adds another one, and now it is all on to Sim and Slasher.
You got the intel as well, so that is a quick little turnaround. Talk about how their 3v4 clutch is a 50% rate. So now the advantage already, but Simp and Slasher to deal with. Simp with the TAC 56 in hand, and that bomb yet to get planted. A couple players making moves on the outer edges of the map, and you talk about the pick game that's taking place. Octane catches Slasher. He's got 2 in the round, and Simp now in a 1 versus 3. Just gonna get fried. Kenny there to shut him down. And Kenny and Octane 2 apiece in that round in spite of the aBeZy first blood. LA clutch up.
And this spot from Kenny, man, what a great position to be in. Reads the transition from Simp, knowing that B-bomb site was going to be the target, and Kenny the man to hold it down. The rear guard for the squad. They're going to make their way over towards that bomb site. He's going to make sure they get there safely. Solid execution there from the LA Thieves. Round 2, here we go.
And where Octane and Draza have struggled in Search against Atlanta Faze, Kenny has been their shining light. So continues his path in round number 1, but aBeZy, who is part of basically every single first blood, whether he wins it or loses it, he will be in the mix. Already quick, aggressive, jumping on it, looking for the trade on Envoy, and he's gonna get it 3v3.
Every time, somehow, just finds the tiniest of openings. Prescient plays from aBeZy, not red this time, as Draza proves to be more than a hazard with the 2-piece. That is outrageous. 2v1, all down to Slasher.
That's a cute play from Draza as well to get him those 2. Lays down on the outer door in the alley and finds the timing to get the freebies. So clearly LA, again, they have absolutely been doing their homework to allow Atlanta's 2 best maps in the mix, but Slasher making moves. He's got a trophy, so he's a little loud. And honestly, with the TAC, this is a tough setup to break.
We'll see if the sound occlusion works through that door, because he may have managed to do this. The Draza and Octane, it's a firing squad in the inside of that A-bomb side. Oh, the tags, there's one! Dealt with! Draza! Oh, the nade! The 1v1's not over yet! Slasher on 12 HP, Draza goes for the chow, wins it! A decisive 1v1, but Slasher nearly makes it possible. What a round.
That is incredibly well played by both of those players. It's always good to see players in 1v1s use the nades that they have at the end. So Slasher gives it a good attempt, but Draza, he is quick with it. He might have been tagged up and weak, but Draza, no hesitation to be the aggressor, flies out of the door, ends up winning it. So doesn't get away from him there. No clutches early on. LA Thieves now up 2-0.
What a round out of Draza. Here we go. Looking towards B. Ooh. Oh, that's the wrong kind of first blood phase. Sim is not on the board. Don't let that kill feed fool you. But now he is. Takes care of Kenny. Makes up for previous transgressions. Can he get another no? Envoy now on the bottom side of pool. A lot of presence towards that A-bomb site. Celium knows he has to maneuver forward, has to now take up some form of position here, but he might hit the wrap. And this is a lovely play out of Celium.
Interesting plant spot, though. Oh, he finds the timing to get inside. Dead silence gets reset for the 2v2. Celium's starting to make moves. He's going to get spotted, but he has some intel as well. Both those players shot, so FaZe knows exactly where LA is at. And they know they have to plant the bomb, but Octane hasn't wasted much time. He has collected it. Hasn't gone for the plant just yet.
And Slasher going now to deliver the final blow. He's hit the flank. Less than 30 seconds to go here. The bomb yet to be planted. Noisy as you like. He's in between the action. Here comes Draza. Oh! Lives up to the name. A Slasher finds one with a blade. It's all down to Octane. 15 seconds. He's pinned. And he's done. What a round out of FaZe.
Oh, there you go. Michael Myers making a guest appearance right there. Didn't even have the Deddy popped. He is making so much noise.
Oh my God.
Whether or not the theme song was roaming in the background or not, Atlanta FaZe finally able to get one. Because that was the third round in a row where at some point the advantage is just there.
Oh no.
Oh, that is super
Simps
awkward.
nade. They wanted a nade together. It looks like Simps bounced off the back head of a BZ.
Yeah, he took 10 damage there. So frag grenade's hurt. You got a cannon on you.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
And that's the round they won.
That's crazy. What a search this is, man. Envoy looking for the first blood. It's a sweet nade. Will it land? It does. Not enough to get the kill, though. Should have thrown a frag. Those bad boys be hitting.
I think that's enough pressure on the flank with Slasher having to back down that they're worried about those back doors being open. So I think Simp was maybe waiting for that hit to come through. So LA Thieves on the opening break buy themselves a little bit of pressure, and there's more homework being done. Draza again able to catch a BZ, shut down the First Blood Reaper, and LA Thieves, it has been every single round. At some point they've had the man advantage. They got a 4v3.
All they do there was exchange glances across Elasilo. Here we go, Envoy. Wonderful way to get into the feed. Celium, though, he gets one of his own, so it's a 3v2, but Envoy Deddy reset. He's still able to move relatively freely now. Celium activates his. On the outside of the map is all FaZe. You come to the inside of Asilo. That's where two members of LA Thieves are. Here we go. Envoy can't win the fight. And Celium is gone. Long gone. Kenny has been baited into battle with Slasher, and he has been dealt with 15 seconds, all down to Draza.
And they're going to hit him as well. They're going to chow for the 1v2. Draza gets the first. Draza gets the second. The windmill on point, the 180 there, and Draza delivers. Another big round for LA Thieves, and Draza right now, he is piecing them up.
That is a outstanding two-piece from the Alaskan. Right back to it, call the next play. As if it never happened, another day in the office. There were some stunned faces across Polaris. All in a day's work. And there's a stunned face. Slasher could not believe that kill came through. Wow. 3-1. Thieves with the lead.
And fun fact, Draza is just hazard spelled backwards, so always something to surprise at least a few people. You never know. And now he's leading the charge through field, so he's trying to open things up. And look at this is what doing to Atlanta FaZe. So many players just got dragged. There's like 3 players basically back partying on B. So Atlanta FaZe, they just caved to the pressure. The A side is now virtually wide open, but Envoy wants to take the fight, maybe right to him.
You better hurry up.
Right on the other side of the door.
He's got to hurry up. Someone's moved in. And it's Sim waiting for that one. In the meantime, Kenny's kill onto Slasher now gives a slight advantage there to the LA Thieves. Draza makes it even better. Here comes Sim, though. Springs to life. He gets 2. Oh my! Draza, though, ends the run. It's a 5 spree now from him. 8-2 overall. Kenny and Draza. No need for any fun and games. They put Celium down as the LA Thieves continue the dominance here on El Asilo.
It is truly looking like Slasher taught his boys well, right? Because LA Thieves, they have been playing that pick style of Call of Duty, and it was Kenny that caught Slasher on the outer edge of the map. I mean, Slasher on ACHILLES specifically, I think, is a 1.56 against LA, so LA certainly has an idea of what he likes to do, but now those ARs getting picked apart on the outer edges. Great plays through field as well. And even Sim's two-piece isn't enough to even things up. Thieves have been on a roll.
Old colleagues and teammates, old pals, watching this battle unfold right now as the LA Thieves running it here on El Asilo. This is a very aggressive play out of Draz. That's going to be streaks. He could get more out of this one. Armed to the teeth. Full pockets. Attack now in hand. Sadly, did put the Vaz away. An accident, but here we go into the fight. BZ, you saw plenty. You saw far too much. Draza gets another hit on the round. Envoy finds Sim. Charles, this is falling to pieces. All down a Slasher.
They're absolutely picking them apart. I mean, look, if you've ever seen Draza on his walkouts, you know he loves the flex, so he'll pull out the Vaznev if he needs to, make the aggressive first play. They know Celium loves to play in that top money window, and just there to catch him. The homework has been on point. The coaching staff has to have a big old smile on their face, and Slasher in 1v4 might be able to kill Draza and stop the spree, but as far as Draza is concerned, the damage has already been done. He has single-handedly won him 3 different rounds as a cruise missile in the back pocket. Chip Skylark, that bright old smile.
Absolute dominance from the LA Thieves here in the Search and Destroy, and what a bounce back. An air of nervous tension for Octane. He knows he's been there before. It ain't over until it's over, especially with a team like Faze. If you have the chance to put them down, you get them done. 1 more round's all the Thieves need.
Better make sure you get it as well, because they have been completely on point. You would love to carry this momentum into the control. Playing nice and patient, though, is going to be a cruise missile round. But look at what Abizi's doing, by the way. Him and Simp are already in the mix, so Draza's going to have to frantically call out, like, hey, they are standing right next to you. The information has to be completely on point. This is a dangerous moment in time.
All the 2 homebreakers of Simp and Abizi who have managed to infiltrate the side of the map that belongs to the Thieves. On the other side of it, there's 1. Yep. Envoy from down low now. Panic starting to set in. Slasher, the trap set. Draza in the bar, nearly gets a pair of them. To take out the terrors like that would have been something. All now down to Kenny. He's moving. But that red circle of Faze around him, no hope of getting out of that one. Fantastic round from Faze. They burn the cruise and they get another one on the board.
And that's a really good read as well. They're probably thinking the exact same thing of like, all right, we know he has a cruise. They're up by this much. They're just going to go for the investment. Everybody plays tight inside in the tears. 0 time wasted to say, hey, if we think you might be going for a passive setup, they're just going to live inside of your base. They were able to get doubled up in the stairwell. And if you're in the cruise missile and you're calling something like that out, like, it's just sort of a frantic moment for your teammates of being like, oh dear, like, are they actually right next to us? It's not an ordinary SMD round at that point, so kind of Faze with 1 perfect play call, but now a perfect first blood out of Kenny. That frag. Oh my God, all the frags on point. What a round. That's game. LA Thieves call it.
God.
0 time wasted, man. Holy.
What a round. All right. I mean, look, I don't know if we could get a replay. It was pretty quick. That was done and dusted, certainly. The LA Thieves. What a bounce back. Things look very different this time round in the Search and Destroy. Our players will take a quick break. Now they're all tied up 1-1.
I mean, hey, yo, A+ on the homework for Cap right there, right? You got double fragnays rolling through in that final round, completely calculated, on point. You know exactly where to look. I mean, Abizi had the first blood in round number 1. Instantly, LA Thieves were able to clutch up the 3v4, and after that, they were just having a field day. Outperformed them in the first bloods. They got the clutches as well. Not only the 1v2 that Draza had, but the attempt of the 1v2 from Slasher turned into a 1v1 against Draza. Draza there to make the aggressive play and shut him down, and that's one of those rounds that you just buy your team a little bit of momentum. LA Thieves, they take full advantage, and to the surprise of everyone, how this series has been going. Atlanta Faze win the hard point, Thieves win the S&D, but the hotel control, that has been the difference maker in every single series these two teams have played. Whoever wins the control has won the series. So far, it's been 3-1 Atlanta.
We got confirmation from production charts that from the moment the first kill hit to the last kill, 6
2 seconds. Not even?
6
Oh,
to count it precisely. That is disgusting stuff from LA Thieves. Well, while we take a moment to recover from that insane moment, it's time for some spotlights, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Our friends at Amazon Prime, Citadel, coming out soon. Here we go. Who's That Pro? Debut LAN at UMG Dallas 2015. Esports Console Rookie of the Year in 2018. If you don't have it by now, you might get it in a moment. Over $848,000 in their career earnings. Who's That Pro?
I believe he teamed with Envoy back in the day, but
we'll find out after the break.
Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28, only on Prime Video.
We now find out who our Spylights player is. Debuted at LAN on UMG Dallas 2015, Atana Cash, Console Rookie of the Year 2018. That was the giveaway, ladies and gents. Who could it be? That's right, it's Kenneth Williams, ladies and gentlemen. He's in this series. Who'd have thought it? But there we go. That's Spylights presented by our friends at Citadel. That's coming out April 28th over on Prime. Make sure to check that one out. Badass series. Cannot wait to see how that one goes down. Hey, the rest of the series, though. Speaking of other series, we're in a crazy turn of events here. Can our 2018 Console Rookie of the Year keep the insane momentum going into the Control Now chance?
And, you know, funny how things work out. His debut placed top 12 at UMG Dallas back in 2015. Envoy also in that tournament as well. That was before the 18 and up rule kicked in. And Envoy ended up placing top 20 with G4G. So funny how storylines work out. The stories intertwine between these players. But now for these two teams, Control, Atlanta Faze 3-1 against LA Thieves. We're going to Hotel. This has been the kind of decider game mode in a sense, the one that really sets you apart.
Start things off with a bang. It's going to be Octane there in the feed. Over towards the B zone, the LA Thieves are defending from mostly. Faze is quite an even spread. They're kind of waiting for that opening. They're waiting for that perfect call. For now, just looking to punish any aggression. But right now, the Thieves, they're taking whatever route they want across Hotel chance. No problem.
I mean, they're making a line across the map as well, right? They have got everything covered. Octane's going to fall, so B's now the only thing that's open, but you see the rotation trying to go back towards A, because that's where Atlanta Faze wanted the play to happen, and Sim trying to open things up. Him and Slasher will do just that, but now it's Envoy, tried and true. He will be flanking you, ready to shoot you in the back. Abizi's going to turn for it, but Envoy took the deeper route, and there's the first kill. Number 2 getting lined up, reads the third. Envoy dishes out the damage. Looks like that might not be good enough to set up for the trades. Atlanta Faze nice and secure on A.
Well, there we go. Second segment completed. Atlanta Faze now flying forward. An additional minute added to the game clock. And a lot of kills as well. Life lead Atlanta Faze as well.
Oh, poor Octane. He just got spun on by Abizi, and now he's going to get shot in the back again. So as soon as he spawns up, Abizi right there behind you. And Abizi's job at this point, play for kills. Be the cutoff man. Stay alive as long as possible. LA Thieves, you got to kill this man, but Octane can take him down, but he's done enough. You're spawning deep out. You're going to have only a player on point, and unfortunately, no trophies. So LA Thieves, they're getting the kills. They got time to go on these flanks and cut Celium down. Could have been a moment with no trophy. LA Thieves still under control.
Octane really went above and beyond there after getting spat on a few times. Straight into the feed. Straight takes care of 2 players on the point, and now he's got bedroom control. Simp and Celium though in Faze. They are bouncing back. Out of spawn, desperately trying to make their way towards B. It's a methodical approach now as Cell from that bottom side. Here comes a BZ top bedroom. Will he sniff him out? Damn, son. Somehow Octane with 1 HP finds the kill. You're still running out of numbers though. Draws at 1v2 on the side. Gets it. The third, so close. Slasher is there. He's going to stop the clock, but no way he stays alive. No hope in hell. Envoy's there. The defensive line from Thieves holds.
Yeah, and look, Johnson might be 4 and 6, but that is a monster play in that moment. Not just to get the first 2 kills, but to get damage on the third guy as well. That is another time where things could have spiraled out of control. The LA Thieves clutch up just in the nick of time to make sure they stabilize. But make no mistake, Faze has been pouring on the pressure. Nice little turn burn there from Simp just to make sure he gets the trade. Gets hunted down after the fact. This is a nice little battle. 20 seconds on the clock. Atlanta Faze, desperation time.
Final 20 on Envoy, looking to drive the dagger into the back of Celium. 15 seconds. Faze have to cross, and they cannot. Octane is posted up in the happiest of places he could possibly be on the Godhead. He absolutely ripping these players as they try to make their way forward. 5 seconds. No one from Faze close. You might be able to get a consolation kill or 2 out of this, but right now you're feeding Octane. He's on a 3 as we go into round 2. Nice start on the defense there from Thieves.
And I mean, that is truly a round that like is hanging on like the wire bounce, something like that, tightrope. There's a metaphor in there somewhere, but there was like 3 different attempts where Atlanta were very close to setting up the capture on the B point. First go around, it's just a nade in the lack of trophy that stops Atlanta Faze. Next go around, it's Draza there for all the cleanup kills and the damage on the third guy to make sure he's setting his teammates up. In a couple of those little moments, if Atlanta Faze just a little bit better, they'd have had the round win. But so far, 1 for 1 on defense. Thieves there to hold it down, and now a quick B hit off the rip, and now set things up on attack.
3 to B from Faze now on attack, and if they can get a kill or 2, this might work out. They find themselves 2 on the site now on attack, and now you're trying to get forward. Draz, good luck, son. You didn't need to. You got on board behind you. Brilliant stuff. Slashing out in lobby. That's a 2-minute stack. You didn't need to. You got on board behind you. Should be able to capture this quite quickly now. That's going to be the first segment of B gone. This is a wonderful start from the Thieves.
Okay, that was an off moment by Atlanta too. Slasher 1AR was backing down, selling the other guy flying forward and challenging. It's a flank from a BZ maybe to keep you alive. And oh, that's exactly what will happen. The tears come in the mix. So the Airs drop the ball just for a moment. The bailout from the S7Gs, but either way for LA, that is 2 ticks on B. They are happy for it. They go back to play the round the sort of standard way, work the A zone if you can, and go back to play the distant B. But yeah, Selling back into
Selling with the bulwark of defense there, solo over by A for quite some time. 2 massive kills though now. Selling over to Selling once again. He's seemingly right next to the bar as he flies in. And Tiny on to Kenny, not enough for the kill though. One off of the A point. Still with the numbers though. Not enough for the kill though.
Did he just hit fire his teammate through a wall?
More on that later. For now, progress
hit fire his teammate through a wall? Salium is wild, man. Okay, well, one guy, he's definitely snapping. So good luck dealing with him later on. But right now, LABs, I mean, they're able to capture this A zone. You now have pressure in the back. Envoy on the flank again. Tried and true. You'd love to see it. Unfortunately for Salium, Envoy's already crossed. It looks like, though, the internal clock is ticking. You're there for the trades. And Salium, again, absolute demon. It's like he can see through walls.
Oh, he hit that one. He's got a bullet on the cross there. Single segment remaining at B. Atlanta Faze defensively has to be resound, and it's pretty good so far. Octane now making his way through. Slow the play down as much as we possibly can. For Atlanta Faze, but they're not going to go quietly. Slow the play down as much as we possibly can. 2 ARs going up against each other here. Vying for control. Here come the submachine guns. They're making their way forward. Octane, oh, he does it. He gets the big kill. That's going to be an open field now. Diving onto the point. 2-man stack. Perfect positioning from Octane. Oh, but no, doesn't matter. The squad's there. As the LA Thieves have taken the offense as well.
Yes, steamrolling him as well. I mean, comfortable laughing. That is LA Thieves in their happiest form. That was a clean round, man. Straight up off the rip. I think Selly maybe makes one small mistake or maybe a miscomm between him and Slasher in the moment. But those early 2 ticks, you see how quickly that final one is going to fall. Octane just annihilates Slasher on the Godheady. And I can't remember who it was, number 3 on the minimap for Faze, that was attempting to flank, but LA Thieves off spawn were able to sniff it out. You get the call out, Envoy gets the kill, and you secure the round. So right now, LA doing all the little things right. Envoy and Octane leading the charge.
Really impressive control game out of the LA Thieves here at Major 4. Ooh. Opening salvo of grenades, not ideal there from Slasher. Celium wins a big one though against Kenny. Now Envoy right back into the fight. Unfortunate timing. Slasher reads it. Draza, can you get any more than one? Sadly not. Atlanta Faze now, slow, steady capture on towards A. The fight, no, not complete. Octane's here. That's going to be Kenny on the inside of Jules. The pinch is on. Good reads out of a BZ though. Kenny still fighting that front line. No safe places in A whatsoever.
And you have a couple like sort of small missteps from Atlanta. Maybe an opportunity to go towards B though. 3 players spawn that direction, but it looks like they might want to at least partially roam over back to sign. But you got the kill of B, and yeah, number 3 and number 4 gonna jump straight on it. Simp and Slasher working together. Unfortunately, both of their teammates fall, so you now have 2 men that need to watch every direction. Simp trying to dance. You got a BZ catching players off spawn. Slasher reads the flank. They might be able to get this done. Slasher and Simp setting themselves up. They get all the kills. They handle the mixiness, and they just got hand-delivered B.
That army of 2 just managed to basically capture B alone. Unbelievable work. Now all down to A. Atlanta Faze with a 1 life advantage and a minute 40 on the clock. Can they make the approach? Draza, nice work from Jules. Through Chandelier we now fly. Celium finds 1. That nade's going to slow him down only a little bit. Simp there to back him up as we fly forward now for Faze.
Yeah, Selim, an RTG fan. RTJ, excuse me. He runs the Jewels, and now he's got in position. Simp flying in, no time wasted. Doesn't get spotted. Gets the kill, and just like that, you got Simp snaking in the middle. Two-man stack for the moment on point. LA, they're trying to set up the timing on the pinch, but it's a quick hit. Draza for 2, Draza for 3. Draza, give him the quad feed. The highlight reel. Draza adding another to the bag.
What the hell did we just watch? Or rather not see, but see, you know what I'm saying? Draz. No way. It's an MVP performance so far from Draza. And now he's got kitchen presence. Faze have to get him out. 5 kills in a row. As he keeps the spree rolling. Less than a minute to play for now, but Faze have managed to get themselves onto A.
I think if you trade Draza, you might be feeling a little bit more comfortable, right? But Kenny and Envoy stepping up, delivering, Selim on the point. The pressure's still on. Kenny flying forward, though, and you clear house for another moment. And right now for LA, they are desperate. Well, not actually desperate. Atlanta Faze are desperate. 50 seconds left to capture this zone, and you got Kenny in the kitchen. They're picking you apart along the way.
Chef Kenny made a meal of that last kill, allows Slasher to make his way forward, but Octane here, the sous chef, has dipped out. Can he keep this sauce flowing, though? Just about 30 seconds to go. This is not over yet. LA Thieves, hold on. You win the map. Faze have to make the entry.
They're trying to set themselves up. Maybe one player on the flank, the other 3 coming through the front, but it's a couple trades right now. And Atlanta Faze, they are desperate. You are running out of time. Selim, though, gonna kick it off.
Octane could win it all right here, right now. He picks up 2 on the push. There's 1 up. Trades are done, though. In from behind, Kenny on the flank. Dealing with the snakes. It's a battle forward. He flies, not enough to get the job done, and that keeps Faze alive here at Control.
And again, the tightrope that is these rounds of Control as well, right? It is that one moment, especially over towards that B zone, where Simp and Slasher, the only 2 players nearby, when they were in a 2v3 effectively, players coming on the flank. You're getting pinched from desk, pinched from top bed. They made all the reads, won all the gunfights, captured B first, and I know Draza certainly made things mixy, picking up the quad feed, but eventually Atlanta Faze they're able to overwhelm them towards A. And still alive, but a long way to go.
Yeah, that's a highlight play for sure. I wonder if we got it. Kenny taking care of a BZ, flying out. Atlanta Faze defense rounds have not been great. Draza now flying forward. Oh no, a BC bad timing, son. That's a 3rd there from Octane, and now you've got 3 members of the Thieves on B.
And yeah, Simp gets caught as well. I was going to say, Simp's going to have to do something absurd to make this happen, but Kenny Snips is out top bedroom. Nice little 4-man stack on B. The instant secure, and now 2 minutes and 10 seconds to work with to capture A, the easier zone.
BZ's desperately trying to race his way across map. Selim's going to find a corner on the inside of Jules. He might be able to take care of these players. BZ's been caught out, but as has Envoy. And Selim can't hold them back for much longer, though. Perfect spawns there from Slasher. He's right behind him. Uh-oh, wait, Kenny. Oh, my God, look at the moves on him. Great work out of Slasher to stay alive there. You're on A, though, now. LA Thieves, 2-man stack. Faze, you gotta go.
Oh, and Simp's got to do 2 things. He's got to catch the spawners, and he's got to help his boys on time. So Simp might get shot in the back. Octane on the point, wins it. Simp, they know where he is. He's trying to stay alive and buys just enough time for Slasher to come on the flank. Again, so dire, so close in these moments. Atlanta Faze, for the moment, barely holding on.
Oh, barely. There are 2 segments remaining and 1 minute 30 for the LA Thieves to conquer them. Here we go. He's trying to push forward a little. Nice kills. Bad timing from Envoy. He's going to stay alive, though. More than stay alive. Somehow gets the kill.
Selim, you got to trade him out, though. And yeah, him and Slasher just locking things down. You're having team chows from all over the place for both of these teams. High-level COD at its finest. Atlanta Faze, 3 players in and around Kitchen Simp. He has made this his home. Everybody on LA right now trying to clear him out.
They're doing the best they can. Look, the perfect pinch, though. Simp, he's just too much. Too hard to handle. In the kitchen, there's another. Gets that. It was Selim. Whatever, man. We'll give it to him. Crazy play out of Simp. That is disgusting.
That is world champ, man. That's it. The 2-time right there. That is the man that lives in grand finals. Anybody that doubts Simp, it's gameplay like that. That is just a reminder. as Atlanta still holding on defense.
Faze, a phenomenal defensive hold, but that might be enough to break their back. Three dead,
right here.
Flying in. Sim, can you do it all over again? I'm not sure if he's got the magic in him on the 4-man stack. This is for the map. Simp, what can you do? You can't take the whole roster down. No way. The Thieves. Teamwork gets it done. A magnificent stack, and what a game of control that was. They take the lead, 2-1.
Hey, Miles, even on the teamwork front, you had what, from Selim's point of view, like in the icebox corner, 3 different players from LA are chowing at the exact same time, flying at them. I mean, from both of these teams, the team chows, shots, everything completely on point. But for LA, just a little bit better. And again, they have very much struggled in the control game mode, just as they have struggled in Search and Destroy against Atlanta. Well, they win both of those. They're up 2-1. They get to go back to a hard point to try to secure this series. They finally might have learned just enough in Envoy. Absolute class game, 25 kills, the damage completely on point. I mean, he was winning some unwinnable gunfights towards the end.
Crazy map. However, the Thieves, they take the lead here in the series. We go to another respawn. Atlanta have obviously been putting in the work. As we look across the highlights here, I mean, just the outstanding coordination from the LA Thieves, man, when it came to either side of the map. Either zone was dealt with handedly. And they do lose a couple of very strong rounds, Chance. Faze didn't look terrible at control, but they're definitely not the strongest control team we've seen.
Honestly, they maybe only had 1 or 2 sort of mishaps the entire time. Here's a look at the quad. That would be 1 or 2 of the mishaps. That is just...
Can we see it? Yeah. Can we see it again?
LA Thieves just had something extra, I guess. Just a few of those moments where Draza doing that. Draza as well defending the B zone just a little bit extra. So, I mean, again, rising to the occasion on the day for the moment. Potentially still a lot more Call of Duty to be played, but for the moment, LA Thieves just have the edge.
So strong, man. What a fantastic matchup this has been. It's not over yet. Now that we get to cool off, we go to Hydro for our next hard point. Until then, no Chance. Just, you can't ask for more. This is what the COD League's all about. This is the highest level of play. This one, this little family feud, this one's a little personal. Last time these two teams matched up online, Slasher had choice words, and we're far from done. If we get to that Embassy Search and Destroy, let's find out. First and foremost, though, a quick dip. We will be cleansed on Hydro, chat. Let's go.
And I mean, 3 things I want to touch on real quick. One, that like 2-piece Simp got the second one through the door, completely absurd. The second thing, has Faze ever been 4-pieced in a feed that perfectly by one player? Because if I'm Draza, I'm taking a picture of it, I'm putting that on my wall and framing it. The perfect quad feed against Atlanta Faze. So that's ridiculous. And then 3, am I crazy? Selim hit fired his teammate, snapped on him through a wall? Did that happen?
I don't know. I don't remember that exact moment, but it's possible, man. It's possible. He's that player. You know, he really does have that sort of ability. Here we go, though. You've come a long way, Thieves. One more map, close them out, roll on in the tournament. Top 3 here at Major 4. And for Faze, you can never count them out. No matter what the situation, no matter how dire things seem, they always find a way. This is long but done. And that man on your screen, Selim, a wizard. We'll see what he can bring. The onlookers there, all of the professional crowd we've got. Of course, members of LAG to the left-hand side of the screen, right-hand side of the screen. Of course, that's Minnesota Rocker. What a tournament this has been. We are ready to dive into Hydro. Let's go.
And this is a tough one for Faze. I know they got the first map 1 win, but if there was either hard point, if they had to win one in the series, it would have been the hotel. LA Thieves a decent bit stronger on this map in spite of the fact that they are last in rotations. But when they rotate, they get there and they completely lock it down. But obviously, the exact same thing can be said for Atlanta Faze. So rotation's always going to be key, but LA, they love this map. They're happy to see it, especially so against Atlanta Faze. So this is the desperation time. This could be karma for a spicy interview. And admittedly, I mean, today is only, Saturday? Plenty of Call of Duty left to be played. The winner gets top 3. The loser falls to Toronto Ultra. But I assure you, Ultra, not a team you want to have to play in losers.
Nah, I mean, they won the last major. They're looking hot already. Here we go. A team that swims together, trims together at the barbershop. I don't know. Barbershop. I don't know. We'll see how we go.
Wins together works.
Yeah, we've already done that one. We're already looking great, though. Nice snaps there from Envoy. Not enough to get the kills, but plenty of damage. Going to hold those players back. Keep the LA Thieves on the point, but here comes Simp through mid-map, and he is plowing the field. Just like that, a quick reversal of roles. Phaser on the point.
Yeah, trying to reap the harvest that's come through this season right at the end of the year. And an interesting moment for Envoy. This is sort of the big question. If you got to be the best at rotations, or try to avoid being the worst, rather, Envoy, it is going to be a hero solo play to try to get these spawns, but Simp is going to be very distant. And honestly, no one collecting the P2 time yet. Octane's going to get 2 kills, and yeah, Atlanta Faze, they're going to be spawning out, at least for the moment. Envoy jumps on the hill, already gets the first one. Simp plays a deep corner, but it is scattered spawns, and LA Thieves for the moment collecting the time.
Managed to get in there, Thieves. Oh, there they go, they spawn out. Reinforcements will not be there soon enough. Simp, good work. He was on watch, making sure no one made it away through the back, and now his watch has ended, but now it's over to the hard point. The battle has only just begun. Back at it we go. Wow, trades on trades. As Atlanta Faze, they are still holding on to this one. It's not quite fingernails, it's more of a white knuckle fist at this point in time. What a battle this has been.
Yeah, and it took a little bit of effort from Faze, too, before they could actually get the trophies in the mix. They were dying nades. You got an errant play by Kenny, maybe trying to strip away some time. But Atlanta Faze, keep it stable. And Atlanta Faze also winning gunfights again on rotation. Simp, that would have been 8-3, but he falls to 7-4, still doing great in the kills column. And his team has now won the rotation. So again, LA, worst in the game at rotations. It's just when they get it, they hold it down. But you have Atlanta Faze #1 at the holds. This is a clinical setup they have on P3.
This is a big moment. Slasher, he is the watchman right now. Has got to make sure no one hits that back line. Draza is going to be the man trying to infiltrate it, and timing has not gone his way. Draza. Step 1 complete. Step 2, hit the hard point.
Octane's also on the pitch as well. So yeah, Faze, they're going to be caught in a bunch of different directions. They don't block the spawns, and Draza has to read this moment. He's checking the steps. He knows what the situation is, and even through the nade smoke, just beams him down. Give him the 2, because why not? And LA Thieves maybe showing off why they're good at this map. They might not always rotate, but even the breaks can be on point. That was a picturesque setup for Atlanta Faze. They don't get a lot of time off of it. It'll be a nearly tied up game going to new.
Next hard point, low right-hand side of the minimap. That's where we go next. Atlanta Faze, they are there first. The red arrows on that minimap, but here come the LA Thieves. All 4 of them now. Conga line right through the middle. They're flowing, and that's unfortunate. All of Faze behind them. Go, boys, go. If you take care of Slasher, hit the 180, you might be able to get there quick. Octane's already making a read of that. He might be able to be the vanguard right now, the rear guard, so make sure no one gets in. Slasher, oh, no way. Looking for Kenny.
Geronimo?
The cannonball, but he misses. I can't believe it. Another highlight for Hydro right there. The hard point's still open.
Yeah, that is this map, and it's fun. So I love how Slasher didn't even bother to like look underwater. He just knows Kenny's gonna bob his head. But that is Slasher, by the way. I mean, he only had to get 2, maybe make it 3 kills towards the end to pop off, but he just single-handedly saved his team on this rotation to stay alive in the back, because 3 players on Faze, they died at the worst possible time on rotation. So make no mistake, it is a comedic moment, but that is a massive one for Atlanta. Bump up the score just a little bit more, a sizable lead, but certainly not insurmountable. Now you have LA. They don't win the rotations often, but for this one, they do. The question is, how well can you hold it down? Draza pushed up, maybe trying to be annoying for a couple extra kills, and so far he's going to deliver.
Do we get some streaks for Slasher? 2 more kills, and we'll get a cruise missile for his efforts. And Octane says, nah, bro. Ends it right then and there. Draza on the back line. He's going to be the man watching this rear flank, and a busy. Oh, spots 1. He will not be gambling for the player in the back. Can't even get the kill onto Envoy. Now over to Simp. The other half of the Terrors. Can he prove to be more than a nightmare? He's in. Slasher finds the kills. Beautiful work. Faze with a break. Faze with a time.
Yeah, Thieves not able to hold on. So again, another big moment for Atlanta. Trying to just sort of slowly build that lead as much as they can. And it looks like they're going to be poised for the final 15 seconds as well. So first set of rotations is in. I mean, a couple missed opportunities for LA, especially on that like P4 rotation, but Atlanta Faze capitalized, about a 50-point lead. And if you got a lead like that, you can take the long routes. Abizi going all the way around, trying to set his team up long-term for P2, and that's the setup. Abizi draws the attention. Slasher gets the kill. Now you go turn your attention to the time.
Corner Slasher, he's got on a 4. Can he get streaks this time around? 2 more, and he gets himself a cruise. This time, Draza says, nah, brah. Ends the streak right then and there.
And you have Atlanta Faze. I mean, again, they got the P2 spawns, but there's 37 seconds left on P1. So LA Thieves, maybe Carpang to DM and Envoy looking for that rotation again. He has been destructive over towards P2.
Oh, wow.
And Slasher gets caught as well. That is 5 in a row. Crew's opportunity to get, and that was so much time on P1. Atlanta Faze, I mean, they're still having to fight for the scrap. They're still getting picked apart. Envoy still doing things. He goes on a tear, and his team still has the spawns. A battle we have indeed.
Oh, the Prince of Darkness, truly royalty here. On Hydro, what a play. Here comes the Cruise. Wasting no time whatsoever. That's going to slam out either P1 or the players who are trying to make their way through the other side. Nobody home. Everyone from Faze takes a dip to try to dodge the Cruise, and now back on dry land, a Slasher taken care of.
And honestly, that's a perfect Cruise as well, because you don't really expect him to get kills, but that is so early on the rotation. You can spot out all the water routes. Guess who's ready for the routes after the fact? It's Envoy selling towards the back, gonna block a couple spawns, but it's not like you're gonna get them, so it's a foot race for a couple players towards the hill. But Envoy, he has been on a tear at this section of the map. He has been a wall of defense. You cannot get past Envoy. All class, all gas, no breaks. Set his team up in LA. Obviously, they have the lead.
He's kicking ass. Helps his boys get the lead. Dylan Hannon, Envoy. A sensational performance here in the hardpoint, trying to close the series out. Andraza, patient, wise, and lethal here on the back line. Hardpoint's going to be open in a moment. The pinch will be there, but Atlanta Faze, they will be first in. We're looking at another lead change.
And there it is. That's the gunfight for spawns. Number 5 spawns the instant. Draza gets that kill. So LA Thieves turning the map on its head. Envoy setting them up. And now the team trying to knock them down. Only a 5-point difference for the moment. But now, right now for Atlanta, you're forced to flood in through P1. The 50-50 gunfights. Well, not easy to win. A lot of damage being exchanged. But LA, that early edge.
Thieves, they are just clotheslining Atlanta Faze right now. Every possible hit has been dealt with. And here comes another flying lariat from Draza. There you go. That's 5. Looking for number 6. Here you go. Right into the jaws of our Alaskan assassin. And he has had his fill. What a demon.
And they have flipped the map on its head as well, right? They give up the back spawns at the perfect time. They win the gunfights at the perfect time. They have the rotation exactly when they want it. Envoy, the king of the mountain right now, and it might be a Vaznev, but his shot has been crispy. Now even Draza, again, the early cruises on rotation just for the intel. Doesn't need to kill anybody. His team's going to be getting that time.
And what a boom that was. Octane Draza on the other side of the map trying to make their approach forward. Faze, they've cut out all of the frontline attackers now straight to the hard point. They will soar through the ruins. Topside covered. Trades are done, though. LA Thieves still maintaining the trade dominance. My good God. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, towards the business end of the hard point. Can Atlanta Faze mount the comeback? Let's go for a listen in.
Alright, I'm gonna try to go low right here. They could already be out low right now.
I saw B3, bro. It's kind of weird. I feel like.
What could be on news?
Yeah, I think so.
I don't see anything bridge. I hear one runes, I think. I think one just went through runes or some bullshit.
I'm trying to play your. I'm playing your.
I think one's behind us.
I think so.
Okay, it's fine. Stay front. Yeah, no.
I'm saying your P3.
MC.
I'm trying to block.
I run. Yeah, run side. I break. Small. Front, dead. And small.
Trying to block.
He's just swarming.
I'm gonna try this guy.
Small.
It's dead.
That's one up behind us. I'm broken.
One more in front of me. I'm chopping front. Weak. Dylan. Nice. Shit out.
Shit, dog. I think
Back me.
I spawned out front.
Back me, guys.
Where'd you?
I'm just finessing.
Trying to help
I don't
you.
have your back.
Spawning up banana, I think.
You guys got my small?
Yeah, he's small.
Give me top of me.
I got stunned.
I'm my pawn right now.
No, behind us front. I'm dead.
Brown shot.
I died. There's two front.
Alright, back door drop.
Yeah, there's 2 front. I spawned the back.
Faze, the setup falls like a house of cards, and now the LA Thieves are in, and we are looking at a 3-1 in a matter of seconds.
Getting picked apart on the final hill as well. It is the tax in the feed. Draza 27, Envoy 26, and LA Thieves for the 3-1. Taking care of business, getting the job done.
When they last met, Slasher called himself the teacher. I taught you everything you know. And now the students have become the masters, the LA Thieves. have triumphed over Atlanta Faze. And those fist bumps must feel good.
And I'll tell you, Miles, I think this is a series that for these two teams, because I think at this point, we're expecting matchups at every single major. They're going to find each other at one point in time. The fact that LA walked into this one and for the Search and Destroy game plan said, we'll take you on El Asilo, we'll take you on Embassy, we want them on their best too. The fact that one of their focus points has been on Embassy through the previous stage, I think LA, they've been playing the long game, knowing that they have to take Atlanta down. And considering the series started off with them losing the first hard point and they bounced back with a dominant win in Search and Destroy, this is a series that can mean a lot for LA long term, but it is that time of the year. We are getting closer to champs. That is when LA levels up, and that 3-1 is going to feel phenomenal for them.
Envoy, the highlight package will be particularly Hannon-filled right now. He had an incredible map, whether it was the shots or the perfect timing, everything he hit just worked out. Unbelievable performance from the LA Thieves. Congrats to them. Top 3 at the major now secured for Atlanta Faze. They will play Toronto Ultra in a moment. And an way this one goes down. That Hotel Hardpoint, a distant memory, because since then it has been all the LA Thieves.
I'm almost like baffled that they were like 12th on rotations on Hydro. If Envoy has been doing things like that has been clinically absurd on rotation, the gunfights that he was winning, the streaks that he was going on. I think like his KD is like 27 and 18 overall, something like that. But around the P2 section of the map, he had to have been like 15 kills, 2 deaths. Envoy completely ran the show.
Really, really impressive. That's one I'm going to watch back as a budding an aspiring Vaznev player. There's plenty to learn there from these guys. Crazy stuff, man. I mean, wow. Chance, that was quite, again, we touched upon it at the beginning of this one, quite a personal series between both teams. Of course, last time we played, it was the Faze who came out top. Atlanta Faze ran the show in the previous major. This time round, though, all LA Thieves. And this does give us a wonderful indicator of how the rest of the tournament's going to look. Winners final now locked. Of course, Optic Texas, New York Subliners. That is going to be an absolute slobber knocker later on today. After that, though, we've got Faze Ultra still to play and a Rocker waiting patiently for the loser of that Winners Round 2 game as well. So tons of COD still to be played today. But Envoy, the man of the moment, certainly helped his boys get that top 3 performance. He is now on the flank with the squad. Take it away, boys.
Ladies and gentlemen, what is going on? I'm joined by Envoy from the Los Angeles Thieves. Dill, you just got a crazy 3-1 over Atlanta Faze. You guys are looking incredible. How you feeling after a big win?
Feeling good. Feeling good that I got redemption for the first map because I feel like I made a bunch of bad plays. But even before the series, Zach said, yo, win map 1, even though he didn't. He's like, I got you guys map 2. And he had us map 2, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, Zach was going crazy. You were doing your thing all series. Ben, go ahead. You got a question for Dill?
Yeah, I mean, we were curious about the map 2. I know you guys have had some tough losses against them in the seal. Did you guys put some like extra prep work against them or just kind of updated tactics from practice?
Obviously, they're one of the better teams still, so we've scrimmed them a bunch. So we've scrimmed them on the map. And I mean, their SMG has just been falling off a bit. I mean, it's hard to keep at that pace, you know, undefeated for so long time. And we've always liked playing a CeeLo. You know, it hasn't gone our way. We've sucked with our number situations, but we seem to fix those and clutch up when we need to, and that's why we came out with the win.
Yeah, go ahead, Pat.
Yeah, my question is basically SMG players on Hydro. Yeah. I personally think you're probably the best player. So what do you think about that map, your play style that lets you kind of take over on Hydro?
I'm getting slippery in the water.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Breaking out the bathing suit.
I think the water is deceiving, and I agree with you that Hydra's probably one of the hardest maps to play as a sub, you know, when someone gets posted top ruins, top dome. But it's all about just reading the pressure, reading the map. I mean, obviously you guys have been subs before, so you know when people are playing these power spots, what routes you can and cannot take. And I think it just comes down to that. And
you got
sometimes
the finesse.
Yeah, you got to finesse. And sometimes in the moment, it's hard to judge. But like I said, recently, I think I've been doing a good job of it.
Yeah, you've been doing a great job, man. You're hitting form for sure, man. You're definitely getting up there. Kenny also, I feel like Kenny's really getting up there now, too. He's really getting into his groove.
Now, our chem has been, like, pretty insane recently. And even in the matches that we don't win, it still feels like we're moving really well on the map together.
Yeah,
you know, baiting and switching, and I feel like we both really know our role.
Yeah, well, Dylan, you guys look great. Good luck the rest of the way. Thank you for hopping on, man.
Appreciate it, guys.
It's always a pleasure, my guy.
Always a
pleasure.
Desk, back to you.
I didn't like
You almost got in trouble.
Thank you so much, Flank. Awesome stuff coming out of Envoy. And congratulations to the Thieves. I saw this one going the distance. They say, nah, man, we're winning this control, and we are closing the door on one of FaZe's best maps. Let's talk about the success of the squad, because Kenny's numbers, not where they were yesterday, but the dubs keep coming. This is a team effort, and I think we touched on it. Envoy doing a great job on rotations. He wasn't alone, though. I asked you, who is the MVP? Draza or Envoy? You both said it would be Draza in your eyes.
Absolutely. I mean, you got to think, like, back to that map number 2. I mean, Draws goes 11-4. And I mean, we're not talking about just any team in Search and Destroy. We're talking about Atlanta Faze, one of their best maps, map number 2. In Draws, like he said, you know, F it then. Yeah. It goes 11-4 for the win, where we thought LA Thieves was in a terrible situation losing that first hard point.
And let's talk about that a little bit, too. Like, the game 2 was very important for this series. It's a map that they were 0-3 on against Atlanta Faze. And, you know, Chris, we were talking about in the green room a little bit, like, what is he doing so different? You asked me, like, why has he got an SMG out, right?
Yeah.
Well, a couple rounds early on, Abizi was getting active, and then Draza played bottom mid, bloods Abizi. The next round, he's like, I knew he's going to be a little bit more hesitant, pulls out the SMG and just rushes to their side up top. So clearly, through practice and having those repetitions, sitting at 15 times in the year, they've now played a CeeLo Search. They've improved there. Moving on, I mean, you think about this Hydro Hardpoint. This is a map that a lot of people probably had FaZe winning. Well, that second rotation, the fundamentals on Thieves are just supreme. Every single spawn they had, every single hill early control they had, putting FaZe on the back foot. Thieves are just better.
This was our Boston Major Final. It happened just in our winners semis, and now with a 3-1, LA Thieves move into our winners final tomorrow in our guaranteed top 3. Meanwhile, for FaZe, you drop down to a lower bracket where Toronto, the most recent major champion, is waiting. FaZe haven't finished outside the top 3 in 9 events. This could be the first time this season, first time since last year.
Yeah, major one last year. Since then, Atlanta Faze hasn't placed outside top 3 at any major. And I will say this, so I do want to commend Atlanta Faze, at least moving up the ranks when it comes to respawn. They went from like being the 10th rotational team in the league to like 4th now during this split. So they're making improvements, but you can't be losing your search and destroys against teams like LA Thieves, where respawn's their strong suit. So it's going to be a battle against Toronto later on today.
We got to take a look at some of the best moments from this. Draza was a rock star, the MVP. Has our bracket moving forward. It's going to be your Thieves 3-1ing over FaZe. They play the winner of Autistic versus Subliners. That's the battle that's coming up next. And we highlighted it earlier. Elimination round 3, FaZe or Ultra. One of them is not moving on to a championship Sunday, Allie.
I mean, that is insane to think about. Once again, this is one of those matchups where you'd expect it in winners, you'd expect it in semis. To seed and losers round number 3, I mean, I can't imagine one of these teams going home. But they have to.
Shout out to everyone who just picked up their drops. I saw 5 winners here in Twitch chat. And remember, they are on YouTube and Twitch. And we've got plays like this coming for days. It's time for your GMC Hummer EV extract mode. And Draza, he extracts a whole team from this map. Take a look at this squad wipe.
I mean, the guy gets an absolute 4-piece, right? Like, he finds 2. We didn't see it from his perspective, but he gunned the crap out of the last 2. The snakes don't work. It feels like after he got that 1v2 in the search, he was just on fire the next 3 maps. Look at the shots.
And remember, about this control, I said it was the #1 attack team in LA Thieves versus the #1 defensive team in Atlanta Faze. LA Thieves just picked their defense apart.
Love watching this battle, and it could be just one of 2 throughout this tournament. Will FaZe be able to battle back? We have to wait and find out. For now, we have another winners bracket semis. Autistic takes on New York next, and before that, we want you all to register right now for the World Series of Warzone. It's bigger, badder, and madder, all concluding with a live in-person final for the first time ever. Check out the World Series of Warzone.com right now, or scan the QR code. Also, pick up your Golden Blossom, because Serenity awaits with the Golden Blossom bundle. We've got 3 elegant tracer weapons that have both death effects and laser effects. So get yours today. It's the Golden Blossom Tracer Pack. You're going to love it. I love it already. But I love Call of Duty more. When we come back, it's Subliners versus Autistic Texas. Who's joining the LA Thieves in that winners bracket final? We find out after this. Welcome back, everybody. We are live with Major 4 from Columbus, Ohio. The 2023 Call of Duty League season continues as we are whittling down our field of 12 teams to just 4 on Championship Sunday. We just sent another team down to that elimination bracket. Here we are, though, in our winner's semifinal number 2. New York Subliners taking on Optic Texas to find out who plays against LA Thieves tomorrow in that winter final. And this is going to be an epic showdown because you have New York, who is our Raleigh champion, going up against Optic, who has been perfect here in Major 4. So Optic, I think, currently has the fans' edge if you're looking at predictions. And if you're looking at our CDL points, Optic is also in the lead now on this season. Subliners used to be in the front up until this qualifier. Optic has now jumped them, and with a win tonight, Optic will lock in their spot at champs. So that's pretty big game, not just top 3 on the line here for Optic.
Yeah, pretty big game, right? Like, you lock up your spot for champs, you're feeling very comfortable, and you also lock up a spot as top 3 going up against an LA Thieves team that you already beat. So not thinking too far ahead of your Optic, but you're confident because you did recently play New York. You also beat them.
Let's talk a little bit about this Optic squad, because, Ali, you and I were arguing. I said New York has the better sub-line. You said, hell no, it's got to be Hook and Shotzi. What do you love about this Optic Texas squad right now?
I just love this SMG duo, and I like the kind of role that Dashy has put himself into as well when it comes to this team. I feel like he's become much more of a selfless player than beforehand, and also the fact that Shotzi and Hook, their roles are so interchangeable to me when I watch Optic Texas play. It's like either one is capable of kind of taking a step back when one of them is having a good game, and this matchup heavily favors them in this situation. They're 10-0 in hardpoint right now. They're looking to break the streak for 11 in a row against a New York team who used to be really strong in respawns but has fallen short recently.
Yeah, and let's talk about our Monster Energy pregame. I mean, continue the historic hardpoint run. 10 wins in a row. The record is 11. They have the opportunity to tie it, if not beat it if it goes to a game 4, and then take advantage of New York's Asilo control walls. That is a big one in this series because New York refuses to play Expo. They have to get rid of it, and they're 1-6 on Asilo control. What have we seen recently from Optic on that map? They have been baller there. So if they can lock that up, I mean, this series should be in the bag for them. But we know New York, when their guns get hot, they're hard to beat.
Chat, hey yo, where the New Yorkers at? Right now, it is 22 million channel points to 4.6 million in favor of Optic over the Subliners. So this is a one-way affair in the fans' mind, and it's probably a good reason due to the recent performances from this guy. He looks like the team captain. He's acting like the Call of Duty face of the franchise and maybe the entire title right now. What's up with Shotzi?
I mean, just let me set this up for you as well. In this matchup specifically, Shotzi has a 1.26 overall last time these two teams went up against each other. But not only that, historically a 1.31. He absolutely balls out when it comes up to the Shotzi v Hydra matchup that is New York Subliners versus Optic Texas. And Shotzi was already a great SMG, and it seems like he's become better over this stage. So not only is he getting kills, but he's making huge plays on the maps as well, being early on rotation, playing his life. I feel like Shotzi has been the player for this squad recently.
And I was just told by Comp Ops the players have 4 more minutes to warm up here before this match kicks off. So can we just get 1 more second on Shotzi? Because I feel like you've seen a lot of players come and go in your career, going all the way back to the beginning of competitive COD. Where does Shotzi rank all time, and what separates him from some of the rest of the pack?
I mean, he's in the discussion to be like top 15 player all time already. He has a world championship. He's won, you know, a couple chips with this squad, and he's absolutely disgusting individually. When you talk about players with like the highest ceiling in the history of Call of Duty, Chris, like he's up there, top 5 in terms of individual talent. This guy is unbelievable. He has the best movement I have ever seen in my life. Any mechanic that's in game, he can abuse it if he needs to, and he's also a nuisance, right? So in Search and Destroy, he gets that first blood. He can get away with his life in a seemingly impossible situation. So Shotzi, an absolute baller on the map.
Never done evolving as Shotzi, but today he has to deal with Hydra in the front line of the New York Subliners. Let's break down the squad that won the very first major of the year. And when they did it, they were kind of in a similar position. Middle of the pack, no one's expecting you to win the event, but they caught everyone off guard once. Can they do it again?
I'd have kept this in this outside of top 4 conversation. and that's when they seemingly find most of their success. I think the biggest talking point for me right now is not so much the Shotzi versus Hydra, but I feel like Kismet might be a little bit of the odd man out when it comes to this matchup, simply because of his role on the team is a little bit more of doing the dirty work. While on the flip side, having to go up against such a high engagement, high kill duo and Hook and Shotzi, it puts a lot of pressure on his shoulders. In this matchup specifically, he has a 0.8 in hardpoint. He's been struggling there when it comes to Optic Texas, as well as a 0.6 to control. Against a team like Optic Texas, who's so solid in respawn, we need to see a little bit more higher engagements out of Kismet.
Here are Monster Energy pre-game points for the subliners. Name us which one of these three is most important in your eyes.
Well, let's see where we're kicking things off. I mean, have to string together strong rotations on Hotel Hardpoint. Absolutely. Texas is the #1 rotation team on Hotel. Also beat Texas in their weakest game mode in control with Ghosty. Texas are 9-10 and have the 7th best round win percentage at 49%. Well, I'll tell you what, you got a CeeLo. You're 1-6 on that map. It's going to be very, very difficult. To talk about Hydra and the superstar of this squad, like throughout this split, he has been lights out. I mean, we're talking about 1.10 if we're talking about stats, but when we think about the Search and Destroy, a game mode that has been up and down for this squad, he has been ridiculous.
He's the 1v3 guy.
The 1v3 guy, but on top of that, Chris, he's #2 in first bloods for this split, right? 1.27 in that game mode, so he's getting away with his life after he's finding these kills, and that is exactly what they needed. They rolled Vegas 6-0 on one of their best maps, so they're feeling confident in the game 2s and 5s.
I'm looking forward to watching Hydra, especially in those Search and Destroys, because you have to expect a game 5 if you're a subliner fan. Optic has not dropped a hard point yet this stage. They are a perfect 10-0 right now.
Yes.
Looking to set the record or tie the record at 11-0. So you can't expect wins in game 1 or 4.
I mean, yes, and you definitely can't expect wins when we get to the maps and modes on the Fortress Hardpoint. I mean, godly, I was talking about the stats going into this one. These guys plus 77 differential. It means they're beating everybody by an average of 77 points. The next best is plus 28.
All right, that was a lot of numbers real quick. Let's take a look at these maps and modes. Let me reel this in one more time. So you said on Hotel Hardpoint.
On Fortress Hardpoint.
On Fortress Hardpoint.
They have been dominant. 6-0 with Ghosty on the team and almost 100-point clubbing everybody that they've played. Ooh. Nobody has even been remotely close to being that dominant on a specific map.
Ali, tell me the other side of this fight, because there are subliner fans. There's at least 6 million channel points now on this team. How do they pull off the upset and make everyone in the chat sad?
They have to win that map #1 Hotel Hardpoint. I think that's kind of the situation that New York can capitalize on right now. They're 12-9 on that game and map mode specifically. And this is a New York team. They're solid at respawn. When they won the Major one, that is where they did it from. They were a very, very solid respawn team. So I don't think they've really lost their way completely with that. Just other teams have gotten stronger. I think if Skies balls out like he did in the previous matchup, as well as Hydra, they should be fine.
Priest is the X factor for me today, and he will be taking the stage here in just a few moments. We're told the players need another minute. So while we wait on them to kick off this second winter semifinal, let's take a look back on our top 5 moments from some of the past.
They're flown in. Last man up is Octane. LaRue gets 2, 3. Oh no! Trade it out.
It's a fast one. Standy here to answer the call. Has one. Calls it up for his teammates as well. He's already in the position. Now it's all about bedroom control. You can already see Kleenex is up there. Has scrapped a pinch as well.
He's seen him dead silence as well. Scrap's not going to know, but gets away with it. Has to keep playing his life. Going to check it in the corner as well. Does eventually find it. 27 seconds left. He's going hunting. He's going hunting. And here comes a fight. Standy! A 5 streak. A clutch again. The bodies are being shot. It's 5-1 to Legion.
They sprung a leak. This is the opportunity right now for Rocket to get on it, and they do. They're flown in. Last man up is Octane. LaRue gets 2, 3. Oh no! Trade it out. Bounce is in there.
Demp puts in pretty much every single bullet from that clip of the Baznev. The final bullet connects with Fred. Ends up striking. Takes down both the tiny tears, and he wants Cillian too. What has Thanos got prepared for us?
He has no dead silence, that's for sure, but he is going to see the shadow on Pred. It does not matter.
But where do Faze begin to initiate this fight from? Simp once more taken down. Pred extends the spree. That's now going to be a cruise missile earned, and one more on top of it.
I'm watching. I have a trophy. No, they have a trophy. I gotta get it over. I'm waiting for nades. Well, who are you guys? You're 2 S1 on top of you guys. That's what defense one guys. B1, absolutely. No, he might be P1 looking. I'm looking at
bit too aggressive, and instead now we're thinking about aces for the rookie.
Wait a minute.
Gonna get shot in the back though, so he shut down a Ghosty for 2. Enough time to plant. Beans completely out of the picture. We got another 1v1 in kitchen.
Another 1v1 in kitchen. Will it be as snaky as the last one? Here comes Beans in the back door. They've not heard a thing. Oh my god, Beans with the knife. No, wait. Beans is on the bomb. I don't believe it. Ghosty's not going to hit his check yet. Oh my god. Optic Texas take the round.
Best plays from the qualifiers, but now it's land time. It's tournament time, and this fight will determine who moves into the top 3 and could be a front runner for the $200,000 up for grabs in Columbus. Let's take a look at this matchup. We got our casters ready, so one-word answer. Who you going with? Prediction time.
Texas.
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 Texas. New York. Manhattan gets it done. Bryce Anton all the way from the UK. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Puckett. Yes, a game many people have been waiting for. The winner's bracket does continue here at the Major, and it is going to be Optic Texas going against New York. It should be a big game. The favorites, Texas all the way for most people. But New York looking to refine a little magic that they lost at Major 1.
Yeah, look, New York looked quite good, of course, on day number 1. We're expecting a good performance from them, but Optic Texas have looked like the raid bosses of this stage in particular. And when it's come down to hardpoint, that is really where things have been so difficult for teams to take anything away from them. Flawless over the last 10, looking to tie the record at 11, may well have a chance to break it in this series as well if New York can extend it. But with the way that Optic have been playing recently, the recent matchup between these two as well, going over towards Optic Texas exactly 2 weeks ago. You've got to be feeling good about this one. There's just some curiosities around it. We're not seeing either one of the hard points we've seen from the previous series where they went up against each other. That was Mikado and Hydro. They are both gone. We run it on 2 different hard points. Hotel, I feel, is probably the best chance for New York. If they're going to try and get one of those 2 hard points, Fortress, you might as well choke that one up. The control's a difficult one. The search and destroy is tough. Optic Texas are a hard team to beat. New York Sublime is going to have to bring their A game.
You are right. Texas, the team to beat, as they already light it up in the kill feed. And this is the question we are asking for everybody. Favorites to win the tournament, but how do they look against some of the big teams still rocking? New York are one of those, even if the recent results haven't been amazing.
Yeah, it's been tough for them, you know, but we definitely have seen a step up online. They were really good in the first day and brought a performance level that we weren't too sure what to expect from them. They're actually starting things off nicely, 2 in a row, making it 3. The kills coming through for the subliners. Rotation's not going to be there, though. Hook has made his move. Spawn up is, well, I mean, everywhere. They spawn everywhere, Bryce. Where are they spawning? Yes is the answer to that question. Look at this, though, from Hook. Rotation is eventually there for Optic Texas. They're looking P2. New York subliner's going to have to find a break.
This is always a difficult break. As slowly but surely, New York trying to get somewhere near to it, but Ghosty's holding the door already. They can't even get close. Kismet will eventually take him down, but damage has been done. Optic is still here. They are still set up. There is a player out towards the back. Priester might be the catalyst for this push.
And when we talk about the strengths of both these two teams, the strongest thing for New York is breaking percentage. Skies will maybe open things up as the trades will start to flow in through. Which way they're going to fall, though. Priester will find Hook. The blast gunfight is going to be Ghosty. Just about finds it, but the spawns towards the back for subliners are in. Potential break again.
They're eventually finding it, but there is just reinforcement flowing like water. And eventually, New York will grab the scrap time, but only 20 seconds. Bonus, though, for Texas. They have this rotation.
Yep, 15 seconds to go. Subliners will take that one. The aggression came through, and then, of course, the spawns over towards the back are going to come in for Optic Texas again. 10 seconds fall their way. You have to get rid of Ghosty now. Subliners are being presented with a small opportunity to get some decent resolution over towards this kitchen side. Get yourself set up. Here come Optic Texas through the pantry side. Kismet's found 2 inside the point, though, and will lock it down. Priester has to stay alive towards the back.
And Kismet in the kitchen, making plays every single time we see him, and still gunning. Eventually will fall. Skies now has to try and stop this deluge of Texas flooding into the kitchen. Priester will get the trade as well as both teams go to work. It's a snake off, it's a bake off, and it's everything going down. But it will be Texas. They break it fast enough to make a difference.
Yeah, Ghosty finds 2 on the way through. The stun in just keeps him alive. Not able to stay alive inside the point is Kismet, and you know, you said it right, he does as well as he possibly can. When we often see him in kitchen, he can cook something up. Not this time. Kills flowing for Optic Texas again. They get scrap time, they get rotation. Such a hard team to beat, and look at this rotation. Again, we talked about the strengths of New York in terms of their breaking percentage. The rotations for Optic Texas are absurd, sitting at nearly 60% of the time. They are first ones here. They can get set up thanks to players from people like Hook. 10 and 6 to kick the game off.
Every single time you see Optic, just huge plays from their players as Hugh gets 4. Eventually, though, New York managed to stabilize for a second. Kismet getting the few kills that they need. New York are digging in here for the points.
Looking towards the scoreboard, the ARs of New York subliners of what has been struggling. Kismet and Hydra are keeping pace. Ghosty and Hook are the ones that are doing the business for Optic Texas. Thinking of Ghosty in those AR positions, just causing issues. Hook is really just in the face of New York right now. Anyone who runs in his way is getting blinked at and dying. Subliner spawning towards the back now. We'll be thinking about rotation over towards Restaurant in a second, but one more hit.
It's still Optic Texas. They're still doing the business. You can see they keep piling on the pressure. This team has found a rhythm in hardpoint, and the tempo of it is fast, furious, and everybody else can fall by the wayside. So many players going off. It's not normally Ghosty that's dropping the serious numbers for this team. It's usually one of the other 3. But when he's gunning like he is, that's the reason for the points. 125 to 57.
It's a scary prospect when you have Ghosty, the one top of the leaderboard in terms of the kills department, when you have Shotzi, Dashi, and Hook, who can just bring it at a moment's notice. Ghosty inside the point now, just trying to defend as best he can. The break has come through from subliners. Good pressure from the front. Optic Texas will be focused back towards the kitchen side. Could do with keeping a hold of this side of the spawn. Shotzi's found 2, though. That might be the break, but Hydra can answer back with 2 of his own. New York spawning out. Still towards the kitchen side for Optic Texas. There's good hold so far.
And you can see they are feeling confident on this Saturday of the Major. Let's find out how confident. We'll go to a listen-in with Optic Texas.
And cubby, deep left to point cubby, last 2.
I'm running. I freeze your boys. You hold here. We're gonna play the catch.
Double set.
I'm gonna run.
Holding TV. Yo, our side rugs. He ran TV. I have TV, you're good. TV, one shot done.
Middle's open, by the way.
I'm picking up mid.
I see you. Leave mine through.
Wait, yo, bottom bed. I have the cross.
No, they're playing through left, bro. They're playing through left.
Yeah, we're fine. Dude,
I freeze it.
Just keep holding middle, Kyler, you're good. Yeah, I got this. Yo, one guy's middle. TV, done.
Top bed, shut on. Nice. Yo, go right, Dan. I have this.
Mid up, Sue, Hydra. He's side door. He's one shot. He ran pool.
He's side door.
Let's scratches.
Hold
your own back.
Back's upset. Nice. Watch out. They're gonna be for bed. I got him.
Challenge you, one shot.
Top bed, kids. I'm not even sure.
One shot, hop up. One shot time. Close to your side.
It's
our side time. My side time.
There's 2. Middle spot. They're running up pool.
One guy's on you. Backstep side. Yeah, backsteps, Paco.
Where's he? Yo, one guy's side door kitch. Backsteps, yep.
Everyone chill. Play through all this. Nice. This is good turret. He's playing through all this.
Look at my backstairs again.
I have top cat. Okay, I'm going, Brendan, you go.
He's backstairs, Iron.
Okay, Iron backsteps.
He's back right, behind the block.
Optic throwing up the walls, making sure New York really can't get anything done. Ghosty calling out everybody, chill to stop the overheating Chowls coming through. But this game is slowly but surely reaching a conclusion. 174 to 105. New York on that first rotation have not set the pace.
Optic Texas have really just been there every single time first. So difficult for subliners to get any sort of break on this one. You've got Hook running absolutely rapid around the map. 22 and 14 out of him. He could be anywhere at any given time. There's 2. The third may well be about to follow as well from Hook. It's a ridiculous game from him at 25 and 15. Optic Texas walking away with this one, 180 points and rising. Rotation is there for New York over towards P2. They must lock in some good time.
This is getting out of hand now, only 108 points. If they get broken here, it could very well start ringing the bell for the end. And now, here comes the first push. Skies already taking a few bullets. Trying to back off. Will fall as well. Kismet holding Chandelier, but that's a wide chow from him, and down he falls. More fights going on towards mid and around the side, and that's a huge kill from Ghosty. So I'm just going to break straight through the front, and it's Optic Texas with the trades. Kismet staying alive once again. They have made this scrappy after a setup, and Texas are in.
The spawns towards the back, though, is what kept New York in it for only a moment. And they're still here. 35 seconds to play for. We'll put Optic Texas within touching distance. Hydra has to push. They have to do something about it. That's 3 dead with Hook spawning over towards Hole in the Wall. Finding 2. Still an option for Optic Texas to get inside the point, but once again, Hook is absolutely final. 213 points for Optic Texas. They will get scrap time again. Hydra here to try and disrupt that, but Hook cannot be stopped. It's only his teammates who can seemingly kill him at the moment.
Wow. New York, they think they set up. They think they're in a good position. Nothing for them. Here comes some more pressure as well. We'll just punch straight through any setup you have. Priester fighting for his life as he falls. Hugh takes down Shotzi, but it doesn't matter. New York spawning in the middle of the map as Texas continue to go to work. They don't even know if anybody's in there. They get into the point. It's a stack from New York subliners as they go for one last hurrah, one last opportunity. Can they get into it as well? Shotzi going for the challenge. Hugh combining with him, and as they spawn out, it's all over.
CDL record of 10 from Optic Texas over the last few games they played in Hardpoint. It's about to be 11 if they can lock in these final 4 points, but Hydra finds 2 to maybe slow down what is the inevitable of Optic Texas. Can find another. Are they going to try the kitchen, or are they just going to rotate? They've been so good at doing it all game long. They may well just lock in bar and lock in game number 1.
They're a little bit terrified. They're a little bit terrified. They get around to here as well. They aren't even going to worry. The rotation won't matter. It's all played out. Optic Texas, 11 in a row. They have tied the record for hardpoint wins in the CDL. And if this goes to a map 4, they could even break it today. But they are looking different. Nobody in the CDL wants to play them in hardpoint on basically at least half of the maps.
Just so difficult for New York. They never really won a solid rotation. I mean, look, when we talk about rotations, we talk about players getting over towards that hill and locking in that first decent chunk of time. Even the occasions of when they were the first ones there, they were not alone for very long. That is an absurd game from Hook. I mean, look at the slaying difference there. I'll do my quick maths eventually, Bryce, but they have been bodied on Hotel. That's not how you want to start a series against Optic Texas. New York subliners came in flat.
I don't know if they came in flat or Hugh came in like a mountain walking through the map. He was inevitable over and over again. If I played this guy in ranked play, I'd be reporting him for cheating every 3 seconds. Snap after snap, gun after gun. If your New York subliners are a fan, that was not a pleasant watch or game.
Yeah, it's always going to be tough when SMGs like Hook are getting up in your face. And we talked about Ghosty for the majority of the game as well. When he's putting up those numbers, it just releases so much tension, really, for the rest of the squad. They barely need to do anything, and Hook's still putting up ridiculous statistics. This was an insane kill as well. Kismet knows exactly where he is. Yeah, it doesn't matter. God. And then over towards Kitchen we go. Hydra does really well here, actually. I think he finds 3 before Optic Texas do break in to finish off what this started. It's 28-16 from Ghosty to end things off. I think it's going to be plus 40 kill difference. That was so one-sided. Optic Texas came out absolutely screaming. Skies couldn't win a gunfight against Ghosty. He didn't even drop 10, 11 kills, something along those lines. We talk about kills not being everything, but he just got blew out of the water.
The difficulty is if you are watching any of this, if you're a coaching staff or one of the teams in this tournament, trying to figure out a way around Optic Texas hardpoints at the moment, you're basically, for most teams, staring down a Neslo game at best. We know Fortress hardpoint is something strong here for Texas, which means for New York, the strategy has to be take these next 2 maps. You cannot rely on that next hardpoint. They've been beating everybody asunder. And it is a long way to go, but that's why Optic Texas are the favorites in this tournament.
And again, you're talking about winning the next 2 maps. It's going to be difficult. I mean, Albagra Fortress, you've got Texas sitting at 7 and 4. Shotzi is one of the best in the game at this map. First blood percentages are way, way off the charts. So New York have got some work to do here. And we could talk about the control as well before we do dive into the search and destroy. ACHILLES coming up, not good for New York either. And, you know, we were kind of hearing what Ant was saying on the desk about, you know, they don't want to see Expo come in there. But in the interviews, we were asking them, you know, how you're feeling about control. They said that it has been a little bit more difficult for us when Fortress did get removed from the map set because we were so solid at that map. And it was really helping our vetoes and the process that we go through. But now that that's gone, we've had to practice Expo. We haven't had a chance to play it yet. So then they choose to ban it. Don't want to see what going up against Optic Texas is like on Expo. So having to go to the, I don't want to even say tried and tested ACHILLES. They're sitting at 2-6, and their only victories are over Florida and Vegas. So another shot in the dark when it does come down to control. This Fortress for me is a must-win, or the series might be done.
And we talk about map number 4 and Fortress, and the issue is going to be that realistically, last time these played, New York got beaten bloody on Mikado. That was actually the map they took out of this series, leaving Fortress still in. There was no good picks for them. Optic are different on Hardpoint right now, and that is the difficulty that New York are facing. Maybe an expected result in map number 1, but they will have to find something here in map number 2 just to make sure that they can go the distance against Optic.
I mean, we say it's an expected result in map number 1. New York are a good hotel hardpoint team. They got made to look very, very average there, but they need to step it up. They need to find something on Fortress. The statistics don't really lean in their favor. Statistically, the worst defensive team. When it does come down to search and destroy, can you find something? New York subliners on their day, yeah, okay, the stats might not help them. So you look at this map set, you might not feel confident, but they do have Hydra. And there is always a potential that this man can pop off. Him and Shotzi going up against each other is going to be a crucial matchup here.
Just positioning. Kismet is waiting, wondering who's covering it. You can see that they're just firing. I think it's Ghosty who's on Overwatch now. Kismet decides to go for it on the back of that stun, but he does get tagged up. And Optic look like they're going for this. They're stacking for it already. Shotzi's coming around. Hugh over the top with a nade. Shotzi goes back and checks. And Optic are looking to take control of this site now after the first blood.
And that was just coordinated. You've seen Shotzi step up with the nade as soon as Ghosty setting over towards back maps. He sees somebody cross through and they start to move with the nades. It's Hook through closed it. Shotzi through open. One player down. 3 more to go. 4v3 for Optic Texas. Hook through double doors though, and just raining a Sunday again. Skies and Priest to fall. Hydra's the only one left. Hydra. Well, it's a good shot on Shotzi, but he's got a lot of work to do here. Hook with another. It's the ace for Hook in round number 1.
And it's like the hard point never stopped. Over and over again. They are not facing a player sitting across from them. New York are facing some sort of divine wrath because he has done nothing but kill them every single time he sees them. For New York, there has to be a win here. They have to try and get back into it. We knew where the favorite was going to be. Let's see what they can do on the defense. Optic for their attacking run.
I mean, ever since the team, got over there, I want to say teething issues with Ghosty. Off the rip, they weren't looking too hot, but since the major in Texas, this guy has just looked incredible. Kind of throwing us back to the Hook of old. New York subliners choosing not to fight over this site too much. Fighting from the outside in. Ghosty thinking about this plant that may well come through. Hook will hold the close angle. New York subliners go for the retake here. Plenty of util coming in.
Oh my goodness, he's popped the Denny. There's Hugh, finds the first but will fall. Doesn't really matter though, the trades are in. Priester left alone. A sea of green against him. Has Overwatch here. He's actually going to take down Ghosty. Trying for the 1 versus 3, but there's Dashy. Actually tags him up as well. Priester trying to do everything he can against this. Will get the stun challenge on the shot. He finds the second, but Dashy tags him up. Still a 1 versus 1, and Dashy will check as well. And Priester, can he win this against him? No, he cannot. It's a good try.
It's a really good try. Finds the first, dips out. Sees Dashi on the crossover towards B, so knows he has to take the challenge against Shotzi as quickly as he can. You've got them both isolated. This is your best chance. You've got to move. Finds the gunfight onto Shotzi, gets tagged up by Dashi, which ultimately puts him in an awkward spot. He has to stick or twist, goes through the plant, or goes through the defuse, I should say. And as soon as Dashi finds that angle, it's always going to be difficult. Child comes through. Priester not expecting it. Big plays coming in from Optic Texas to secure that one, but Priester made it scary. Now trophies on the go. Optic Texas to get aggressive with their grenades. Not finding anything with it. Kismet and Tom will not find anything with his either. I'm really curious about these SMG fights that may well start to transpire now. The grenades will become a little bit less positive for both two teams with trophies down. It's all about the SMG fights in the middle as this bomb will go down over towards their side.
Shotzi just seeing if he can peek anyone here, and he's actually getting onto the bomb site. They've left him through here. Priester, he's under pressure. There's so many players looking at him already. Shotzi will fall. He was playing solo on the A site, and it goes down to a 2 versus 2. Optic sitting around P1 looking for a way forward. Kismet and Skies both holding the back here. This fight is going to go nowhere near the site. Kismet gets the first. It's only Huke, the nuke left. Can he find a clutch here to send New York to the nether realm? No, he cannot. New York finally find a round, Tom.
Yeah, really well played. Optic Texas just sit back, wait for that push to come through from New York over towards the street side. Doesn't ever come. As soon as that bomb goes down, in the first blood, well, I think they both kind of came in at the same time in terms of the kills, one apiece for each team. And as those numbers and time whittle down, every single second counts as a more favorable position for New York Subliners. And just well held towards the back. They know the hit's going to come from that side. There was plenty of numbers clearly called out by the player who pushed over towards those trucks. Hydra and Co kept the pressure on, which allowed New York Subliners to then set themselves up. Optic Texas, what's the play here? Plenty of plants coming in for both these two teams. The retaking percentage is very, very similar. New York are allowing plants a lot more than Texas are, though. So Texas, can they manage to find a plant here? It's going to be harder when you got Shotzi sent towards the next round.
And now for New York, they can play a little bit of a patient game. Hydra, we're looking for any opportunity to exploit this. And now he checks his corners. Dashy will get Skies back down to a 3 versus 3. New York will control the side. And oh my goodness! Ghosty guns Hydra out of the window. It's a snap that may cost the round. Huke will fall as well. Back down to another 2v2.
Ghosty trying to find the pick here. But the hard job was kind of done. You get rid of Hydra. You shouldn't really have to worry about the flank, but the problem is that Kismet pushed up, then dropped back, so you're constantly thinking about where it could possibly be. Dashy, though, is surely going to get caught off guard by Kismet. He's lingering over towards top. Art shots in, though. Couldn't come through. Ghosty. Can he make this move? Is he going to call him going on the cross?
Oh, I don't know if he saw him. I don't know if he knows. Ghosty has looked for the kill. He's trying to figure out where he's gone. Checking the corners, and Ghosty with a spin, but not going to get the win. New York get that round, but Ghosty made it difficult.
And in that situation, I think, you know, from Ghosty's POV, the 1v1, it's almost too readable that he would go over towards the B side and go for the plant. Priester then just doesn't take the risk. He can watch double doors from that situation, so if he does push over from top map, so drops out top art and goes around behind to go plant it A, he's got that covered. Luckily for him, Dan Ghosty just runs into his sightline. Ghosty just thinking Priester was over towards that side of things, but information was not quite there. The young rookie on Optic Texas. Shotzi now in towards the site. A terrifying prospect for New York, who are going to struggle to plant. Yeah, Shotzi just running around like an absolute lunatic, as per usual. Is Kismet going to chalice?
They call Shotzi the maestro of movement for a reason, as New York get taken down in 3 separate gunfights. And Skies, I mean, Huke has just killed Shotzi. That's how locked in he is. Skies is wondering where on earth his teammates went to. And surely there's no way back here for Skies.
It's a really tough one. You got the bomb, but zero information for Optic Texas. Although I think Dashi may well have just seen him. You see all those players on the map just turning around. There's the stun check. They know exactly where he is now. Skies with 35 seconds. And, well, I wouldn't say a hope or a prayer to do this one. If you can get the bomb down, then maybe something's on the cards, but they will be covering this on every single angle. Hook tags him up here. Come Optic.
He's trying to stay alive, and Skies knows that there's pressure going to come from every single position they can be. And he guns Dashy, but not going to get the second. Too many bodies, too many players. New York just lost that round about 40 seconds earlier. It just had to bleed out.
Tough one from Skies, that. But it's the gunfight that comes through from Shotzi. I think Kismet's standing there, heading and looking over towards double doors, like, yeah, okay, let's see if we can watch cross. All right, Shotzi's inside the site. Shotzi's in top art. I've got to hold it down, and still gets gunned. Just unpredictable. And that's what's so difficult about trying to keep him down, trying to track him down. So many different places that he can hide. It's only his first kill, actually, Shotzi. Usually is the player that can do a lot for Optic Texas on this map, but it's Dashi at this moment in time. 5 and 3. The shots are just so crispy. 4v3.
They're shouting again to see Hydra. That's an easy kill for Dashi. One more up top. Surely he can't make this work, and he will all fall. New York again. Die all over Fortress.
And it's just when you've got players who can kill that quickly. Dashi pushes down the outside, finds that player over towards top maps, and all of a sudden, New York in that situation, you're panicking. Dashi, is he pushing over towards the street? Are they thinking about B? Is he lingering around that area? Hydra then puts himself in a position to say, well, okay, if he does push this, I can find him. Now he's already pushed past you. Shoots him in the side. The round's pretty much done by that stage. Nothing New York can do about this at the moment. Optic Texas are running away with this series. Dashi, Hook, Ghosty, having a blinder. Shotzi, he's only really won one gunfight, and yet still Optic Texas remain dominant.
They do, and Hugh is in the bomb site with Dead Silence popped. 8-3 now on the S&D. Probably looking to set some sort of KD record in a series with the way he's been playing. Dead Silence gone. He got into the corner, and Hydra will get first blood to Dashi. For New York, back to A, or the difficult road to B.
I'm curious how that's happened, because Dashi gets kind of baited out, but Ghosty's got a job to do here. He's going to find one. He's screaming at his teammates, get over to help me, but does he even need the help? Skies is the second one. Kismet doesn't want any part of it and runs it at Shotzi. Hydra now into top maps. It's a 1v2 from him.
Hydra trying to stay alive. Hugh up top as well. Shotzi going to be down low, and so is Ghosty. Just held them off completely. Not a moment to be missed. As Ghosty says, hey, I'm holding the gate. There is no way through for you. Go on, Ghosty the Grey, because you shall not pass.
I think in that situation, you're New York, you get rid of Dashi and top maps, you're like, oh, well, there definitely won't be two of them there. Yes, psych. Ghosty, there, ready for the push. And I think he knows that. You know, as soon as that kill comes through Dashi, in New York's mind, the communication will then come through from Dashi to say, oh, there's a couple of them, he can just back on down. New York is saying, but surely there isn't top maps, they can make that push, no problem. If you make a push into bottom art, it's the first time we've seen Hydra really get mixy in that area of the map. Hook will get taken down. 5-2 Optic Texas, but an advantage for New York in this round.
New York playing patient. You can just see on the minimap they're covering the angles. If anybody tries to go for a peek, Optic are hoping they move and make a mistake. Dashi and Kismet going to try and square up, but Kismet will win it, and it takes another string off the bow of Optic Texas.
A small amount of pixels is all that Kismet needs. Bear in mind, New York are 5-2 down. Kismet has a cruise. Don't know how that's happened. Hydra the second of the round now may well make it a third as well, my word. Ghosty sent to the Shadow Realm, but is it too little too late? Hydra with the 3. First time we've really seen him arrive on the map. It's a tough one for Ghosty, to be honest with you. I wouldn't even really call it a turn on. The shots going into, we've all been there in that kind of situation. You shoot a Vaznev player that's running around the corner, you're like, oh goddamn, I am getting challenged immediately. Good play from Hydra.
Still a long way back. The New York have it in them to try to put a lid on this Optic Texas team. See on the attack here already. Optic Texas look like they're moving. I thought there might be a super aggressive push for them. It is going to be already. Shotzi's underneath. Shotzi's all the way through. This could be disastrous. He's going to find Kismet as well. There's the first for Shotzi. And they have let him slip. Hugh is going to find another one. It's a full collapse. Skies tries to stop the bleeding. A bandage on a wound that Shotzi has ripped open. And they find themselves in a 2 versus 3.
So tough now, because now Hook's behind you. It's just unrelenting from Optic Texas. Can Hook find another kill to cap off what has been a brilliant performance? Priester last alive, 1v3. No hope, no prayer. We'll find one though, Bryce. 1v2 now.
Bomb is down on A. For Priester. Only a legend awaits. Will he find what could be one of the most important 1v3s? You will see. Priester going for it as well. Doesn't see Dashi. Dashi will eventually see him, and the shots are not good from Priester. And Dashi will take him down. Optic move 2-0 up in the series.
Just easy peasy. It's just nothing that New York can do about that Optic Texas. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Shotzi may well be the one who finds the route through the middle of ARP there. But the rest of the team just bring the squeeze. Immediately as he finds that kill out to Kismet, New York have got a spin run. They're going to say, okay, well, what do we do? Shotzi's behind us. Goddamn, this is terrifying. Then the rest of Optic Texas just push up towards closed and open, and it's just so easy to pick them up from there. Subliners, rocking the hard place springs to mind. It's another statement performance from Hook. Ghosty is arriving on the scene here once again. I mean, 9-4 from him, 10-5 from Hook. It's a terrifying, terrifying looking Optic Texas right now.
That is nothing but the truth, Ton. 250 to 138. It's usual business on the hard point. The S&D 6-3. As we move towards the LSELO control, New York are going to have an incredible pep talk. Something legendary, something Independence Day is going to have to come out of that camp to regain.
I mean, I hope the real and Sander have got some inspirational words because you're going to need it. You're heading into an LSELO. This was played in the previous series exactly 2 weeks ago between these two teams. It was Optic Texas that managed to take it. This could very well be 3-0. Can we see a resurgence from New York? Let's see.
Well, we will have to find out. Map number 3 is coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. When we are back, we will find the thrilling conclusion to this series one way or the other. We'll see you right after this break.
Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by the new series Citadel, premiering on April 28th, only on Prime Video.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are watching the watch party. Beautiful people there on the Scump watch party. Every single one of them. Methods, Scump and Hex, all looking glorious, all bringing you the action. We will bring you the control next as well. Wonderful people, glad to see them. If you are tuning in, you should do. But we have a game to get on with. Controls up next between these two teams. Optic Texas versus the New York Subliners. So far, plain sailing for Optic, making a statement in the winners final. Winners round.
You know what? It might as well be the winners final at this stage. They're pretty much there, Bryce. They only need one more map, so I'll forgive you on that one. And with the way that they've been playing, it is not silly to presume that they may well make it here within 3. LSCLO control last time around was pretty one-sided. I want to say it was a 3-1 to Optic Texas. The KDs really do talk their own talk. Kismet Hydra really struggled on this map last time around. Shotzi was the only one who went negative for Optic Texas, and with the way that they've been playing so far in maps 1 and 2, it is going to be difficult, but there are some things to maybe hold on to if you are New York. Your defense is not too bad. However, 2-6 record. The only two teams you beat are Florida and Vegas. It's a hard ask to see New York Subliners to start this reverse sweep. Can Optic Texas bleed it all, to be honest, because it's just looking like they're unstoppable at this moment in time.
Oh, here's the first push, and they're already out, and Yuke is still here. Yuke is still a monster. And it's just not something you want to see. New York have not made any statement on the opening break.
Just the initial revolt coming through, but this is spawned over towards the green side, so all of a sudden Subliners will get a favorable one at that, and will be able to make their push through. Hook's going to be behind. He will not have an AR. I know that for a fact. Oh, Sky's going to get some terrible timing, but we'll hear them coming around the corner. Who can shot a Ghosty, combining well, but that time has been stopped. New York are still lingering around the point. Optic Texas, though, very much behind them.
Here he comes, Hugh. Still alive, eventually will fall to Hydra. It's more time for New York. Because of the point, Dashy trying to thread this needle. We'll have to do it with a grenade. Fortunately, the trophies will be able to stop them. Second tick in here for New York. Dashy is going to fall one more time, and I don't think Optic will be able to do anything about this B.
Yeah, the spawns coming in from New York Subliners close side because Optic Texas have pushed up over towards the A side, as what is ultimately their downfall. Subliners can now just run free over towards that point. Optic Texas are not really set up over towards A either. Ghosty may well be behind them, but not the best setup so far. Optic Texas, a lot of work to do here.
Shotzi looking for another. Just a little kill there for him as he clears it out. New York Subliners just keeping alive in the form of Kismet. See, they're going to try and think about the positioning. And Hugh, using the door there, shielded himself completely from the grenade. Just keeps on running through. Long range bans against Sky. Sky, you can only see a pixel, but doesn't matter. He finds and tackles the floor anyway and keeps on moving.
Oh, spray for Hook. Kismet's still lingering around lockers. 2 spray for him. Make it a 5 for Hook. I'm calling it before he's even shooting bullets at this stage. He's going to get taken down, though, one off the cruise. That will be some disappointment. Ghosty, though, still lingering towards this side. The shot's in. Even if they don't hit, will be a distraction. Yes, boys, look at me. I'm on their spawn. As the rest of Optic Texas converge on the point, but that's one tick gone over towards A.
Ghosty gets away with his life there as well. Now they have to continue to look for him. Shotzi up top finds Hydra, and they have cleared out this point. New York thought they might have had a little control for a second, but it disappeared.
Ghosty has been alive for a long, long time. Just lingering over towards the back shed. Jumping back into bar when he gets figured out. Keeping that pressure on, but Kismet will find the kill, and now we'll stop the clock. New York still have a good opportunity here. Bryce Shotzi could do with finding this kill. Big kill.
Isn't going to get it. Kismet has played really well around this at the moment. He's 6-2. Ghosty looking for him at the same time. Bryce is going to check the corner, but doesn't actually check. Kismet going for the laydown as well. It's a dodgy fight for him.
Staying alive in that corner, though, is working out perfectly for New York Subliners. They don't have anyone over towards top tower because he's been taken down, but Ghosty just says absolutely not again. Number 6, is it coming up here? The stun's going to fall through. Can he find a cruise missile? He's really been the solid rock for Optic Texas over towards this A side. Can he continue to be?
This is it. The last chance for New York. Q cupped off with a Vaz. They find it. I think he's in Skies as well. He knows he's going to be here. Slowly pushing the snap, but Skies wins the gunfight. Goes down to Ghosty. Shotzi, though, will clean them up. It's only 4 lives remaining here for New York. They need the point, and they need the point now.
Hydra finds a push through, but Shotzi just so slippery. 2 players left for Subliners. There's just not a hope in hell for them here. Really, really stout defense from Optic Texas, but I want to give every single credit to that Ghosty that just stays in towards the shed, is calling out for his teammates exactly where they are, putting down the bullets at every single point, and staying alive. That's the important thing. Yeah, you can find the kills from those positions, but as soon as you get wiped out, you don't need to be thought about. The fact that Ghosty's finding the kills, dipping out, changing positions. New York are just like, right, well, where the hell's Ghosty? Where is he? We need to get a lock on him. He's in our spawn. He's going to continue to cause havoc. They don't lock him down. I want to say he was alive for over a minute. Subliners can lock him down. Optic Texas effectively locked down A. 1-0 to them. Now their turn to go onto the attacking side of things. It is a little bit of a weaker side for Optic Texas. Attack has not been favorable for them. Looking like they're going to find a push over towards A off the rip.
Just trying to apply pressure here as well. They find Hydra in spawn. Ghosty, 8-2, turns and burns him. And New York now taking mid-control. This may be a B push if they can find this first kill on the Priester.
Ghosty just continues. Everyone who falls into his sights is seemingly dying. It's only Hydra who can be answering. Kismet is going to find one, but the push over towards A. Optic Texas somewhat distracted with the push over towards B. It's a line up over towards A. Good shots coming in from Kismet, though. 10-5. Trying his best to drag New York through this game. Setting up towards the bar side. They will have to get rid of them here, Optic Texas.
There's going to be some players for New York that are desperately trying to keep them away. Yuka's already found one. Hydra flying out as well. He was definitely weak. The call must have come through. But Optic still gathering time and momentum here on this 8 point.
Good kills coming in from Priestess. Skies dashing. Staying alive though. Keeping that pressure on. Skies could do with staying alive inside the point himself. It's not necessarily been too convincing for Optic Texas so far. And bear in mind, okay, New York didn't win that previous attacking round, but it was 5 ticks they got in. Skies still staying alive. Optic, do you need to get something here? 35 seconds remaining. Nearly everybody wiped dashing. Might as well just embedded himself into this radio tower. He's still alive and kicking up there. 3 in a row.
West Philly being out there is starting to run out of ammo as well, but being alive does force New York Subliners into different spots. Priester will eventually take him down. He sees Ghosty as well. Ghosty lies down, doesn't matter. Priester gunning and running. And for Optic, it's over to B. They've got to stop this clock. They've got to find something.
Yep. A small amount of hope with that spawn over towards B, but Priester.
Anyone?
5 in a row. Can they get onto it? They're going to have to stop it. But Shotzi in this position now needs some help from his teammates. Priester's here for the cutoff as well. Is it going to be number 6 for Priester? Oh my goodness me! I mean, eventually you will not find the kill, but the pressure starts to come in. A now coming through. Optic Texas. Inside the point, this is still doable.
They have it, but it is tenuous at best. Shotzi staying alive, has been stunned. Not a lot of reinforcements actually here for New York. I think they're going to give it up.
Yep, that's it.
1 more minute on the clock. Optic do not have the life advantage, but they have bought themselves a little bit of time.
It's only 1 minute. Hook will get taken down on the flank, but what we've seen yesterday, Seattle against Minnesota, it is never, ever chalked. Optic Texas can still find a route through here, but Shotzi is just chasing shadows in the middle of the map at this moment in time, just trying to find an angle. Kismet will deal with him. Optic Texas have never really had control of the map. New York have played this round well. And bear in mind, on their attacking round, they managed to find 5 ticks. It's looking like Optic Texas may well only walk away with 3.
Kismet has been a thorn in their side every time they try and push. 3 lives remaining. Dashy sitting in green will be gunned by Skies. There's nothing really left here for Optic. Only Hugh can, while he's had a good performance in the rest of the rounds, he cannot take on that many players. New York win their defense pretty comfortably.
And that tick advantage will help them along their way. Talk about in terms of the statistics, it is difficult for Optic Texas to find attacking rounds. New York better in that stat. Nearly found it themselves, but a good defense from Optic around number 1 is matched with a better defense from New York Subliners in round number 2 that said there's been something they've been working on, their control. And on the overarching thought of it, they have looked the stronger side so far. Dashi yet to really get going in this series. He hasn't had to. May well have to step it up here in the control, though.
New York, at least finding this gives you a little bit of hype, a little bit of adrenaline in the bloodstream. Already looking for it. Hydra's moving straight into that player. Finds Shotzi as well. Gets onto the point. The problem is he's alone, and up top is Ghosty.
Just trying to be a nuisance. The rest of the team making their way over towards B. Hook is lingering around that area. Optic Texas. They smell a rat. 4 kills for Hydra in a row now, just trying to make it 5. 6 could well follow, but Hook defending over towards the B side. New York Subliners. Not sure whether to stick or twist here. They're finding kills across the map, but haven't made a solid decision on where to push, but it's looking like it's going to be A.
Ghosty start top is going to be a problem. They have to stop the clock. That first tick will be in. Looking for the second, and Hugh comes flying above. And they get the first tick. They stop the clock for a second, but now have lost map control. A is a difficult prospect.
It's going to be hard for Optic Texas to retake this control, or is it if Shotzi finds a kill in the back over towards the bar side? It's only Kismet who has somehow slipped this now. Hook hasn't got a clue where he is, and rightfully so. Kismet all the way around the outside. Still, this pressure from Subliners over towards the A side is coming on through. Shotzi can do it with the TAC, can do it with the Vaz. Staying alive in the mid-map. They're expecting the flank to come through. Progress at A for New York, though. They may well be locking this in. Optic Texas having another go at this.
Shotzi!
No way!
He's gonna find 2. Gets hit in the head with a grenade and falls down. Hugh to cover. Gets it with Ghosty. New York putting a lot of eggs in that basket. And now they head over to B. Sitting in front of them, Shotzi and Dashi. It's a 2-2 split for Optic. New York haven't committed solidly to either point.
There's one player over towards B, so Optic have to commit over towards it. Hydra's on his way to maybe cause some issue as well. Shotzi will get caught out. So New York attacking on 2 different facets here. If you're Optic Texas, you have to make a decision. I think you're going to have to give up A unless some magical play can come on through. The time is extended. B control is not really there, or wasn't. Shotzi will find a kill. Will overextend through the middle of the map if he can. New York Subliners not in a bad position here.
Oh, Hugh already firing shots. He's going to read that. He hasn't. Hugh keeps on moving. A 3 streak for him as well. They've cleared their lines out, and Hugh is now going to be a problem. He'll look to push up this map. He'll look to get a little bit more control. Ghosty's doing the exact same thing. They plan to punish New York.
This is now so hard for New York. Big kill from Skies, though. Ghosty will get dealt with, and Shotzi will also fall as well. Hook has to go big. They won't be expecting 3 of them in their spawn. It's 6 in a row from Hook. Gets away as well. Crucial. Dashi finding the kill towards the field side. This should be the round to Optic Texas with 30 seconds to go. That can be a monumental break from New York Subliners.
New York completely avoided pushing through bar. They know there was a Hugh waiting. Shotzi's going to find Priester as well. Nothing coming out of them in the end. They will get the trade from Skies, but with 19 seconds left to go, Hugh is waiting, and he finds the kill as well. Might even call in the cruise missile here if his team start to fall down, but they don't. They clear it. He's going to do it anyway. He's going to make sure that this does not go to New York ton.
Just making sure. I'm not sure if I like it, but he can do what he wants at this stage. Hook has been an absolute animal the entire series. New York, 1 life remaining. I think it's maybe just, what is that flow state we talk about? Just get the kills as best you can, as quick as you can, and as many as you can for Hook at this stage. But bear that in mind, look at it, think about that. If they do need it at one stage, that did seem a little bit overzealous, but you can't fault the effort that he made to find that cruise initially.
Well, defense 1. Onto the attack for Optic. They didn't look particularly strong at it last time. Only really got there in little bits. Eventually got only 1 section done. Will they find something better? Maybe off the back of this man. Hugh, a 7 streak. That still continues into an 8 on this round. A 27 and 19. Dead silence popped. The superpowers are running. But is he a superhero? We'll find out because he's alone.
Just has to stay alive, yeah. Doesn't have to be anything special, although when you pop your dead silence, you feel like you've got to run at them, don't you? staying alive, but the stun will come through, the check will come through. Kismet will surely clean this up, or will he not? 9 now in a row for Hook. Will get caught out by Skies, though. Just trying to linger around that kind of side of the map. But get rid of Skies, then all of a sudden things will open up. You can look New York Subliners. Nobody really past the 50-yard line. Priester is there to defend the field side. Shotzzy staying alive, trying to get something going. Over towards the A side is going to be the objective here for Optic Texas. 2 men inside. Nobody really to answer back about this apart from Priester.
Back to back. Shotzzy and Ghosty. Hugh also joining the party here on A. Priester's waiting. He knows he can't commit to this by himself. He will find the first, though. But that tick is rapidly going through as Ghosty clears. And one last chance. It's gone, but Sky's looking for an exit kill, and all he finds is Shotzzy.
Kismet's the only one who can answer back here. So all of a sudden, New York Subliners, you semi-commit over towards A side, and it opens up a route over towards P for Hook just to walk straight through. He's going to get taken down, so that little bit of a scary moment that was there for New York Subliners has ended pretty quickly. Now, Ghosty and Co, can you chip away at this defensive Subliners? 1 minute and 20 seconds to go. Need to clear out the spawn, but Subliners are so good at doing that. Sending people through the middle of the map, just being a constant nuisance, but Ghosty doing that on the other side of things. Priester calling in the cruise.
He's calling this in, but he'll also be calling out the Hydra. Hydra is on the flank. If he can get this as well, he's going to find the first, looking for Dash. He doesn't even take that gunfight to begin with. Gets one and gets away. New York are not making mistakes. But does it matter in the face of the pressure from Optic Gaming?
There's nobody on the flank. There's nobody there. Skies is going to have to go big here. Is he going to be expecting that player on his left-hand side? Yes, he is. He will find the shots into Hook. Kismet now calling the crews themselves. The whole artillery being sent towards Optic Texas.
It's been stopped. The trophy is just enough. Optic is still here. They've got the flankers away as well. Optic looking to end this series. Hugh is going to get Priester. They are getting onto the point. Kismet finds one, but isn't enough shots. He takes down Skies. Kismet's still alive. Is the dog big enough in him? No, it falls to Shotzzy. The third tick is rocking. There's not a hope for New York as Optic books their ticket to the winners' final in dominating fashion against New York Subliners. The favorites keep on marching forward.
And time again, Dan Ghosty proves his worth. He did it in round number 1, just surviving being a nuisance. He finds a 7 spree as they head over towards the B point. It locks it down. New York Subliners had no answers for Optic Texas in that game. The control was the closest one, and it's the same old story. A 3-1 victory. Optic Texas turn it on when they need to. Maps 1 and 2 were dominant. That was comfortable. They look so good. I mean, look, we were expecting them to look as good as this, maybe, but to dispatch a team like New York Subliners in that fashion, whoever's going up against them in the winners bracket final, of course, that being Thieves, you have a tall task on your hands. Optic Texas, very much still the same team to beat.
Yeah, they really are. Hugh having an incredible series, you do have to say. 24 non-traded kills. Does have the most damage in the lobby, but only by 4 points over Shotzzy. His impressive performance, hard point, S&D, and control. I said this before the tournament. I have never seen an Optic team look this good. They are the favourites in this tournament for a reason. Everybody else, while they have had highlights and they do look good at points, they have faltered somewhere along the way. For Optic Texas, they're sitting on 11 hard-point wins in a row. They tie the CDL record. Their next map could see whether or not they break it, Ton.
And, I mean, it all points towards them getting it done, doesn't it? I mean, and also to the point, have we seen an Optic team look this good? I think there's somebody with a watch party who might argue that we have seen a couple of really good ones, but this one is very much up there. Ghosty was an absolute phenom for the team. He's with Maven over in the arena.
All right, here with Dan Ghosty. All right, let's chat through it. First off, you guys have been demonic. It's been amazing to watch you guys play. Heading into this event, just absolutely in command. But you come into this series, you think it might be a tough match. 3-0, it's dominant. How you feel immediately after?
We're obviously feeling very good. We came out and we handled business, so to speak. But I'm very happy with the team and how we performed because we played exactly how we've been practicing. And that's always a good sign to see.
Well, I think that's a problem a lot of teams have. You know, I talked to Faze, I talked to NYSL, I talked to these different squads. It's like trying to replicate that. It's very, very hard, but you guys have been getting it done. Now, talk to me about Hook, because he's had, like, listen, it's been a wild couple of years for that guy. Like, I was wondering if he was still going to be in the pro scene at one point. Now he's looking like the best player in the game. What's it like to play alongside him?
I mean, playing with Kyler, he's a beast. He's really damn fast. He's really talented, and he has some phenomenal vibes, good comms. He's a great teammate. He's a good guy as well, so it's always a good time.
Well, I'm glad you guys are vibing. And talk to me about your role. Like, is it difficult at times to kind of just be the motorboat, just the guy that's constantly running his mouth, talking, calling out? Like, is it wear you out at times, or you just live for it?
It definitely doesn't really wear me out, but I will say, like, there were times earlier when I joined the team that maybe I felt a little anxious to speak as much, but now certainly, like, I have no issue talking a lot, so.
Gotten comfortable with the guys probably makes it a lot easier. Now, going forward, winners bracket final, top 3, playing against Thieves. They're one of those teams that start to click a little bit later in the year. It seems like they are starting to click. Any thoughts going into that matchup?
Honestly, we're just going to go in. We're going to have some good prep. We're going to put in the time per usual. And we know they're a good team, so we're going to come at 150% tomorrow for winners finals.
Well, hey, it's been amazing, man. I know like there were some doubters, some question marks at first, but you've been an absolute monster. The squad has been ripping and roaring. Good luck the rest of the way, buddy.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maven and Dan Ghosty. Congrats to Ghosty. A 3-0 sends him to the winners bracket finals, a spot that Optic was not at the last major. And this is crazy because I was looking at it. Since the previous major where Optic made that losers bracket run to the grand finals, they are now 21-4 here, map count at Major 4. They're definitely the favorites to win Columbus.
I mean, they are gross. I mean, we call that a winner semis. It did not seem like one whatsoever. I mean, Optitex is just dominant all game modes. I thought New York might have some opportunity in that search and destroy. Granted, that was the only map they were able to take last time. But this entire series was just Dan and Hook absolutely balling out. I feel like we definitely got a testament to how good Ghosty can be and just a continuation of what Hook has done this entire stage.
Yeah, I mean, when these guys are playing like that, they're beating everybody. They're suffocating teams, like legit. Yeah. They're beating them on rotation, and even if you do have a setup, like somebody's popping a big 2-piece, and they are insta-breaking you. In search and destroy, fearless. Puckett, you called out Shotzi's 0-4, yet he's still just rushing their base, getting up and behind them. Like, these guys find the gap. They get through. They find the blood when they need it. Optic is unbelievable. I mean, this is the highest ceiling we've seen from a team in this game. Certainly looking like their tournament to lose at this point, especially if you're getting games like that out of Ghosty and Hook.
It kind of felt like in the past you had players checking the scoreboard, seeing where they're at. I don't even know if this squad is checking the scoreboard until after the game. They don't care about the individual numbers. They're looking for the dub, and it's the team effort that put New York on their back. But, Allie, you said it at the start here. Optic has the best frontline duo, and with that, after watching this series, I have to say, without a doubt, you are right.
I mean, it is gross, and even when you don't get hit with the 1-2 punch that is Hook and Shotzi, you still get hit with Dashy and Ghosty. Like I said, Ghosty was balling out this entire series. I think this is the best performance we have seen from him since he's been put into this Texas Optic roster. And Dashy, he still put up numbers, but he didn't have to do anything. I forgot Dashy was on the team for a second because everybody else was balling out so hard.
This is only for entertainment purposes, but bet the over on Hook in the future. The kid is frying right now. We got to take a look, though, at our play of the match, and this, of course, belongs to Hook, our scuff play of the game. Gorillas gave this man up for free. Optic puts him in the starting roster day 1, and since then he has been frying. He took over Hotel and gave Optic, helping them tie the hardpoint record with 11 now in a row.
Dude, Hook had nearly 8,000 damage in this series. He's plus 29, and he had as many kills as Skies and Priesta combined in this series. This man is literally enough for 2 people. He was going crazy.
Allie, you nailed it. Who's better duo right now, though? Is it Shotzi or Hook, if you had to pick one of the two?
What do you mean? If I had to pick one of the two, that's so much. Why are you trying to put me in a trap? Absolutely not answering.
All right, I was trying to get chat rowdy, but guys, you're going to have to stick around for us and stay involved with our poll right now. We want to know, who do you think deserves to represent the Scuff team of the Major? The top 4 here at the event. If you had to pick one, Allie, would you vote in Hook or Shotzi?
Oh, no, after that performance, I have to put Hook.
All right, there you go. Hook is the top dog for now. Optic will be playing against LA Thieves tomorrow in the winners bracket finals. Both teams guaranteed top 3. When we come back, though, it's time for more eliminators. Toronto, champions of Major 3, taking on Atlanta, champions of Major 2. You don't want to miss it. This is for top 4.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck, and upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the CDL.
cause I'm next. I'm a threat. Oh yeah, really, y'all don't know this. Y'all in danger, I'm a threat. It's a threat. Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. Gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up. I'm blessed. I'm young, rich, and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Hundred racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking orders from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched up by the handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Shout out to my chat, still locked in. Day 3 of Major 4 coming at you live from Columbus, Ohio. This is the Call of Duty League. We are gearing up for the second half of the 2023 season. And with this, our second to last event before champs, it's a huge opportunity to earn points. But if you're looking at these teams, they're pretty much locked in for champs. At least Faze, they're already there. Toronto, if they get a win right now, their spot will officially be locked in alongside Faze and Optic Texas.
And a lot on the line, right? Toronto versus Faze, a tale as old as time. Right now, Faze has the edge when it comes to this head-to-head specifically with a 3-2 record on Toronto Ultra. But it seems that every single time these teams match up, the other team gets revenge on whoever fell in the last series.
And this has been so fun, Nameless, because if you look back at Major 3, this was our winner's bracket. Final matchup, Toronto took it 3-1. But then they have to play 2 weeks later in the online qualifiers, and it's Faze coming out with that same score. They were able to bop Toronto in their most recent meeting. What is it about these two teams? Why do they match up so closely?
Well, they're two very well-rounded teams, I guess. Well, Faze was at the time. Now their hardpoint's taking a little bit more of a dip, but this is always a banger. I mean, you got Abizi versus Kleenex on the map. You got Scrap going up against Celium. Like, these are some high-octane players who can take over games that are very, very good at search and destroy and control. So it can get interesting every single time.
Toronto Ultra failing in the qualifiers, but succeeding so far in the losers bracket, but they haven't had a tough challenger. On the other side, Atlanta Faze has not placed outside of the top 3 since I got re-involved in Call of Duty. Let's talk Ultra, though, first, because this is the team that won the most recent major. They banked $200,000 back at that Texas event. How do they get back in the mix? If you win here, you're in the top 4.
Well, Toronto Ultra right now technically is on like a 6-series LAN win spree. So they're monsters when it comes to local area network, but I think this is going to be their truest test during Major 4 right now. And they're going up against Atlanta Faze, where typically they actually struggle in the respawn. They go toe-to-toe and search and destroy, but when it comes to that control in that hard point, that's where Toronto happened to struggle, even though Atlanta has been short-stepping there.
It's time for our Monster pregame. What do you got for me?
I mean, for Toronto Ultra, the Monster Energy pregame, Hixie is a huge X factor. I mean, we've been talking about it forever. Like, throughout this stage, he struggled, right? Statistically, in that last series, the man was playing with initiative. He was taking over in the S&D, so got to get a good one out of him, and then play for the Tiny Terrors on Embassy Search and Destroy. 76% of Atlanta's opening duels on Embassy involved either Simp or Abizi. I don't think that surprises anybody, and they typically like to run right through mid, so the sniper could come into play.
And I love that final point. Toronto very strong in hard point, but they're 7-2 against a struggling Atlanta Faze. They've got to clean it up in this series. How do they get it done? Well, it's going to be Scrap. He has been lighting people up in game number 1, dropping a 1.4 in his opening match against Boston Breach, and then putting up more impressive numbers in their most recent 3-0 over the Florida Mutineers. But this is no Mutineer squad. Scrap is going to have to compete with some serious ARs on the other side of this battle.
But you can always expect Scrap to do well in this matchup. He's the only one on his team with a positive. Even the last time they matched up, he had a 1.29 overall with a 1.43 in search and destroy. So he personally feels comfortable in this matchup, and he needs to continue that prowess to help get his teammates on the same page.
Toronto Ultra, that is our Major 3 champions, but they're going up against our Major 2 champions and the number 1 seed in the league right now. No one has more points than Atlanta Faze, and no one is more consistent when it comes to top 3 placements at LAN events. And that is Call of Duty history I'm talking here. This team has been dominant. Abizi, Simp, Celium and Slasher struggled, though, against LA Thieves. What was going wrong?
I mean, there's a couple things, right? I think we're all going to talk about the hard point, especially on that Hydro, a map they've been good on recently. Well, what happened in that series? The fundamentals gone. Go back, look at the second rotation. Every single time they allow a player to slip through, get in the back, and make a huge play. It just comes down straight up to the fundamentals and communication in those situations. It has to be better. Versus a team like Toronto Ultra, they will punish you in those instances. So let's take a look at the Monster Energy pregame and see what Atlanta Faze has.
60% of the chat thinks this is the team to win. Allie, which one of these 3 points do you think is most important for Atlanta Faze today?
I mean, the search and destroys. I mean, that's been what Atlanta Faze has been leaning on throughout this entire stage, as well as locking up that control. And in this matchup, Toronto has always played them incredibly well. We're going to see another ACHILLES, which LA Thieves, a not very strong search and destroy team, was able to blind counter them in every single play. So they got to lock up those maps 2 and 5 and keep the strong holds on Hotel Hardpoint. They were able to steal that earlier from LA Thieves, and in history sense, they are 3-1 on that map mode against Toronto Ultra. They got that in that map number 1, so they have their favorable respawns in the series as well, so they got to capitalize on it.
Capitalize early is going to be the key, and we are looking at some fantastic showdowns. Let's talk about the individual matchups. If you're going one-on-one, aBeZy has the highest ceiling, in my eyes, on this Atlanta Faze team. What's his equivalent on the other side for Toronto?
Kleenex, 100%. I mean, this is a battle of the ages. These guys have played against each other in finals. Kleenex has beat aBeZy in the finals, right? So it is going to be an absolute battle. And, you know, the player to watch is aBeZy once again. He had a struggle series earlier, 0.79. He's not happy with that. No. And there are a couple situations that I know he threw away. I mean, you think about that hotel control. He's in the middle. He throws his life away. He stays alive. It goes a bit different. You think about it in the search and destroys, a couple of the rounds where Draza easy read him. They practice against these teams. They played the search and destroys. He got countered. I expect him to fully switch it up in this series.
That is a look at aBeZy, our player to watch. Cracking jokes alongside Celium. No pressure for Atlanta Faze as they take on Toronto Ultra. As we take a look at the 5 maps, though, we've got Expo. That's right. The brand new level is in the mix here for our Game 3, Allie.
I think Toronto Ultras kind of picked their poison when it comes to this map set. They allowed Atlanta Faze to get both of their best hard points in this series, and then at an unknown with the Expo control, we haven't seen either of these teams go up against each other on the map and mode specifically, so I think it's a little bit of a test of confidence for Toronto Ultra right now to take Atlanta Faze on these maps.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a banger. When I look at Toronto Ultra on the hard points, they feel comfortable on those. They're great at Hotel. On Mercado, they play it a ton. We just saw it. They look good there. And they feel like they have the advantage. So, I mean, predictions-wise, I know that's what you're about to ask me. I'm still going Atlanta Faze.
Atlanta Faze, how many games?
3-2 ATL.
3-2 ATL.
I'm going Toronto Ultra, but that map set is terrifying.
3-2 ATL. We deserve a Game 5, and it's time to get it from the one with a beard and one who has a mustache that is more powerful than a walrus. Chance.
Beards.
Wow! That was one hell of an introduction. I don't know where to go from there, brother, but I think, I mean, walruses and whatnot, we're ready to tango. To her suit, gentlemen, ready to take you through one hell of a series. A banger, Chance. A banger.
Absolutely. I don't know what to do with the Walrus comment either. I'll take a compliment if I can get it, but what I will definitely take is this matchup. Obviously, stored between these two teams, but even within this year, it's 2 major winners. The loser's going to end up top 6 for Atlanta Faze. I mean, look, they had the Pro-Am last year. They had a single event in Cold War where they placed like top 8, but other than those like 2 sort of stains on their record, it is nothing but top 2, top 3 placings. Atlanta Faze live for a grand finals, but against Toronto, if they fall to top 6, could be devastating at this time of the year. But start on Hotel. Again, Atlanta Faze, a 7-2 hardpoint record against Toronto, and that might be a reason why a perfect opening break.
They have come out pissed. That's all I'm saying. So far, so good. Kleenex tried to stop the bleeding that Faze has started on them as see Ultra. They were hemorrhaging points to begin here. Nice counter there. They've bounced right back into this one. They should be able to net themselves more time. Hopefully change that lead and look towards New as well. That's where Scrap is, and he spotted Simp. Dealt with. Nice work. That should be Ultra in a very, very solid spot to push forward.
Yeah, great on the old timing to spot Simp out as well. But if you're Faze, you actually really want this time, but Insight is going to take it from you. So the rest of Toronto Ultra, nice and secure on the rotation. Insight with those 3 kills going to buy the time. So it was a wonderful opening break for Faze. And now how the tables have turned, it's Ultra with the lead going into P2, and Atlanta Faze very distant on their approach.
Ooh, yeah. Here we go. Ultra with the lead. Here come Faze. Abizi, the point man. He's first in, straight towards the backside of the spy. He'll come out with a pair of cucumbers on his eyes and maybe a two-piece. ACHILLES got the front covered. Nice kill from Sim there. Over towards the back line. Abizi managed to get at least one. Can he get the second? Here comes Scrap trying to reinforce over the Slasher. Nice tags from the whole side as you are starting to run out of players here on the point, Ultra. But no shortage of time. They are still accumulating this one. Chance, a absolute resolute defense.
Oh, and they're being funneled through right into the back steps, the only place Atlantic can try to work through, and they are getting picked apart along the way. CleanX just got to hang out inside the hill as his teammates did all of the dirty work for him. So that is a solid collection of kills. That is a decent little lead, and again on rotation, Scrap, well, finding a couple gunfights. Him and CleanX trying to break through, but obviously CleanX completely surrounded. That'd be his second kill, but the trade is in. Faze are able to stabilize, and hopefully for them, turn this into a money hill as Kitchen kicks off.
Kitchen has been very, very profitable for many teams throughout the league so far, but wow, CleanX flies round through over to Abizi. There's one behind you, brother. Oh, my word, the turn there, not enough for the kill. Insights now in the time. Wow. That is once again Ultra directly onto the point.
And that is just so quick that they're able to get there. Atlanta Faze, though, they have a pinch getting set up, but obviously you can snake in circles and make all these reads. Damage is great, but Simp is still going to fall. Abizi, the next man in line, and those are tags on his teammates. That just means, though, he is snapping. Gonna get it done. That is the 4 spree that he's able to break into the kitchen on Faze. Nice little run towards the end, but also a little sloppy. Toronto still have the lead. They're set up once again on rotation. Unless Abizi can break it down, that's a nice start.
All right, he's hitting next level. That's full streaks now for Abizi. Insight, you don't want this heat, man. Trust me. Okay, fine. Maybe you do. Great work there from Insight. That was a fantastic kill. Slow down Abizi just for a moment, but that's going to be the bar hard point open for business. And now Atlanta Faze, they are in. Their shift has begun. Whoa, snapper from Celium. Sweet child of mine. That hard point is still Faze.
Yeah, that man is a Terminator. Keep in mind, Abizi helped set his team up on this break just to keep the pressure towards the point. I think that pressure may be alleviated there in the moment. Slasher ends up biting the dust through a wall. So Ultra, while again, a little bit scrappy towards the start, able to stabilize. And that is 30 seconds that Atlanta Faze do not want to give away, but I'm not sure if they have a choice in the matter. Ultra, every single kill seemingly going to go their way. Selling the last-ditch effort, but traded out. That is great time and a back spawn. Admittedly, this could be good scrap if Simp wants to get it, but on rotation, Ultra going to have 2 bodies there first. 40-point game for the moment. Score could get a little bit crazy on Restaurant.
For Abizi now, the question is how many players can he take with him before his boys get across map? Could be time for streaks, to be honest. I mean, there's a wide open roof above the kitchen hardpoint, or the restaurant hardpoint, rather. As long as the backline's clear, waiting for the squad to show up. All right, cool, we're in red. 3, 2, 1, go, boys. There we have it. Slasher, first in the feed. CleanX manages to somehow get 1. There's Insight as well with Abizi. The late pounce gets 2 before Scrap takes care of business. Last man standing, Slasher. That's going to be time to Faze.
And that is so impressive from not only Abizi, but Faze as a whole, right? They knew exactly Abizi was going to be in that icebox side of things, so they knew what the play call was going to be, but doesn't mean it's easy to stop. And Atlanta, now a bit of a stranglehold around this hill. The hallway is comfortable. CleanX opens up the flank, but still Atlanta getting a couple of the errant kills around the map. And CleanX right now, he's just blocking spawns, getting it for his team, but still, that is a massive amount of time Atlanta were just able to get right back in this game.
So then Tracer there. Scrap though, he comes out on top. Last man kicking here. You want to control that back kitchen side, however. Abizi is already over towards New. Insight has the perfect weapon, the perfect spot to take care of business. So does CleanX though. So the battle for kitchen comes to a close. We're outside doing more than touching grass right now. That new hard point's up. Ultra are in it.
Oh, and Scrap, ooh, if he had an extra bullet in the clip, I was going to say all the players right now on Toronto flexing just a little bit. CleanX had the tack, yet your main AR with the Vaz Nev, but right now for Toronto, just happy to be collecting that time. I mean, CleanX wins 1 kill on Abizi just to sort of open up the hill for his team. And since then, they've gotten every second. But cruise missile coming into effect. Will it have an impact? It absolutely will. Insight's going to fall. The hill has been open. Atlanta with all the kills. Now they got to go try to get that time.
They got to get that time, but CleanX is right behind him. There's 1 for CleanX. He might be able to get another as well. Simp's over by the point. Like, wait a minute. What do you mean he's back there? Slash is taking care of it. 20-ish point game right now. Trades once again on point. Ultra come out on top. A few more seconds for them to add to the pile. Back over in the middle of the map we go now, though. Chance, second set of hard points upon us. This hotel has been a banger.
Yeah, And shout out Kleenex, by the way, on machine, not just, or a machine rather, not just the rotational gunfights, but probably had 6 or 7 kills on that hill. With the attack alone, Sim does get traded, so no harm, no foul, but one of the better hills that they had had, Celium from above, but that is scrap for 2, so the cheeky spot doesn't get you that far. Ultra, again, find themselves in time.
Nice work from Hixie there. That time going the way of Ultra. If they can hold it now, again, the question remains, can you soak P1 for as long as possible and get that P2? Well, Toronto Ultra, it's a 30-point game now. Let's see how far they can push it with a quick listen in.
D2, dead! Nice.
Double us.
Dead once.
Nice.
Square.
Last guy slashes.
Behind
Square.
me here.
Last guy slashes. Okay, one new.
Square coming.
I spawn bed. I'm gonna flood right.
Yeah, careful here.
Let's go right.
Double.
Yeah, one more. He's lamps just watching bed, and one's like crossing bed now in lobby.
Can't have me here, D2.
One lamps. Dead. I'm pitching lobby.
Lobby there, sweet.
Trying to go quite broad.
Spar me, I think, as well.
Lobby dash dead. That's a challenge spar, boys.
I'm challenging.
Look at Spar. He's on left. Big door in time watching Spar cross.
No, weak. Low weak. In hole. Whole weak. Or no. Luggage.
I spawn back.
Lobby.
Nice. Luggage.
Hold. One shot back spawn.
And then right side.
Absolute backstairs and luggage. Absolute backstairs. Look, he went Spar. Look, he's flanking Spar.
On the heady in time.
Those as well.
Dead here. Back Spar, easy.
2 there.
Back Spar, challenge you backstairs now.
Double me. Okay, team killed.
Yeah.
Backstairs, one of
Rapid
them.
lobby sec.
Yeah.
One's backstairs. Still luggage, I think. I think he's
You got trouble.
Team luggage.
Engine door weak.
Right upstairs.
Nothing lobby.
Deep left dead.
We need it backstairs.
Luggage.
Two backstairs, go on. One backstairs.
Both there then. Maybe.
There's only one.
There's only one.
He's back. Oh, he's back step still. Fuck me, bro.
Go no.
Yeah.
Looking for one now.
It's storage.
One indoor, one on 1D1.
He's in new storage.
Only one there.
I'm standing there.
One's lobby now.
Front. He's going Karen now. Fast.
I
don't see him storage.
Don't see him carrying. Not him then. That's
Breaks ready. What's breaking that match?
So calm, so zen. So unfortunate with the nade there. Kleenex though, held it out of the kill feed. Back over the kitchen we now go. It was a good one for Toronto Ultra the first time round, but now it's a 5-point game. Here come the Terrors and Sim and a Beezy clean house. That's kitchen phase.
I was going to say, with the listening, you can tell Ultra enjoy the calm environment, always able to think, but gunning the Terrors down is a whole different beast. That is, again, like, simp around kitchen. There's a 5 spree. Cannot get the 6. Hixie there just to gun him down, and that's a hell of a gunfight win. An opportunity to Ultra to pierce through the back. The pinch is coming through. A Beezy going to get traded, and Ultra clean with it. A battle around kitchen where Ultra, it looks like they have the edge.
Wow, what just back and forth. That's going to be lead change Ultra, slight advantage now going into the next hard point, and man, it is just a fiesta here on Hotel. Greenberg is popping. Over to the bar we go, selling position. Nice work there, good comms. Hixie though, next challenge for Faze to deal with in you go. Sim, find those kills. Nice work from Slasher on the outside. That is a completely safe hard point right now for Faze.
And I think Faze, well, maybe there could potentially be worried about the flank being open. Ultra's not hitting it, but you can see Celium, they're not too sure, so he's wrapping back when the spawn comes in. It is all guns forward. Beezy shredding with the Vazneb. What a way to start this one. Sees everybody else. Those are kills getting funneled through. A perfect, clean 4 down. A potential flank for Sim is a play that could win you the game.
Lead change once again. Beezy does so much damage to everyone in the fight, and now the clock's still ticking. Inside, ripped Celium on a 4, dropped out towards the back line of Spar. All safe. Here comes Hixie another point. Goes toe-to-toe with the Beezy. Brings him down. Late flank now from Slasher. Basically, the last chance you're going to have at this point, you start thinking about rotation. So that is where Faze, they are spawning as well.
We're thinking about Sim maybe having that flank to win the game, but the spawn gets left open in the back, so Ultra end up with a flank of their own. So no massive leads. It'll be Ultra with the slightest going into Restaurant, and Celium loses the first gunfight to the hill, so the rest of Faze have to scatter just a little bit, pick up the pieces. If Beezy can't deliver the 2, so right now it's Sim by himself on point. Slasher, though, trying to do his best to cut these players off.
He's flying, and it's Slasher with a sub, finding those kills. He spots inside, maybe. Hixie now, and Scrap flying through mid. What a play from Slasher, making it look good there with a sub. And 225 now, and climbing for Faze. They have restaurant control. They've got all angles covered. Here comes the hit from Ultra. The break's got to be good. Inside, Hixie now flying on through. Scrapping inside, they get their kills. 2v2 in the restaurant. We're throwing it down, but Scrapping inside. They've killed everyone. Hard point Ultra.
They win all their ones. Both the ARs deliver you from 2, and how the turntables. Now it's Ultra in control. They can still win it here. Faze, though, they just need to contest or get him out of time for a few seconds and force that new hill to pop. I think they've done just enough to force the rotation. So the game's going to end on new, and it's going to be a foot race over there. Right now, Atlanta with the edge. That 3 down, that has set them up for success.
Pixie could go absolutely Herculean right here and now. He could stop this play, but he can't. Brought down. Foot race on. A busy first man in. Insight will be the man to clear downstairs and maybe cut off some of the reinforcements. Here we go, though. Faze are in, and Faze are there for the 5 seconds for the win. Scrap. Send it. Missiles in. It doesn't get defeated. It takes care of a lot of players, and now it's Ultra in the point. Can Celium find the pick?
Pixie's got that said, though. Good luck with those shots. He backs them down. Look, it's a trade fest. It is Atlanta. Faze coming out on top in the windmill 180 to shut them down in the end. The hard point struggles, I would say, for Toronto specifically against Atlanta Faze continue. And Atlanta Faze 2-0 on Hotel on the day.
What composure to finish that one there. Simp's gunfight. If Scrap wins it, changes everything. What an outstanding start to this series. Loser goes home. Ultra, they've fought so hard to get to this point, Chance. To lose a hard point like that is a heartbreaker.
Especially with the way it happened too, right? Because Ultra, that was like a multi-step process. They have to break in a restaurant and they have to do it quickly, and it was done to perfection. Insight and Scrap both picking up the 2 pieces to get to the hill, but it just turns into that mixed fest. You don't win the gunfights perfectly. There's an extra like second where you're not inside the hill where you get naded, and then your brain has to go from like, oh, instead of just winning it here, now we have to rotate. We don't have the good spawns for it. Can anybody take a route? Not really. And even Hixie, I mean, maybe a small window of opportunity to make a play, but he was the only one that got past Kitchen. He would have, at minimum, had to have picked up a 2-piece, and even then, Atlanta Faze might have had the edge. So that's just the way the game goes. Atlanta Faze had the spawns. They got the win by the narrowest of margins. And now, Miles, we have the opportunity to check out the scuff play of the game.
Oh, indeed, and the scuff play of the game, well, it was the end of that game. What a nail-biter indeed. Greenberg Hotel has fast become my favorite hardpoint map to watch because of moments just like these. Wow, look at that scoreline. There's a few courses here in the restaurant, Chance, that Toronto Ultra quite happily gobbled up. Faze served it to him on a platter.
And I'd say for Scrap too, right? I think he was just on a 5 spree there, but never quite able to push over towards the kitchen and flip the spawns. And if you got the closer spawns, Faze just get to play with a bit more freedom. And I mean, that could have been it for Hixie, but Slasher taking care of business. No one's going to be able to make that errant play. There are no holes in the setup. And even for the cruise missile, like Scrap basically forced to call it in this moment. Unfortunate for the team kill. And you can just see Abizi might have fallen, but Celium still in the back, still on a heady like this. And we saw the shots from Hixie's point of view. It was clean, but Celium does enough damage that the SMGs back in the mix. The Tiny Terrors give you 3, Slasher for the extra. And again, they just had the better spawns.
Incredible moment, though. Again, you see that POV from Simp. Celium's damage dealt. All these little moments, they add up to a series of dots, and we connect all of them in the end, and that series of dots lead to a 250 to 244. Embassy Search and Destroy now coming up. Map number 2. That Expo control is going to be a lot of fun. We haven't seen many of those here in Major 4. Mercado Elisilo close out the series. Now, Chance, as far as the Embassy Search and Destroy goes, obviously Faze pretty good.
Well, this is like the surprise thing for me of like, yeah, it's not just pretty good, completely and utterly dominant. They have been on Embassy.